wealth enough to make the bargain more than fair." "I believe that," Alaric said, pushing his bulky frame out of the chair and rising slowly. He came to Mallory's height when standing erect, and he looked into Mallory's eyes. "She is a slight lass, and young," Alaric said, indicating Edith with his eyes. "I have seen you meet men in the contest of arms with less halting than now, and I, for one, have never feared Edith." Mallory smiled with more confidence now, for he could plainly see the twinkle in Alaric's eye. "Then you have not felt the sharpness of her tongue, my lord. She seems a gentle maid, but the fate she promised me if I failed to please you made me quiver in my boots." Alaric's voice dropped to barely a whisper, and there was a smile on his lips. "She is not so fearsome," the old lord confided. "It took you a very long time to heed her warnings." Mallory responded with only a look of confusion. "I am old, but I'm not an old fool," Alaric said softly. "I long ago decided I would be proud to call you son." Mallory's heart was touched by Alaric's approval, and when the old lord extended his hand, Mallory took it gratefully. When Edith saw the two men clutching hands in friendship, she guessed her father's approval and jumped to her feet with a squeal, wrapping her arms around her father's neck, then Conan's, Thirlwell's, and finally Mallory's. Another toast was raised, and more laughter and congratulations followed. The door to the lodgings opened, and Lady Udele entered with her manservant Pierce close behind. Udele greeted all her guests warmly. "Bring a goblet to my lady," Alaric called to a servant. "She will want to toast the occasion." Udele looked immediately to Conan. "Occasion?" she asked with a faint smile. "Sir Mallory and Edith have spoken their preference for each other, and the wedding will be soon," Alaric announced. "Sir Mallory?" Udele choked. "But they... Mallory has been in France. What of all the others who have spoken for Edith?" "In her mind, madam, there have been no others." "But he is to go to war with Richard," she turned to Mallory, shocked. "You will wed the girl now and leave her with her father, probably heavy with child, to go to war? What assurance have we that you will not be killed, leaving a widow and child for me to see to?" "You have my promise, madam," Mallory said as respectfully as he could. Edith moved closer to his side, frightened that her mother would change her father's mind. Mallory slipped a protective arm about her waist while all others in the room held silent. "What proposition is this?" she asked her husband. "Sir Mallory is a good man, to be sure, but what of Edith's future? He is a poor knight with no family with arms to support him, and—" "I am not concerned with her husband's wealth," Alaric said with a shrug. "Galen's bride will bring lands to our family when he marries. Edith's dowry is not grand, and she will give children to her husband's family. I think he provides for her enough." "What?" Udele asked testily. She looked about the room. She alone opposed this, that much was clear. And what of Conan's loyalties? She had planned so carefully, so painstakingly. He would take the bulk of this estate, and Udele would live in comfort. But he was giving his support and pledging himself to so many others. Edwina, Chandra, Medwin, Galen, Edith, Mallory. What does he provide her with? Protection when he has returned. A strong arm, love, hope, things that are more important than riches, lady, Alaric said easily. Conan could contain himself no longer. "Madam, I see this as an advantage for our family. More than one vassal will be needed in time to keep safe the lands we gain. By the grace of God, more vassals than you have sons. Should Edith be given to a rich knight with lands of his own, we could not count on his support. But with Anselm, Phelan, Stoddard, and the surrounding lands, 'tis a blessing to have another son not bound to his father. We can bring him into our family service and count him as another strong arm. But wed to a man soon to go warring in some faraway land. Alaric is old, and it is time for him to see his children well fit, not a time to add more burdens to his shoulders. Who will see to our daughter's welfare if she is left widowed with a child? Whom do you suspect shall, madam? Conan asked tartly. If I'm to be lord of my father's lands, I can speak for my sister's welfare. She shall always have her place with me, if need be. And if there is a child, his welfare will be mine as well. No further promise seems needed. Have you not pledges enough? Udele asked angrily. You've pledged to your mother, your wife's sister has become your concern, and now another ward, mayhaps two. Methinks you bury the night too soon, lady, Conan said sharply. It chafes me sore that I cannot travel with my comrades into battle, but must cleave to England for the sake of my family. They make me a tree with many blossoms, and I see no harm in adding yet another to the branches for my protection. I think I can easily bear the weight. He steadied himself and took a breath. Were my father already gone, God save us, and the decision mine, I would give Edith to Mallory. I know his ways and his skills, and no finer knight is asking. Udele saw the battle lost. Tears came to her eyes, and she sought a way to hide her disappointment. She turned to Edith and reached for her hand. Edith, dear child, can you be content, a woman alone while your husband is at war? If you have but a moment as his bride, and he leaves you heavy with child, can you bear the weight? Edith, somewhat touched by her mother's tears, smiled. I know Sir Mallory must go, madam, and I will not bemoan his absence, but pray for his safe return. I could not be content any other way. Udele brushed a tear from her cheek. That is all I need know, she said softly. She turned and took the goblet of wine that had been brought for her and raised it, though in her heart she was not pleased. She had hoped for so much more. You may have your night with my blessing. As if yet another battle they feared had been won, Mallory and Edith were again rejoicing. When Mallory bowed over Udele's hand to thank her and promised to prove himself a good husband, it was difficult for Udele to smile and wish them her best. So, she thought in anger as she looked at her son, you have surrounded yourself with your wards. And what will be left for you when you have sworn to support so many? Indeed, what will be left for me? Alaric's arm dropped around Udele's shoulders, and she looked up at him with tears still brimming in her eyes. Do not worry for Edith, lady, Alaric said gently. She will be happy, and that is all I ever wished for her. Udele nodded, knowing better than to argue now, but her thoughts were a turmoil as she struggled to count what might be left for her when Conan divided all that he would inherit and scattered it about his many pledges. What you need, she thought angrily, are fewer burdens. The coronation was still a few days away. The London streets were as dangerous at night as they were busy during the day. All sensible shopkeepers closed their doors and windows tightly when the sun lowered in the sky. Udele walked toward Westminster with Pierce close behind her to offer protection. It was dusk, and most of those people hurrying through the streets were on their way home. Udele's step was quick, and her hood was pulled over her head. Inside the mantle, she could feel the weight of a heavy sack of silver. A solitary figure leaned against the castle wall, and he straightened as he saw her approach. He would not have been certain it was her but for the presence of the huge manservant. What is the meaning of this? Udele hissed. I wanted the balance to come from your own hand, lady. Tedric shrugged. I will no longer do business with your henchman and lackey. You do not deserve the balance. Your silence has not aided my cause, since Edith is now betrothed to Mallory. But I have eliminated Chandra from Conan's pursuit. Had she been allowed to remain unwed or wed to any other, Conan would still be in her company often. He will not visit my house. You need not fear he will create a scandal. And since you have done half the job, why not graciously accept half the sum we agreed to? I did all I promised, lady. 'Twas you who could not carry out the plan. Your influence did not touch Alaric's will. And the word is that Alaric has long suspected romance budding between Edith and Mallory, and he has long approved. Udele's eyes grew wide, and she stared at him in wonder. I had not heard this. For how long has my lord husband known of Edith and Mallory and their love? Tedric snickered. As Sir Mallory tells it, since it began, long before I overheard them in the garden. Udele's peaked temper quickly turned to sharp anger. How dare you cheat me with your offer to— Lady, I did not cheat you. I was not aware that Alaric awaited his daughter's whim. I guessed he would approve had he known, but he kept his secret well. Now the debt is yours. When we agreed on the sum, I promised the same to Medwyn, half with the betrothal, half with the wedding. And now that Edith marries a poor knight, there is no money bid for her hand, and I cannot repay my debt. Now the surprise was Tedric's. The money is not yours? I have managed to save a pittance, but not nearly the amount you demanded, she said bitterly. Then how have you come by it? I have traded with the Jews on occasion, she sighed. There are those who will lend money to a lady in distress. Tedric laughed uproariously, holding his sides as he thought of her predicament. He did not attempt to contain himself until Pierce stepped closer to Udele's side. Pardon, lady, he said, tears of laughter gathering in his eyes. I thought your position delicate enough. I knew the news that you had paid me to hold silent would anger your husband, but I cannot imagine his wrath when the Jew comes to his door for payment. They do not know me, she said. Do you think I am fool enough to go to them myself and ask for silver? Tedric saw the dawning. Ah. Once again, Pierce does your bartering and borrowing. Then where is your problem? It has taken me a very long time to arrive at this position, she said tersely. They do not hand money out to serfs and servants. For the sum I needed, there had to be years of borrowing and trading for the Jew to give Pierce the money with no fear of having it lost. Now I shall have to begin again with another usurer, and there is always the chance that Aaron will find Pierce at Anselm. I do not need Alaric's suspicion. Tedric clicked his tongue in mock sympathy. Poor lady. I had no idea Alaric was so selfish with his money. He does not approve of all the bargains I strike, Udele returned. I doubt not, Tedric returned with a laugh. I cannot give you back the money, madam, as I have use for it. And perhaps I will need more. There is no more. You will think of a way. I will not give you another. And when I tell Alaric that you have borrowed from the Jews to pay me, I tell you, madam, many have asked where I came by the money I needed to buy Chandra's hand in marriage. They are a curious lot and hard to convince. He scratched his blond beard lazily. Some think it hard to imagine that I have labored hard for the sum. You are a knave. He shook the bag, and the sound of silver brought a smile to his lips. A rich knave at that, he added. I will not bother you for a while, lady, for I think it would be difficult to demand more money now. But you will think of a way to get more. You do not like being without money. Do not push me too far, Tedric, she warned. If I do find a way to money, mayhaps I will use it to have you killed. Oh, I think not, lady, when Pierce would oblige you without payment. But I will be wary not to test your good nature. I should like to bargain with you again. He bowed briefly and smiled at her. Thank you, my lady, he said, holding the silver before her. He shrugged off her hateful glare and turned to go, quite pleased with his business for the night. Chapter 12. On the 3rd of September in the year 1189, a procession of clergy dressed in cops of purple silk led the way to Westminster Abbey, carrying holy water, cross, tapers, and thurible. They were followed by the abbots and the bishops, then the noblemen bearing the cap of maintenance, the spurs, the rod topped by a dove, the sword of state, and the scepter. Next came a party of Sioux barons, Lord Alaric among them, carrying the checkerboard with regalia and robes. Then the Earl of Essex with the crown. And finally Richard himself, Duke of Normandy, flanked by the bishops of Bath and Durham, walking all the way upon a white linen cloth and protected by a canopy of silk supported on the lances of the 4 barons of Cinque Ports. Richard was a sight to quicken the hearts of many as he moved with grace along the coronation route, for he seemed to tower at least a head above all other men, and his reddish gold hair and piercing blue eyes added to his regal bearing. Never had London seen such a coronation. For all that Henry II had hated pomp and display, Richard loved it. His was by far the grandest and most regal of coronations. Within the abbey, where only the most prestigious of guests were present, the Firmatur Manus Tua was sung, and the king brought his offering to the altar. Then the litany, the oath, and the pious utterings of prayers of consecration were said. Omnipotens sempiterne Deus, bene die Domine, Deus ineffabilis. A long and holy ritual ensued. The oath, the hallowing and anointing, the insignia, coronation, and enthronement. If there had been any doubts as to who was king, they were surely diminished by the ceremony of his coronation, which was so long and dramatic it nearly guaranteed his heavenly sovereign right. The king was then taken back to his chambers in procession. Though it seemed the coronation itself could not be outdone, the preparations for the banquet to follow were even more pompous. Nearly 2,000 pitchers, 900 cups, and over 5,000 dishes were purchased for the occasion. The magnificence of the hall, decorated for pure pageantry, was presided over by Richard, who was surrounded only by the men in his service, the bishops and lesser clergy, the knights and nobles. No women were allowed in the hall, and they did not take part in the celebrating. It was very like Richard to exclude the gentler sex. Women, excepting his mother, had never played a significant role in this warrior king's life. The noblewomen of London, then, were, for the most part, without escort for that eve of the great coronation feast. They had the protection of what men-at-arms their fathers or husbands had left behind, but the knights and nobles of high repute were all at Westminster Hall attending Richard. Though Medwin had found more than adequate lodgings, he took Chandra to Alaric's house on this night so that she might enjoy the company of the other women while the men were engaged. No one questioned the fact that Tedric did not offer his company for the evening. Although he wasn't a part of the delegation of sons Theodoric took with him to Westminster, he was not expected to spend his time with women and servants. A fire was needed to warm the hall when the sun was sinking. The 4 women formed a half-circle about the hearth and worked their stitchery. The large house was nearly void of men but for 4 guards, Pierce and the landlord, a little man so intimidated by the elite personage using his home that he asked constantly and irritatingly if he could be of service. "And after Bury St. Edmunds, where do you go?" Chandra asked her sister. Edith looked up from her stitchery and listened as the sisters talked. "We return then to Stoddard," Edwina replied. "Bury St. Edmunds is not far from Cordell," Chandra said. Edwina flushed slightly, not wishing to hurt Chandra. "Conan has duties awaiting him at Stoddard. Perhaps we can journey to Cordell another time for a visit." "Perhaps." Udele laughed sharply. Chandra, how foolish you are. Do you imagine Conan will be bringing Edwina to visit you at Cordell? Or perhaps you think Tedric will take you to Stoddard for a visit? She laughed again. I cannot imagine Conan and Tedric sharing a cup and calling themselves brothers. Chandra stiffened indignantly, and Edwina focused her eyes on her needlework. Tedric has promised me visits to Phelan, Chandra said to Edwina. We could arrange our visits at the same time. Edwina reached for Chandra's hand and fairly whispered her reply. It's true that our husbands may never be friends, but neither, I think, will deny us our time together. Is there proof that you are with child? Chandra asked softly. Nay, Edwina replied. Not so soon. You will be more fortunate this time, Chandra said hopefully. I will pray as well, and we must send word to Lane at Thetford so she can offer the prayers of the sisters. I am sure the next child will be born healthy and strong. I hope you're right, Chandra, Udele said without looking up from her sewing. Conan will be hard to abide should this attempt fail as well. Chandra stared coldly at Udele. She no longer wondered at the woman's tactlessness. It had become clear in the past several days and evenings they had been together that Udele was careful with her tongue in the presence of the men and hurled her nasty comments at the women. Sir Conan is not alone in his disappointment when a child is lost, madam, Chandra said tartly. Edwina is pained with the thought as well. I think we should all think only the best will occur. Let us not dwell on past sorrows. Indeed not, Udele returned. Most certainly we must think the best. She looked back to her sewing, and it was a few moments before she spoke again. Edwina, I think you would be wise to persuade Conan to bring you to residence at Anselm when you prove with child. I cannot rest worrying that you are not being properly cared for. Do not worry, madam, Edwina said. All will be well. Dear heart, he is so reluctant to leave your side when you are under his care. How will Conan better himself if he is ever tied to your skirts? Chandra's face grew red and her lips white. Conan is a rich man without lifting a finger, she returned saucily. A few months at Stoddard to watch his wife's health closely should not beggar him. I think not, Udele returned easily. At least not a few months. But a lifetime of tending his sickly wife will not add lands to his estate and virtuous attributes to his knightly reputation. She sighed heavily. Your father was a lucky man. He managed to do quite well for himself in spite of the many hours he spent attending Millicent in her illnesses. Chandra smiled slyly. She was beginning to understand better Udele's baiting game. Father was never fooled by the gift of physical strength. In all things there are strengths and weaknesses. Better a woman of meagre strength who is kind and wise and loving than a mighty body and a shrewish heart. Udele's head snapped up and her mouth opened, ready to hurl her angry retort, when Edwina rose suddenly. Chandra, I am weary. Come with me while I make ready for bed. Of course, Chandra said, rising. She faced Udele and offered a brief curtsy. By your leave, madam, she said. Udele's eyes were cold. Guard your words, Chandra. Take care that you do not make me angry. Oh, madam, she gasped in mock chagrin. Beg pardon if I have ever been less than kind. I could not pardon myself if anything I said offended you. Udele glared at her relentlessly. She could see she had underestimated the maid's assets. Chandra was as quick and stubborn as Udele had ever hoped to be. Were she my son's wife, Udele thought, she would see me dressed in rags and begging my bread. Chandra and Edwina went alone to the chamber aloft, and by the time they reached the room, Chandra was seething. How do you abide that woman? She hissed under her breath. Edwina laughed softly. Though it would be a fancy sight if you were ever near to protect me from her, I doubt I could bear the strain. Jesu, should the two of you ever live under the same roof, I dare not guess which would survive. Have no doubts who it would be, Edwina. I would never allow her wickedness to prick my tender skin. Why do you not speak to Conan about the evil way you are treated? Conan is fond of his mother, she shrugged. It would hurt him to think she does not always serve his best interests. And so you have lived with her shrewish nature for all this time without ever telling Conan what insults she lays to you? Edwina shrugged. I have only lately told him that I'm not happy at Anselm and wish to live with him in his home. Oh, Edwina, you should not let her treat you so badly. But what is to be gained by fighting her? It will not change the way Conan sees his mother, for she puts on her best face for him, and it would surely cause him to doubt me. Nay, I would not complain and make life hard for Conan. It is hard enough for him now. Better I bear what Udele flings at me as quietly as I can and let it affect me but little. Chandra calmed considerably with her sister's reasoning, seeing the truth of it. It would be a disaster if Udele was Chandra's mother by marriage. She knew she could never abide the woman's haughty barbs quietly and remain unaffected, even if her heart told her that would be best. Chandra was much too volatile for that. Had Udele realized that? Chandra wondered. Long ago, when Chandra had gazed at Conan with love in her eyes, had Udele seen that Chandra would not be intimidated as easily as Edwina could be? She shook the thought from her head. It was too late to consider that now. No matter Udele's motives, the situation was beyond cure. He is lucky to have you, Edwina. You are a good wife. Lucky, she laughed. He has so many disappointments to bear as my husband, but he is too noble ever to make me suffer for the trouble I am to him. Had I known how I would love him, I would have never married him. I would have begged him to find a stronger woman, one who could promise him sons and would live to see them raised. You would have made him a better wife than I. Chandra felt the sting of tears in her eyes. Once again, she was guilt-stricken when faced with Edwina's quiet devotion and unselfishness. Edwina, never say that. It just isn't so. Before another word could pass between the sisters, there was a sound from the window that made them both turn their heads to listen. First, there was a scream and commotion below them in the streets. Then came louder shouts. They looked at each other and then quickly moved to the window. Men were running, yelling as they went, with other men chasing them and brandishing clubs and swords. When caught, they did not fight back, but fell instantly. One man, seeking some haven from his foe, darted into a doorway, his back flush against the wall as he attempted to hide in the shadows. His pursuer, wearing the blazon of a lord or knight, saw the man hiding and, with great malice, clubbed him over the head until he slumped, bleeding and motionless. Still the aggressor continued to beat the fallen man with his club. Edwina blanched, covered her mouth, ran to the corner of her chamber and leaned against the wall to retch. Chandra could not turn away. There was no sense to the brutality she saw. Another unarmed man fell to a sword held by a man on horseback. 2 men lay bloody below her. Many more were fleeing. They were commoners, from all Chandra could discern. Weaponless commoners being chased by well-garbed men coming from the direction of Westminster. "We've bolted the door," Edith cried, rushing into the room. She ran to where Chandra stood at the window, watching the wild scene below. As they watched a man running, they saw a horsed warrior, a fettered knight, cut him down with a ready lance. Chandra gulped convulsively. She had never witnessed anything to match this in all her life. It in no way resembled the death of a convicted criminal. It was a macabre slaughter for which she could name no cause. "They are Jews," Edith shuddered as she noticed the clothing the pursued men wore. The Jews were granted few favors in the English burghs and villages. On the insistence of the church, they set themselves apart from Christians by their style of dress so that no Christian would unknowingly become involved with them. They were harassed and called infidels and unbelievers. Their punishments for lawlessness were most often harsher because they were not Christians. but they lived under the protection of the king and therefore were handled with care. "They must have attacked," Edith whispered. "Nay," Chandra said, shaking her head. "They have no weapons." Edith pointed to the street, and Chandra looked to see the same thing, men fleeing and being senselessly slain. Looking again, she gasped. "Tedric!" She watched him as he grabbed the man he chased, spun him about, and drew his sword. She screamed, but her sounds were drowned by the noise below. Beside the window on a bedside commode there stood a basin of water for washing. Frantically, she grabbed it and flung it out the window. The water drenched Tedric, and as he looked up for the source of this soaking, the man in his hold slumped to the ground, leaving Tedric holding the bloodied sword. Chandra stared down at him in awe. She watched as he turned and disappeared into the night. In the great hall where Richard feasted, a page crept nervously toward the king, but was halted by the archbishop at his side. The page whispered in the ecclesiastic's ear. Immediately the holy man crossed himself, turned to the king, and spoke softly and quickly. Richard slammed his goblet down on the table with such force that the hall fell silent. All looked toward the king, whose face reddened with rage. The archbishop continued to speak. Richard stood, his long legs taking him quickly to the edge of the table where he spoke to the Earls of Pembroke, Essex, and Gloucester. Word was being passed from the king's table down to the other tables, through hundreds of knights and nobles, the men being jolted upright as they heard, wondering whether to flee or remain with Richard. Alaric rose from his table to find out what chaos had interrupted the coronation feast. "London is afire," he heard. "Fighting in the streets," he heard someone else say. Finally, he heard the accurate explanation. A group of London Jews bearing gifts for the king were fallen upon by Christians at the palace gates. Rioting even now was ripping through the city, causing great bedlam. "Go quickly before you are missed," Alaric told Conan, "by the back halls, and find our residents to be certain the women are safe. The king's fury will strike down those involved. Turn your mantle lest anyone place you in the riot, and lay sword to no man, Jew or Christian." Mallory and Thirlwell met Conan at the door, and before leaving the palace gates they turned their tunics and mantles inside out so that no symbol of the cross or emblem of domain was visible. To go quickly and without violence was their intent, but before they had traveled far they found the need to draw out their weapons. Frightened Jews raised clubs in self-defense, while nobles were ready with their own blades, eager to kill or maim any person of Jewish descent. Madness swept the streets, and flames from the Jewish quarter lit the skies. It was not far to where the women were housed, but on this night the streets were so littered with crazed rioters that the journey took the better part of an hour. And when the house was finally before them, no amount of pounding could persuade the men protecting that house to open the door. "'Tis Sir Conan of Anselm," he shouted until he was hoarse. "Break down the door," Mallory urged, anxious to be sure the women were safe. The bodies of those slain nearby proved that the door was bolted with just cause. Conan heard the bolts moving and the ram being lifted from the door. Gingerly, it was opened just enough for a man to peer through and see who the intruder was. Conan was in no mood to wait patiently for his identity to be checked. He pressed his way inward the moment the latches were slackened, nearly taking the door from its leather hinges. "Conan!" Chandra gasped, flying from the stair into his arms. "You are unharmed?" he asked quickly. "Aye, we are safe, only frightened. What madness plagues the city?" "Edith?" Mallory asked. Chandra pointed to the stair, for by now all the women, maids and servants and noblewomen, had huddled together in one bedchamber above. Mallory rushed past her to see for himself that all were safe there. "A misunderstanding," Conan heard himself say, "of the greatest magnitude." "Conan," she breathed. "Tedric was a part of this. I saw him murder—" "Have you come to our aid, my son?" came a voice from the stair. They turned together to see Udele, unbelievably cool for all that had happened in the past hour. Conan let his arms fall from Chandra's. "Aye, madam," he said. "Are the women safe?" "Your wife waits yonder. She would benefit from your reassurance," Udele told him. Conan quickly passed her on the stair, making his way to Edwina, who by now was terrified and lay weeping and trembling on her bed. Chandra followed him, returning to the chamber she had had to fight her way out of when she heard voices and pounding at the door below. She found her arms seized by Udele and looked into that woman's eerie emerald eyes. The two women were nearly the same size, since Udele was a slight woman and Chandra, possibly having grown to her full adult height, was also small. But the eyes of these two would have been better placed on giants. Neither would give way, and neither would so much as blink. And in that meeting of snapping blue and chilling green, there was a mutual hatred so intense it could have shaken the ground on which they stood. "What would Medwin think of your whorish pursuit of your sister's husband, I wonder? Or Tedric?" Udele hissed, her breath hot and brash in Chandra's face. The arm that held her was relentless in its grasp, but Chandra would not wince or attempt to pull away. "Do not hope to intimidate and threaten me as you do poor Edwina, madam," she returned with venom. "I know enough of your wicked methods to best you at your own game." "You are a slut," Udele spat. "I?" Chandra said, and then smiled knowingly into Udele's eyes. "And what would Conan think of your cruel games, lady? His loyalty has been a steadfast thing, but I should think you would fear for the day he learns you have made a mockery of his trust. You cannot discredit me to my son. He would believe nothing." Udele stopped as she noticed Chandra's smile, as superior and cunning as her own could be. "Whom would he believe, madam?" Chandra asked. "Indeed. Between us, whose love does he hunger for?" "You will be punished for your sinful lust," Udele said through clenched teeth, taking her hand from Chandra's arm. With poise and dignity, Chandra took a few steps past Udele, turning and looking down at her to speak for the last time, to hurl the last stone. "When the punishments are being given out, madam, the one of us who knows a sinful lust best will fall the hardest. I think mine will be the lesser crime." She didn't look back at Conan's raging mother again, but went on to the chamber above. "I am wicked," she thought as she climbed the stair. "I depend on his love that I have no right to claim, even as it tears at his heart." She looked into the bedchamber that was now crowded with people, the women chattering in fear and confusion, and the men leaning out the windows to look out on the turbulent city. Edwina lay in her bed, her face pale and drawn, as Conan leaned over her and tried to assure her that she was safe now. "If I were stronger of will," Chandra thought hopelessly, "I would find a way to make him hate me, to free his heart for the woman whose right it is to claim it." Tears collected in her eyes, much against her will. "But what little bit of his love I have known is my only treasure, and I need his love." The morning's light showed the Jewish quarter to be a smoldering ruin. Panic still was rampant, and the women did not dare to venture out from their homes. King Richard had offered his protection to the Jews, for he depended on their wealth for his crusade. His journey to the Holy Land to rescue the Holy Sepulchre was an obsession. He saw himself as the greatest knight to live, the one man who would take his army and finally rid the Holy Land of the infidels. Rumors of the king's fury trickled down through the streets and reached all the nobles. The news that nobly born Christians had been the ones to overreact and attack the gathering Jews further angered the king, and he was intent on punishing those who had participated. He threatened banishments and possibly hangings. And while the king's rage sent every noble scurrying about to gather names, it was well known to all that he was angry not because those unfortunates were unjustly slain, but because they could have filled his purse with wealth. Richard declared that any money owed to the Jewish usurers who were slain must be repaid to him. Conan and his father walked toward Westminster, Mallory and Thirlwell close behind.
"You are certain this is the course you wish to take?"
Alaric asked.
"If I lay any importance to my oath to uphold justice, I must face Richard with the truth. Chandra saw Tedric kill a man well known here and in the north as a moneylender." "We could take the accusation to Sir Theodoric."
Conan stopped short. He eyed his father, and there was anger in his stare.
"I have long loved Theodoric, but he's short-sighted where Tedric is concerned. He treats Tedric's treacheries like boyish pranks. Nay, if I left the punishment to Theodoric, he would take a switch to Tedric." "It would be better if you took Richard more proof,"
Alaric counseled, walking on toward Westminster.
"Where is the proof beyond a witness? Tedric has given Medwyn a large sum of money for Chandra's hand and refuses to confide his source. I must believe the money came from the lender he killed. If Richard has assumed receipt of those debts, there would be a record." "Your witnesses will not help you. Even though Chandra and Edith saw Tedric, Richard will put little stock in women's reports. And for that I am grateful. I hate to think of either woman enduring this confrontation, and especially Chandra. I accuse the man she is to marry." "I reason that is the purpose of this,"
Alaric said. Conan didn't reply. He walked silently on, looking straight ahead.
"Do you hope to see justice done and Tedric properly disciplined, or to save Chandra from a marriage she doesn't desire?" "Both," he said simply. "Your motives may be questioned. Are you prepared for that? She is my wife's sister. If Tedric were a man of honor and chivalry, it would matter little to me that Chandra does not love him. But if I am to serve my wife and Medwyn as I promised to do, I cannot stand idle while she is given in marriage to a thief and murderer. One day, father, Tedric's sword will be turned on me. It will pain me to have to kill Theodoric's son." "That will change," Alaric said. "When this is done, there will be little love between our families. While that is truth, it will never change the way I feel about Theodoric. He taught me justice and honor."
Many swarmed the halls of Westminster on the business of the riots. All were there to capitalize on the insult Richard felt when his coronation ended with this ruinous event. When Conan and his father were finally admitted to the king's chambers, they could see that Richard had not tired of his rage. His eyes were bright and piercing, and energy seemed to seethe from every pore of his powerful physique. He was again surrounded by clergy. Years earlier, before he'd been knighted, Conan had met Richard on 2 separate occasions in France. Conan's appearance hadn't changed drastically since then, except that his beard was thicker and darker, but his surprise was genuine when Richard recognized him. He bowed before his king.
"Sir Conan," Richard acknowledged. "What is your complaint?" "None, sire. You called to have justice brought to those who murdered Jews. I know of a man who was seen in the riots killing a lender."
While Richard's eyes remained angry, he handled the business with formality and serenity. Conan told his story while a scribe copied the details slowly and carefully. When the telling was done, Richard spoke. "A part of justice is to give the accused a chance to speak. You are excused, and will be called when Sir Tedric is found and records from the lender who was murdered are brought to me. I hope, Sir Conan, that you are not wrong." "On my oath, sire, I would not dare so much if I doubted. Tedric has been in possession of large sums he'll not answer for, and the lender was murdered below his bride's window. She is my wife's sister and fears marriage with this man." "And you have taken the position of matchmaker? I can think of better work for a knight of the realm." "To protect women is a part of the code, sire." Richard nodded, though his lips were curved in a snide smile. With an impatient gesture of the hand, Conan was excused and the next man to see the king entered.
It was 2 days before Conan was called back to Westminster, but the time was well spent. Mallory and Thirlwell had learned that the lender's name was Aaron, and he was well known in London and York. He was widely travelled and had made many loans to nobles, charging for the privilege of borrowing. His home in York wasn't terribly far from Theodoric's lands. His records would cause some furor. The names would cause Richard to raise his brows. Most nobles forced to borrow tried to keep their debts a secret and were not bent to a cause so sanctified as the Crusade. Tedric and Theodoric were already present when Conan and Alaric arrived at Westminster. Theodoric didn't speak or look at Conan. His face was stony with displeasure. Tedric growled his greeting. "Will you stop at nothing to spoil my reputation on English soil?" "There is no blood on my hands, Tedric," Conan answered confidently. "You could have come to me for an answer to this charge, but the king— You are wrong, Conan." They were admitted to the king's chambers, and the bishop at Richard's right hand read the charge. "Sir Tedric is accused of taking part in the riot and the slaying of Jews. The man slain was called Aaron, a lender known in London and York. The witnesses were Lady Chandra, betrothed of the accused, and Lady Edith, daughter of Lord Alaric de Courtenay." Tedric stood calmly as the accusation was read. "How do you answer these charges, Sir Tedric?" Richard asked. "I did, in fact, slay a man that night, sire," Tedric said calmly. "I was not a part of the coronation, and when the riots began, I took myself quickly to the home of Lord Alaric, knowing my betrothed to be there. I found a man trying to gain entry, and I could not name him Jew or knight. When I pushed him aside, he drew a knife, and I killed him. I hadn't seen him before and did not know his name." Richard raised a brow and studied the young man before him. He had heard similar charges and answers in the days following the riots. He was not oblivious to the possibility that old feuds would be tested on this ground. It was a choice situation for one man to discredit another. "Why did you flee if you were innocent?" Conan asked. "You didn't enter to see to the welfare of your betrothed, but ran." "A fair question," Tedric answered easily. He casually touched a place on his head, drawing apart the gold locks to expose an undergrowth of his yellow hair stained pink from a bloody gash. "I was carried away from Alaric's door by the mob, and soon after found a quiet doorway to rest my weary bones." Richard allowed an amused smile for the accused. "Forsooth, I did not rise to see to my betrothed's safety until dawn. But you were there, Conan. Did you find the lady well?" Conan squirmed slightly, but faced the king again. "Sire, Sir Tedric weaves a pretty tale, and no doubt a believable one. But I state again that he has given his bride's father a large sum, money whose source he will not name. And the lender who was killed lives not far from Tedric's home. I believe the murder was given much thought, and the riots offered the hope that it would go unnoticed." Richard looked to Tedric, who at this moment seemed ill at ease. "Sire," he said softly, "I have not borrowed from a lender, and I have not wished to tell my family or my brides from whence the money came. Truth, sire, I fear to tell you, but better I am punished for poor judgment than murder. I looked long and hard for labors that would bring me the silver to buy Chandra's hand, for her estate is my only hope of prospering. I'm the last born of 7 sons. Count John paid me a large sum for my support when he was in France. Though I realized my error in judgment and have pledged myself to your cause, the shame is more than a knight can bear to lay to his family." "Then something was gained in your hasty loyalties, Tedric. You've at least realized where your allegiance belongs. I will forget that you were opposed to my sovereign right and can plainly see why you would be hesitant to name the source of your money. I will accept any penance you lay to me, sire, but I did not borrow from the Jew or kill him with malice. 'Twas in self-defense. Some of Aaron's records could not be found, but those kept in London were saved from the fire. No member of Theodoric's family has borrowed from Erin. There's a chance a record is still kept in York. Nay, sire, Tedric said. I have never borrowed, I swear. Sir Conan accuses me now in hopes that I will be cast from English soil and the wedding will not take place. He is in love with Lady Chandra, sire. Richard's eyes were not sympathetic. He looked sharply at Conan for an explanation. Conan didn't lie easily, even when it was necessary. The lady betrothed to Sir Tedric is my wife's sister. She fears the marriage, for she knows Tedric to be dishonest, and she was the one to see him murder. He paid the maid's father a sum Medwyn could not turn away, for with the Saladin tithe and scutage, Medwyn is in need. I acted in her defense as I would any woman in danger. But you come with charges you cannot prove. It smells of vengeance, the king said hotly. My chamber is open to you for the sake of justice, not as a forum to renew hostilities. Sire Tedric has attacked unfairly in the past, and there have been witnesses to his treachery. I could not let this incident go by without testing Tedric's guilt. Sire, he is not a trustworthy knight. Others would attest to— Had you received your answers from Sir Tedric, would you have troubled me today? Had I known what pretty tale he would weave, sire, perhaps I would not have brought the charge to you. Tedric is skilled with lies. Yet I see no proof that you speak the truth, Richard returned. My allegiance has always been firm, sire. And do you travel with me to the Holy Land? Conan's face took on a darker hue. Nay, sire, but I willingly meet the scutage. I am the lone able protector of my family and my wife's family. And you? He asked Tedric. Nay, sire. My father chose 4 of his sons, the ones best known for their knightly skills. I was not chosen, but my scutage has been paid. Sire, Theodoric put in, my youngest son asked to be supported with arms for the crusade, and I refused him. He is better with his mind than his sword. The other men will do you better service. Richard looked to Alaric. And do you send sons to this cause? Nay, sire. I have not been given 7, but 2. There is Conan and Galen, a lad of only 4 and 10. I will call this matter done, Richard said. Bother me again when you put as much importance to God's work as you put to a damsel's plight. Sire, Conan protested. It is done. I am interested in men's games, fighting in causes more important than your preferred choice of husband for your wife's sister. So dismissed, Conan bowed and left the room, Alaric behind him, with Tedric and his father following at a distance. Conan's pace was brisk with anger and humiliation. In the gallery near the exit he would use, Mallory and Thirlwell waited. The look on Conan's face told them all. So he has escaped you again? Mallory asked. And worse, Conan explained, looking over his shoulder to see a victorious Tedric and stony-faced Theodoric approach. He managed to make me look the fool to Richard. The fox earned sympathy for his allegiance to John and failure to answer Richard's call to arms. His father told of how Tedric begged to go and Theodoric would not release him to join the crusade. He would not go to war if Richard demanded it of him, Thirlwell retorted. Does Theodoric lie for his son now? I cannot believe he would. I must believe that Tedric asked, knowing Theodoric would refuse him. Theodoric and Tedric passed Conan and his friends without speaking, moving out of Westminster quickly, making clear that the ties of friendship had been severed. By the rood, Conan said, I know that Tedric is guilty. I would stake my life on it. I think not, Alaric said. I would not stake anything of much value on Tedric's defeat. You have already staked your reputation and lost. Chapter 13. Had Medwyn been able to afford a wedding on a grand scale for Chandra, the occasion would have been an awkward one. It was just as well, then, that Medwin was lacking in ample means. His poor financial condition served as a good excuse for a modest celebration when his youngest daughter was wed. In the hall that Medwin leased in London, there were sufficient decoration and plenty of food and entertainment. Those friends already in London for the coronation attended the ceremony and partook of the feast. Medwin, of course, wasn't responsible for making the arrangements. That chore fell to Chandra. Most of these preparations were made before she left Phelan, and once in London, it was simply a matter of assigning last-minute tasks to others. Chandra did only what was necessary so that her father wouldn't be embarrassed. Garlands were strung, a minstrel was hired, and birds were roasted. But there was no saving the day. No amount of primping, decorating, or feasting could rescue the affair. It was common knowledge that the bride had been forced by her father into the marriage. She'd accused Tedric of murder, and the man to come to her colors had been Sir Conan, her sister's husband. And Tedric had openly accused Conan of trying to stop the marriage because he loved the bride. That there was any rejoicing at all was a surprise. She knelt beside Tedric in the rushes in the manor house that Medwin provided. The pale blue of her gown would have brought out the sparkling blue of her eyes, had she been able to raise them. A jeweled girdle that was a gift from Theodoric on her wedding day adorned her gown, but she couldn't smile her pleasure, for though the gift was generous, this was the blackest of days for her. Tears gathered in her eyes against her will as she spoke her vows. She knew that her appearance was not at fault, that her gown and jewels were envied by many, but the words that left her lips brought despair. She couldn't suppress the memory of Conan and Edwina as they knelt before a priest. The words she spoke now for Tedric she wished only to pledge to Conan. She wished, with an ache in her heart, that she could present this richly arranged wedding outfit to him, and that she could feel joy in her heart as she pledged her troth. During the feasting and singing, she was quiet and solemn, while Tedric raised his horn for every toast to the couple. His gaiety, Chandra believed, was due more to his triumph over Conan than to his great pleasure in having her as his bride. In spite of the harsh allegations against Conan and Chandra, and the general attitude of disrespect displayed toward Conan in the wedding hall, Conan and Edwina were present. He wouldn't shrink away in embarrassment and thus give the impression that the accusations he'd levied were untrue. And Edwina was the bride's sister. Without her present, Chandra would have even fewer supporters at her own wedding. It was a strange day for many. In the past, Conan had been the highly sung hero, with Alaric standing proudly to accept compliments on his son. Now he seemed scorned and beaten by Tedric, and Theodoric was the one standing proudly, for he boasted 7 fine sons, 4 of whom would journey on crusade. Alaric and Theodoric did not speak, and Medwin's position was uncomfortable. His 2 sons by marriage could barely abide being in the same hall with each other. A lame falcon, long having been the symbol of good luck at a wedding, seemed to hold a double meaning as the crippled animal was displayed for all in the hall to see. At one point, Chandra could bear the snide remarks and animosity no more, and with tear-filled eyes she turned to her new husband. "My lord, I beseech your goodwill. Please speak no more ill of Sir Conan. He is my sister's husband and family in my father's house." Tedric grinned. "But, Sherry, he has brought serious charges against me and before the king. Would you have me treat him as a brother?" "But, Tedric, it was I," she murmured mournfully. "I could not think I was mistaken in what I saw, and Conan only wished to help me. I beg of you, let your punishment fall to my shoulders. I cannot bear to see Conan treated so poorly." "Ah, the proud cock-rooster does not strut so well now. He has basked in the glow of glory for a long time, chérie, when he deserved little of it. I have waited a long time to see the falcon shown for the lame coward that he is. Tedric, please." He placed a finger under her chin and lifted her eyes to meet his. "If you did not hunger for him so, you would not beg me to cease," he accused. Her pleas were ignored. Tedric raised his horn high to toast those brave enough to follow Richard into battle. There were not only 4 of his brothers present who would go, but other knights, Mallory and Thirlwell among them. To toast the Crusaders was noble, but Tedric's only motive was that he might see Conan wince in shame. Chandra watched Conan's reaction as well. He didn't act mortified as Tedric hoped. Rather, he raised his horn high and joined in the salute to those going to the Holy Land. Alaric's response was not so gracious. Though the hour was still early, he said his goodbyes to Medwyn and the bride, taking Udele and Edith with him. Mallory and Thirlwell, hard-pressed to offer any more salutations to Tedric and his bride, followed close behind. Within moments, Conan's supporters were gone from the room, and Chandra wondered what stubbornness provoked him to remain. She wouldn't have blamed him for leaving in an angry state hours before. And then the reason struck her. Edwina was to attend her to the bridal chamber. It was a moment she dreaded more than any other part of the day, but Chandra could not bear to think of Conan standing alone to absorb any more subtle insults from her husband and his family. She leaned closer to Tedric. "My lord, I beg you excuse me now. I am weary and would find our bed." "So soon, Sherry?" He fairly sneered, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "If you cannot bear the wait, so be it. I will join you there soon." Chandra shuddered at the thought, but raised herself with as much dignity as she could muster and bade her father a good night. Edwina came quickly to her side and walked with her to the chamber above them. There was no one in the room, and Chandra went directly to a stool before the hearth and lowered herself tiredly, looking into the flames. She folded her hands in her lap, and tears coursed her cheeks to fall onto them. Edwina allowed her a few moments of quiet to calm herself. There was nothing Edwina could do to ease the hurt. Edwina spread a delicate white nightdress on the bed. She smoothed the fabric, remembering her own wedding night. She'd been nervous and distressed, but her husband had approached her with gentleness and compassion. It was her first taste of love. Her sad luck with carrying his seed to term had lessened the blissful moments for them, but when he did lie beside her at night, the warmth and glow of those moments stayed with her for a very long time. It made the weeks and months that they could not share a bed more bearable. Now, casting a furtive glance at her weeping sister, Edwina was pained to think of what Chandra might find on her wedding night. "Come, dear heart, let us not anger him by delay. You cannot escape the wedding night." Chandra turned to look at her sister. "You must hate me," she said sadly. Edwina rushed to her, kneeling before her and taking Chandra's hands into her own, bringing them to her lips. "Hate you? Oh, my love, my sweet Chandra, why would I hate you? For the things they say about Conan, that he helped me because, oh, my dear, would I let what spills from jealous tongues eat at my heart? Chandra, I begged him to help you. After all you have done for me, all you have endured because of me, would I listen to such cruel lies?" "But Edwina," Chandra attempted, "nay, I hold you above all others, and it pains my heart to think of all you have been through because of me." "I have never suffered because of you," Chandra said in confusion. Edwina reached out and touched Chandra's golden hair, looking with love into her eyes. "I'm not blind to what you have sacrificed for me, dear heart. I know that long ago when I was prepared to take Tedric, you longed for as little as a kind word from Conan. It was his mother's doing that he noticed me at all. And it was a long while before I realized it had broken your heart. And never have you begrudged me my happiness. Never have you complained of what might have been. Feeling less than pure and not deserving of Edwina's sympathy, Chandra looked again at her hands and felt the tears fall onto them. "I have had naught but kindness from my lord husband," Edwina went on. "Kindness and love he showers on me, though I do not deserve so much. I have been a disappointment to him. I cannot give him sons, and I know it is because of me that he does not go with Richard. Oh, Chandra, I did not always think Tedric so undeserving, but now I see him for the knave he is. Do you think I could have survived as his wife?" Chandra raised her eyes and looked at her sister. "You have always been the stronger one, and you have always taken my burdens. Now you will spend your life serving a man that was almost given to me, while I have the prize. If you can forgive, I pray you will forgive me for the many times you have slaved for a lesser reward, while I have profited." Chandra sighed, wishing she could convince herself that there would one day be a prize for her, but she felt more permanently removed from happiness than ever before. She rose to begin to ready herself for her husband. Talking about her troubles seemed to worsen them in her mind, and delaying the inevitable could not improve her circumstances. "I will not see you again for a long time," Chandra said. "I know that Tedric's promise to let me visit father may be forgotten. Chandra, don't worry so. We will be together again, and I will pray that Tedric learns the value of what he has and changes for the better." It was that thought that gave Chandra a glimmer of hope. She wondered how he could change if she would not allow it. Perhaps if she showed she was tractable and could be a supportive wife, they could come to an understanding. "I must show him I'm willing," she thought desperately. "Perhaps he does hold some love for me and is only injured by my reluctance. I fear I cannot love him, but I am strong enough to act the part of a loyal wife. In time, I pray, there will be peace between us." It was with that resolve that she could settle herself and try to steel her mind against ill thoughts. She could not muster a seductive or intimate smile for Tedric when he came to her. To show that she was resigned and willing was the very most she could do. He leaned over the bed and drew her toward him, kissing her lips gently. Chandra yielded to the kiss and tried her best to return the affection. When his lips left hers, he was smiling. A smile of pleasure that momentarily convinced her she had done well. "The beautiful Chandra," he said softly. "The maid the men all want for their own. You are accustomed to being desired, my love. It is a thing you will have to learn to live without." "Tedric, you must forgive me if I have hurt you, and let this be a time of starting over. We are pledged, you and I, and there should be kindness between us." He laughed loudly at that. "And so you are ready to play the wife?" "I will do my best," she murmured, confused by the look in his eyes. "But, chérie," he protested, "I was not awaiting your approval. Whether or not you are prepared to try, you are mine." She lowered her gaze for a moment, not wishing to argue with him further, when he reached out and grabbed the sheer cloth of her shift and rent the fabric to expose her from her breasts to her thighs. She gasped as she unconsciously clutched at the cloth. "Do not cry out, chérie," he warned. "It would be the crowning glory to Conan's shame should he hear your screams and run to your bridal chamber to save you from your husband." Rage replaced the shock in her eyes as she glared at him. "Why do you seek his humiliation, and always at my expense? Why? Because, chérie, he wants you. I have waited a very long time to take something he values from his reach and watch him stand helpless to prevent me." Chandra rose to her knees and clutched the cloth to her heaving bosom. "You will not cease, Tedric. As I lie here regretting that I hurt you by wrongly accusing you, you treat me with greater cruelty." "Wrongly? Nay, love, the charges were not false. I did indeed kill the Jew. I chased him fairly an hour, and it was a strange twist of fate that I caught him beneath your window. But then mayhaps not so strange. You should have learned to fear me at least. Without thinking, she cowered from him. How could she have doubted what she saw with her own eyes? And your injury? He clicked his tongue and made a half-frown. It was a wretched crowd that night. You are vile. Hush, chérie. While Conan is chivalrous enough to accuse me twice, Richard will not hear him twice. It would be more shame for that poor crippled Falcon to bear. And you did borrow from the Jew? Tedric chuckled, but there was a hardness to his eyes that would frighten a stronger maid. In a manner, chérie, but it'll never be proved. He turned from her and began to remove his clothing, tossing it about the room carelessly. Chandra's mind whirled with anger and fear, trying to think of an escape from him, a way she could resist him without bringing any more innocent protector's virtues to question, and without gaining yet another reprimand for being an unwilling bride. When he turned back to her, there was a feral gleam in his eyes. Remove the shift, my love, or I shall tear it from you. She clutched it more fiercely to her bosom and bore through him with her eyes. He leaned closer, and she felt the chill of his words. It will not be easy to show you your master tonight without badly bruising your tender flesh, but I will find a way. We travel to Cordell soon, where there is nothing to prevent me from beating you. The marriage is to be consummated here and now, and I do not make idle threats. Chandra felt the indecision for but a moment, and then, with something of a haughty air, she pulled the shift from her body with one more tear and flung the thing away. If you resist me, it was in my mind to meet you midway in this marriage, Tedric, she spat. I will not resist you. But it is not my own punishment I fear, but what you lay to others to make my suffering worse. He pushed her down onto the bed and covered her with his weight, drawing her arms up over her head and holding them there. Her earlier fears did not approach the terror she felt now. He didn't condescend to give her even so much as one gentle caress. She willed herself to think of a faraway place and forced her body to become limp and lifeless so that she would show neither resistance nor encouragement. Do not mistake this for fondness, my love, Tedric said hoarsely. Yet it is the only duty in our marriage that I will not despise. Do not mistake this for acceptance, love, Chandra mimicked through gritted teeth. I shall despise this duty of our marriage enough for both of us. For a moment, Tedric looked into her eyes, his cold gray clearly showing hatred. You are a bitch, Chandra, but you will learn. With an angry hand, Tedric parted her legs, and she felt the burning ache spread through her pelvis as he plunged himself into her resistant flesh. She could not suppress the gasp of pain and the faint whimper that escaped her. Tears she could no longer hold back spilled from her eyes as the blood of her virginity stained her thighs. You will learn, he laughed again, his pleasure increasing greatly with her agony in yielding. You are mine, Chandra, he finally said, rolling away from her. You are mine. And you will never be allowed to forget that. Chandra felt the tears of her violation hot on her cheeks. You claim me by right of law and strength, Tedric, but we will both always know that I am not yours. Never. By the time Edith and Sir Mallory were ready to exchange their vows, there were few family friends left in London. A grander affair could have been planned to take place in Anselm, but Edith could not wait a day. She preferred the small, intimate gathering. and there was more joy in this ceremony than had been seen in any of the other family weddings over the years. Indeed, the glow in the eyes of the bride and groom made it the grandest wedding by far. Even though there was gladness in this union, Conan's mood wasn't light or gay. He was sullen and quiet, and Alaric grew more concerned with every passing day. It wasn't until Conan was alone in the stable, tending to Orion, that Alaric found the opportunity to speak to him.
"Sir Mallory and your sister will not travel with us to Anselm. Mallory has taken a modest house in the city and will deliver Edith to me when he is ready to meet Richard in France."
"What of Thirlwell?" Conan asked with little enthusiasm.
"Does he stay in London with the bride and groom?"
"I hope not," Alaric laughed.
"I believe he intends to offer his services to you for a time."
"Good," Conan replied.
"I can use another man, even for a short time."
Alaric stood back and watched his son move around the stable, gathering a feed bag, pitching hay into the stall, brushing Orion's shiny coat. For a long time, neither spoke.
"You do not find much joy in your work," Alaric finally said.
"There is little challenge in it," Conan replied.
"I have not asked you to stay behind," Alaric said.
"But you allowed King Richard to think that as my father you chose to keep me in England to serve you," Conan said, looking at his father now.
"I could have urged you to go, and did not," Alaric replied.
"And if I go? What then? What of Stoddard? There is little time to find a vassal for that land. Medwyn grows less capable with every day. What of Phelan? And Edwina? She tells me there is life within her womb. A son? How would she fare in my absence?
She would live, and Medwyn has another son by marriage to give him aid."
"I should trust Tedric to manage lands that will be mine."
"Would you trust me?" Alaric asked.
"My lord, I would trust you in all things, but you need no more burdens. You carry more than is fair now."
"Who makes me out to be so weak of body and mind?" Alaric blustered. "By the rood, I'm capable still, and should I learn that I'm your excuse, I'll show you by my own hand whom you call old and weak."
"You alone? Nay, father, but a host of others that make me feel the ties of England, and they are strong ties. I doubt Edwina could bear the separation. She is not strong.
How you deal with your wife is none of my concern, but I could see to her welfare. I am to tend a house filled with complaining women in any event. One more will not tilt the cart."
Conan straightened and looked at his father.
"I have given Madam, my mother, my word that I would not go to war. She fears for my life and the estate that should fall to me."
Alaric stood erect and quiet for a moment.
"That is her reason?" he finally asked. "And that there will be estates left floundering by nobles who do not return."
"She is right. They could add plentifully to our lands."
"Is that wisdom or greed?"
Alaric asked softly.
"Her motives are not selfish. Too many lean upon me for me to leave them to fulfill a private desire. There will be wars enough that I cannot avoid."
Alaric didn't know how to advise his son. Conan would be no less a man for not going on the crusade. He would still be a powerful lord in his own time, and he would not forget the ways of fighting. But a broken spirit would hinder his future, and that was what Alaric feared.
"You are an honorable man, Conan," Alaric said. "There is only one thing I haven't been able to teach you. I shall never be able to teach you."
Conan looked at Alaric with a quizzical expression.
"There comes a time in every man's life when he can no longer meet all of his obligations, when his loyalties are too far-reaching for him to maintain them properly. It is as precarious as scaling a high wall, his own desires causing him to lean one way and the needs of others forcing him to lean the other way. To and fro he stumbles, balancing the weights."
Until he falls? Conan asked with little enthusiasm. You scale that wall now. The wants of those you've pledged to support could be confused in your mind with needs. I can abandon those who depend on me and seek my own adventures, but will I find happiness in breaking my word? Conan asked sullenly. Alaric chuckled. Although Conan was not yet 25 years old and had already burdened himself with many demanding dependents, that was not the cause of his misery. Rather, it was his reluctance to stand up for his own desires, to choose the best direction for his own life. When all these that you serve are gone, who will you serve then? Alaric asked. There will be others, he replied testily, aggravated with his father's riddles. It was a habit of Alaric's to weave these little webs and let Conan struggle for the answers. He could never just give his advice and be finished. Ah, there will be others, Alaric confirmed. For as long as you are so willing to please, there will be many to offer you the chance to do them service. There is only one man, I think, who can reward you justly for your honor. The king? When he thinks me a coward and a fool? Not the king, Alaric said. Who then? Conan demanded impatiently. When you find him, son, and begin to serve his needs faithfully, you will find the burdens others would have you carry just a bit easier to bear. On the day before Tedric and Chandra were to depart from the city, Tedric took Chandra to Alaric's home to visit Edwina. It was a gesture of goodwill that amazed both Chandra and Medwyn. Once there, he spoke to Alaric. My lord, he said humbly, it sits ill with me that I have angered you. If my ways were roguish, I pray you forgive me. Alaric was taken aback by the apology and looked at Tedric skeptically. A once fond friendship has been rent apart, he said. The door between your father and me is closed. I cannot accept blame for that, Tedric said. You would have closed that door had I falsely accused Conan. But our wives are sisters. There must be a peace that is at least livable. Alaric nodded once. I will not close my house to you when you seek only to reunite family. But Tedric, I will not try to mend this break with Theodoric, and I cannot speak to Conan for you. Tedric smiled and bowed, excusing the old gentleman. Conan wouldn't stay in the hall and left immediately after wishing Chandra well, without a word to Tedric. Udele would have escaped also, for she, most of all, wished to avoid Tedric. But when he begged a moment of her time, she could not refuse him, fearing he would state his business while others were near enough to hear. Your debt is free, lady, he said in a hushed whisper. So you show your true colors, she hissed. I should have known you did not come here on a mission of kindness. Richard has claimed the records of the lender's debts, he advised her. Yours will be included, I suspect. Though the king might not easily find the man who borrowed for you, I could help him. A bauble or two will keep me quiet a while longer. Tedric whispered. I have nothing, she insisted. How well is your future fixed when Alaric and Conan learn of our dealings? Udele's eyes were alive with the hate she felt for him. Do not ask too much of me, Tedric, she warned. Do not make the anger of my husband and son seem a better bargain. Udele watched Tedric leave with hardened eyes. She was one of the few to know just how trapped Chandra really was. Chapter 14. Sir Tedric was fortunate in that the silver he owned had lent itself to a practical use. There were men to be found who didn't relish war, but would swear to serve a young knight in England. He paid his scutage to Richard, and with 20 new men-at-arms, Tedric rode into Cordell. Chandra rode behind him. She did not smile or wave. But Wynne, feeling the exuberance of coming home, beamed in pleasure to those villagers who watched them enter. Tedric was most anxious to view this holding and set out immediately with some of his men to look through the town. When he was gone, Chandra turned to Wynne. "If you tell Sir Tedric one word of our forest guard, I will beat you myself." "But, lady, he is—" "For the time being, Wynne, don't think. I must see your father at once. Bring him to me before Tedric returns." Shaking her head in confusion, Wynne left the hall to go to the small house that her father, Sir William, kept. Chandra looked about the room. It was orderly, and more benches and trestle tables had been supplied by Agnes, William's wife and loyal caretaker of Cordell. "You have always pleased the nobles in this hall, Agnes. I have no doubts about your talents. I have sent for Master William. When he comes, send him to my chamber." Then, with a great deal of worry on her mind, Chandra went to the storeroom to draw out some money and placed it in a bag. She noted with pride that the sum kept at Cordell wasn't touched by any of the castle folk or residents of the village. And while she hoped this action she took was unnecessary, she greatly feared that Tedric's hand would find its way into this vault and allow himself more than he deserved of Cordell's revenues. She intended to avert that from happening. Not much later, in her chamber, Master William entered and stood before her. "We have not much time," she said, indicating a chair opposite her, a table that served as her writing desk between them. "My husband, Sir Tedric, has brought men-at-arms with him," she said. "I saw them, lady." "I believe he will use them as guards," Chandra went on. "I think we will let him do that without argument." "And the forest guard? And the men on the coast?" Chandra sighed. "For the moment, I think it best to show my husband little of Cordell's secrets. Use care in sending your people in and out of the wood. And this," she said, pushing the purse filled with coin toward him, "should be put in a reserve for a day when some emergency arises." William raised one brow. "You do not trust the new lord? Your marriage?" "Much against my will," she said, looking down at a parchment and writing, though she did this only to escape William's eyes. What she wrote didn't make any sense to her later. "I dearly hope that he will prove a good lord and gentle husband, but in the event that the opposite is true, we must be prepared." William's frown bore down on her. "Perhaps my words do not give Tedric his due, William. This will be his burg, too, as he shares it with me. He has, in good faith, lent me the right to manage my dower as I will, but I have known Tedric to be cruel and wicked, and I fear he can be again." "Do you know why I warn you?" she asked coyly. "I think so, lady," he replied. "Clearly, an arrow perfectly placed from the wood or the town might well end my troubles as I see them. But it would serve no good in this burg. You would swiftly see the town in flames, and Cordell would no longer belong to my family." "Aye, lady," he said, rising. "And there is no one to avenge us under misrule?" "Medwyn is old. Those men-at-arms under his command can protect Failing Castle well, but I cannot depend on his support now." "And Sir Conan?" John asked. Her eyes became glassy and looked past him to some distant place. Then she caught herself and looked again at her parchment, taking up the quill and making some marks on the page. "I would not lay that burden to Sir Conan now. You do not know the extent of the fief wars that could follow." "Aye, lady," William replied, but he did not know. The battle would reach a great deal farther than Cordell. It could easily grow to include all of Alaric's holdings against all of Theodoric's. Conan could lose everything, and she would not ask him to take that risk. William stood and tucked the purse into his belt. It was not well hidden, but neither did it seem to draw much notice. He was bowing to leave when the door of her chamber swung wide and Tedric entered. Chandra rose. "My lord," she said, still uneasy with this title she must lay to him now. "Master William is our head huntsman. You can count on him to bring anything you request from the forest. His talents supply much of what our tables bear." "Food does not concern me," he said, throwing his gauntlets onto her desk. "I can see your father's eagerness to see you wed. This town is like sleeping prey. My men will see it better kept from now on."
"Thank you, Master William. You may go." She turned to her husband. "I will rest easier knowing you have seen to the protection of this burg," she said. She heard the door close softly as William left them.
"It is small, as I was promised, but it will do," he said.
"It could be larger," she offered. "We could easily extend the farming land."
"I can't see the need to waste my time trying to make this piddling acreage into something grand. There are other lands to be had."
"Tedric, your dreams are bigger than your ability."
"The beautiful Chandra,"
he said sarcastically, reaching out a hand to caress her cheek.
"The fair damsel. You've grown accustomed to hearing about your beauty and strength, haven't you? You've learned to enjoy the worshipful look of every young lad that passes. In time, you will feel less like a goddess."
He turned to walk toward the door that joined their chambers.
"Send Wynne to me," he said. "I have need of her."
"Tedric, she is a young lass and does not know the ways of—"
"Never mind, Chandra. The lass knows more than you credit her for. She would not thank you for your interference."
"You must not take advantage of her naivete. She does not know—"
"Very well, I will find her myself,"
he said, leaving the room. With a touch of panic, Chandra ran hurriedly to the hall below, where she found Wynne with her mother. She brought the girl to her chamber and made her stay close. For several days, Tedric gained a fair amount of amusement from the way Chandra kept the girl under her protective wing. She even had the girl place her pallet beside Chandra's bed to sleep there at night, until Tedric strode in and asked Wynne to leave them in privacy. Tedric was not gentle, and he used her body to please himself just as he used her land to get him the money he needed for more profitable ventures. She warned Wynne to be careful to keep herself from being alone with Tedric. "I am afraid he will take advantage of you," she said. "He looks at you in a way that frightens me." But Wynne's look clearly said she pitied Chandra for so badly misjudging a good man. "You do Sir Tedric wrong, I fear. Lady, he has been nothing but kind to me." She could do nothing to make the girl see. In truth, while the castle folk were a bit wary of their new lord, as they would be with any new lord, Tedric had done nothing to cause them to fear or hate him. In the time he took to acclimate himself to Cordell, he did not act any less than a chivalrous and honorable knight. But hardly a week passed before Wynne came to attend her one morning with eyes downcast, dark circles under them. She had been crying. Chandra sat on the edge of her bed while Wynne knelt to hold the slippers to her feet. She put a finger under the maid's chin to raise her face. "Wynne?" she questioned softly. She gasped at the large bruise on the maid's cheek. Wynne let her head fall into Chandra's lap, and all her pent-up anger and humiliation bled itself out in tears. Chandra lightly stroked her hair and back, knowing what had probably befallen the lass. It was a long time before Wynne's crying ceased. "Did he hurt you badly?" Chandra asked. It was a moment before Wynne could speak, and when she did, she could not look at Chandra. "He did not beat me much," she said. "Look at me, Wynne." "Lady," the girl choked. "I cannot." "Lift your eyes. It is not your fault." "Lady, how you must hate me. How foolish I have been." "I do not hate you," Chandra said consolingly. "You could not see Tedric's cruel nature. He kept it well hidden." "You tried to warn me," she sobbed. "I should have done more. I should have sent you from this house when I suspected. Truth, I thought he would seduce you to his bed. Even I did not see that he might take you by force." "I am so ashamed." "You needn't feel shame.
You had nothing to say in what happened. Now you must stay close by me and out of his way as much as you can." "What does it matter now?" Wen asked weakly. "I'm already spoiled for any marriage. He cannot hurt me any more than he already has." "You need not be his slave," Chandra said sternly. "You are a servant to me, and your duties do not involve Tedric." But she feared there was little she could do to prevent Tedric from taking what he pleased. "Your parents, Wen, do they know?" Wen shook her head, and yet another tear fell from her eye. "I will have to attend to that," Chandra said resolutely. In the hall later, she encountered Tedric. He leaned against the wall and smiled lazily. He took perverse pleasure in assuming that his act had been discovered. Chandra's glare proved he was right. "Where do you go so early this morning, my lady?" he asked insolently. "I go to ask Master William not to avenge his daughter's rape. I pray he sees the wisdom of my pleas." Tedric threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Revenge? From a simple serf?" "You are a bigger fool than I imagined, my lord," she said through clenched teeth. "Had you not given thought to an arrow as you rode past the wood? A knife while you knelt at mass? Tedric, your gods cannot protect you from everything. They offer little protection from the simple villagers you pass every day in your own halls. Should any harm come to me, do you think my father and my brothers would allow it to pass? When will a common serf free himself from my lordship with the point of his knife?" Chandra met his cold grey eyes with determination in her own. "When there is nothing more you can take from them, Tedric, that is when." The season of Christmas drew in on the land with blowing cold and swirling snow. The town of Stoddard didn't have the look of a gay village, for the people there labored hardest just to keep their small huts warm. And the hall was likewise very cold, the servants working constantly to keep the fires blazing. Many townspeople sought haven in the hall if their homes were inadequate against the storm. Lady Edwina served a steaming brew by her own hand to some who huddled there. The fur lining of her mantle kept her warm, and she'd drawn from her own coffer certain cloaks to warm those in the hall. It wasn't often that the hall was crowded with people. There were no grand dinners or parties at Stoddard, and visitors were few, mostly travelers who could find no other lodging for the night. The town had no inn. The door to the keep opened, and the wind from without blustered into the hall. Conan stood brushing the snow from his mantle, a froth of white glistening on his beard. He threw off the cloak, and a servant snatched it up to lay it before the hearth to dry. Edwina approached him immediately. "The first thing we must do in the spring to assure these people the use of their homes through the winter is to rebuild much of this burg. None of these folk could survive the night in this storm." "There, child, there," she said, pointing to a lad lying before the hearth on a straw pallet. "He is nearly frozen. Why did they wait for so long to come to the hall?" Conan smiled with affection as his wife spoke. Her concern for the people of the town warmed his heart. "The hall is more theirs than mine," he said. "I have told them in time of trouble they are welcome here." "I would have you send some men into the village before nightfall to be certain there are no others who should be here." "Very well, madam," he returned, his eyes shining. "Conan, you must be cold," she said, pulling on his arm. "I've kept you here talking when you should be warming yourself. Come." The moment he stood before the fire, she went to kneel beside the youngster and put a hand to his brow. She spoke quietly to his mother, and then rose to some other chore. Conan watched her as she moved about the hall, taking a cup to one and talking to another. The storm would not last long. There was no cause to fear. But he gained much pleasure in seeing his wife show such concern for the people. Conan was just beginning to see what had been missing here while Edwina kept residence at Anselm. When the day became darker and evening was upon them, Edwina sank to a chair before the fire and held a mug of hot wine to her lips. In her slightly rounding tummy there was a fluttering and churning. A smile came to her lips. The child was strong, she told herself. It moved early, and it must be a son. She had not felt well in the early days of pregnancy, but that had passed and been replaced by the first faint movements. His thrusts and kicks became stronger with each passing day. This time, she assured herself, she would carry the child easily. "You are tired from your labors, madam," her husband said. "Aye, Conan, it has been a long day." He knelt beside her and brushed a wisp of her blonde hair back from her brow. She took his hand in hers and guided it to the obtrusion that was his child, and he felt the movements there. All through the day the child was still, she told him. And the moment I can rest, he begins his antics. This will be a lively son, mark my word. You have made me proud, Edwina. I would not have thought you capable of doing all that you have. She laughed lightly and brought his hand to her lips, placing a soft kiss in the palm. She looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes that he had not seen before. I would not have thought it myself, my lord. I am only lately finding joy in rest well earned. The burdens of this hall have become a blessing. She smiled at him and said softly, I have never known such happiness, my lord. You have indeed earned your rest. Come now, and let us find our bed. You must take care of my son. That is your first duty. The night was too frightfully cold to dally with nighttime grooming rituals. Edwina let her hair fall down from her tightly coiled braids and untangled it with her fingers. She quickly donned a heavy muslin sleeping gown with long sleeves and climbed into bed. She snuggled close to Conan for warmth, and he received her gratefully. He was more patient with her than she could ever remember. Though he'd always been kind and tolerant, in the last 2 months he seemed to show her more affection than ever before. He stayed close by her side and complimented her every effort sincerely. The extra pounds the pregnancy brought somehow found her face, usually long and thin, and it became rounder and more healthy-looking. And she found such relief in being here in her own home rather than managing in Udele's home. She laughed more often and found great joy in pleasing Conan. She felt, finally, that she was of some real value to him. As she lay in bed beside her husband, his arm encircling her and her head resting on his shoulder, she felt the security of love. When my son is born, she thought just before drifting off to sleep, my husband will teach him honor and strength, and I shall teach him love. The storm left a cover of crisp snow in its wake, and the dreary skies of winter prevailed. The people of Stoddard were able to labor out of doors once again, and all were busy preparing for the celebration of Christmas. Breads were baked and ale was brewed. It was a time of great community, and if the people had been indifferent in their feelings toward their lord and lady before, now they were steadfast in their respect and appreciation because of the generosity shown during the early winter storm. The roundness of Lady Edwina's belly brought the women ever to her side to give her aid, and all noticed that her smile was quick and her eyes aglow with the wonder of a mother-to-be. And Sir Conan showed in his manner a contentment that his people had not previously seen. A man who had long been beset with nervous energy and a quick pace, he'd seemed to learn the art of relaxing. He no longer sought to work late into the night, but retired early to a bedchamber where warmth welcomed him and brought him rest. Sir Conan received by messenger a letter telling him that his mother and sister were coming to give what aid they could to Edwina during the Christmas celebrating. Sir Mallory had left just after King Richard early in December, and Edith, being at loose ends and missing her husband, wished to be with them during this gay season. Conan, you must write them and tell them I do not need any help. I am managing very well, Edwina said tremulously. The thought of Udele's coming caused her insides to churn in apprehension. Conan laughed lightly and touched her cheek. She does not come so much to help, Sherry, but to assess our situation. She does not have a high opinion of Stoddard. I don't believe she would come if you were not here, Edwina said. Indeed not. He laughed. She loves nothing so much as thinking she manages my life. And for as long as I live, I imagine that she will be ever near with her advice. And this does not bother you? She asked. Her interference has more than once upset the normal routine, he said with a shrug. If it gives her pleasure, I can bear the burden. But I cannot, Edwina thought in near despair. I do not manage quite as well when Lady Udele is near, she sighed. I do not think she likes me. Nonsense, he replied. She would not come to see that you are well if she did not like you. But that is not why she comes, Edwina blurted. Conan looked at her in confusion for a moment, while Edwina stammered and twisted her hands, not knowing what to say. It had been a very long time since he'd seen his wife act thus. He raised a suspicious brow as he queried, Why then? She has not always been kind to me, Conan, she said haltingly. He folded his arms across his chest and waited for something more. She has said cruel things to me because of my frequent illnesses, yet it was she who insisted I be put to bed most often, especially when you were near. She chided me for not giving you a child, yet became angry when we again shared a bed. And then she questioned me every morning about our most private moments. Conan, when you were near enough to hear, she was kind to me, but when you were away, she was cruel. She hates me. I cannot please her well or ill, no matter how— He was quiet for a moment as Edwina's complaints dwindled low and she finally ceased. Are you certain it is not larger in your mind? He asked. Oh, nay, Conan. Edith has often witnessed her hostile manner with me. And why have you never told me of this problem before? Oh, Conan, I know you love her, and truly she has always treated you with so much fondness and devotion that I feared— She hung her head and her next words came very softly. I feared you would not believe me. He lifted her chin with a finger. You have never lied to me. Why would I not believe what you tell me now? Because you have never seen your mother as anything less than a great lady, she said sadly. And she is a great lady, in her hall, with her family. It just seems that I cannot win her favor. He smiled. She plays her role very well, he said easily. But I have seen her push her authority too far, and I am aware of my mother's less desirable traits. Will you ask her not to come? She asked meekly. He kissed her cheek tenderly. Nay, I cannot. She would be badly offended, and my father would question my manners. But you are lady here, Edwina, and Madam will treat you well, or she will be escorted home. Will you stay in the hall? She asked. As often as I possibly can, he promised. The first few days that Udele and Edith were present were easily passed. Then, quite suddenly, there was a strange occurrence. Edwina had felt slightly ill while going about her chores and took a moment to sit and rest. The ill feeling persisted and she felt hot and flushed. She thought to move from the fire and stand before the door to let the cold draft cool her face, but before she reached the door, she fainted. Conan carried his wife to their chamber and stood at her bedside while a cool, damp rag was being fetched. There was no fever, and Edwina was quickly revived. Conan questioned her anxiously. Are you ill? I think not, she sighed. I feel fine now. You will stay the rest of the day in bed, he ordered. I will be assured of your good health before you are allowed up. He stayed with her while her women undressed her to help her into her sleeping gown. There were red stains on her shift and kirtle. A feeling of fear and horror swept over them both. "It will not be so," she whispered with determination that was impossible to ignore. "The child will not be lost. If I have to lie in this bed until Eastertide, the child will be born." At Edwina's insistence, the Christmas feast went on in her absence. She kept cautiously to her bed, though she was feeling quite well. The child moved within her, and those reassuring flutters kept her spirits high. There was a small amount of bleeding, but she felt no pain. She was determined she would not miscarry again. "It is good that I am here," Lady Udele said. "Sometimes a mother knows when her children have need of her." "I will trust you to treat Edwina with the utmost care," Conan advised his mother sternly. "Say nothing that will upset her in any way, and do not even suggest the child might come too early." Through the 12 days, Edwina kept mostly to her bed. Conan on occasion carried her to the dining hall to take a meal so that she might be in the company of the other castle folk. In spite of the unhappy circumstances, Edwina was marvelously bright. "I am well," she insisted. "My mother was plagued with difficulty in bearing children and was often put to bed. It is worth the bother." "Your mother delivered no sons," Udele remarked. Conan frowned at his mother and looked at her closely. "And if there are no sons for me, madam, my daughters will bring lands to great families," Conan said tartly. "And Galen will do his part to carry on the family name." Udele stiffened in indignation at her son's harsh tone. She could feel that the bond between husband and wife had strengthened. She had not foreseen the possibility of that. "I am not afraid, madam," Edwina said with confidence. "I will give Conan a son. One child we lost was a son, and I know myself capable of bearing another. And this child is safe within me. He moves daily, and there is no pain. You will see. Come Easter, you will be a grandmother." Udele's spine straightened, and her mouth was set in a grim line. She stared at Edwina for a long moment. "I hope you are right, darling. I do hope all goes well." Edwina, so pleased with a kind word from her husband's mother, smiled back with genuine affection. "You must not worry. It will be so." She laughed softly and touched her husband's arm. "And I am learning to manage this household from my bed, as my mother did in such times." "A strong woman Millicent was," Conan said matter-of-factly. "Though she may have been weak of body, she was a strong lady for Phelan. And Edwina grows stronger with her years." Udele smiled at the young couple, but inside disgust gnawed at her. She remembered Millicent well. Medwin had worshipped her. It wasn't a part of her plan that Edwina would be like her mother, and she could not accept Conan as a doting and solicitous husband. She'd expected him to be ambitious, busily seeking greater riches, not bound to this beggarly hall. He could be swayed, though it was hard to influence him when he was set apart from her, as now. She could easily convince him, as she had in the past, that she knew what was best for his future. "Mallory has been gone for more than a month," Conan said to his sister. "How fare you now?"
"Oh, it is lonely," Edith said softly, "but I am grateful for the time we've had."
She smiled with the maturity of a woman secure in her love. "And I look forward to the time ahead when he is home."
"You are welcome here whenever you wish," Conan told her. "And you, madam," he said, turning to his mother. "You must be thinking often of father, alone in Anselm Keep. I imagine you are anxious to make your way home."
Udele looked up, startled. "How can I leave when Edwina is still confined to her bed?" she asked incredulously.
"You cannot do more for her than the servants are already doing," he remarked. "If I'm called away from Stoddard, I can send for Edith.
She needs the chores to keep her mind free from worry, but I strongly doubt that I will have to leave in winter.
Conan, you must consider bringing Edwina to Anselm so that I can closely guard her health,
Udele argued. I'm afraid that is out of the question, madam. She doesn't wish to live apart from me, and my place is here.
In this wretched place? I raised you for much better than this, and Anselm is your home. Put a castellan in charge here and come home to serve your father. He needs you.
Conan laughed at his mother. Madam, I used the better part of a year riding between Stoddard and Anselm, and never did I find father in grave need of my help. He manages as well as he ever did. If you are so worried about him, you must hurry home to see that he is well.
Udele's face flushed with anger. Soon you will have to come home, Conan. Though you may not see it, your father ages. I would be the one to know.
It will not be very long before Galen can be of service to you at Anselm,
Conan replied without much concern. Galen? She asked.
I did not say I would give him my inheritance, but I have Phelan, and Medwyn, I fear, will have more need of me than father. Remember, madam, that you have 2 sons, and Medwyn none.
Udele's green eyes were lit by a strange fire. I fear telling your father of your plan. It may kill him.
Conan smiled leisurely. You insist on worry. Father knows and agrees it's wise.
Her eyes blazed. And it was not mentioned to me by either of you? When Anselm is to be my home for the rest of my days, no one saw fit to ask for my thoughts on the matter?
Indeed, madam. Your position was considered very carefully. Were you old and less capable, I would take personal responsibility for Anselm. But you will be a great help to Galen. You could manage without the aid of a man, and I have known you to do so.
But Conan, she pleaded, if you are willing to leave a castellan in your charge here at Stoddard, consider the many possibilities. You could be free to pursue the gain of more land, adding to your estate. And Anselm is the richest, and therefore should be the only one managed by you. You've no need for a castellan if I am there and your visits are frequent. Put Galen to better use. Send him to Phelan and use your skills to— Conan shrugged to show his lack of interest before his mother could finish.
I find myself with a full bevy of duties already. Should the day ever come that I can manage what I have with such ease as to find leisure time, perhaps there will be a desire for other lands.
He laughed.
I doubt I'll have much chance of seeing that day.
You leave me ill-fixed, Conan, Udele said bitterly.
Nay, madam, you will always be well cared for. I gave my word to that. But your preference that I'm ever close to your counsel and in constant pursuit of more wealth is not a part of the bargain. My mind is made.
The meal passed with Udele saying little and most of the conversation passing between Conan, Edwina, and Edith. Edwina did not dally in the hall but allowed her husband to guide her slowly up the stairs and help her into bed. Edith followed, and Udele was left alone. And this is how it will be, she thought angrily. He will treat me like a worthless old woman before my time. The great and honorable knight has no interest in lands, power, and wealth. After all I have done to guide him toward a position of greatness. After all I have sacrificed to help him rise to a position to build an empire, he will closet himself with his sickly wife and live out his days in Medwyn's meagre hall, never seeking more, never improving on his lot. She rose to go to her chamber and met Conan on the stair as he was leaving Edwina.
Mother,
he said quietly,
you will feel better about father's fitness when you are with him again. It will not take you long to prepare to travel back to Anselm.
Udele looked at her son closely. Her eyes were bright and turbulent. She didn't answer him, but turned and continued down the hall to her own chamber. She hadn't foreseen this when she'd put so much effort into Conan's grooming. She hadn't considered that he would not go along with her plans and goals for him. Chapter 15. The weather had turned crisp and clear with the new year, and, while cold, there were no storms brewing in the sky. Lady Udele's journey to Anselm could not be delayed any longer. As she looked about her room at the ready parcels, she felt a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach, although her anger had cooled somewhat. Udele went to the small window and brushed the heavy cover aside to look into the courtyard below. Conan was helping Edith to the back of a dapple-gray mare, and then mounted his own steed so they could go for a ride together on this cold winter day. It was only the second time during the visit that Conan and his sister had allowed a small space of time to be together and talk, but to Udele it was the greatest affront. How carefully he tended these young women. Edwina was tucked safely in her bed, and Edith was counseled and eased through her lonely state. Did he think at all of business, of politics, lands to be acquired? Her hand came to her breast as if to ease the twisting feeling in her heart. If she could only have more of his time, she could make him see what greatness there was to be had. She tore herself from the window and with long, determined strides made her way to Edwina's chamber. Sitting up in her bed, donned in a deep green velvet robe, she didn't look weak or sickly. There was a healthy flush on her cheeks, and her shining golden hair streamed down onto her shoulders in glowing torrents. She smiled as she saw Conan's mother enter, and her eyes danced with new life. Despite the gloominess of her feelings, Udele still had her wits about her. She saw that her one chance of reaching Conan would come from making Edwina her ally. She returned Edwina's smile and kissed her brow. "You are looking fit, dear heart," Udele cooed. "I feel fit, madam, but I have no wish to worry Conan. I will keep my place a few days longer." Udele looked about the room. There was but one serving woman with Edwina. Udele turned to her with a smile. "It is still so cold," she said pleasantly. "I would dearly love a cup of hot milk on such a day." The serving woman nodded and left them alone. Udele sat on the edge of Edwina's bed and took her hand. "Edwina, my love, I have tried to help you in the past, and you must do your part for me now. Urge Conan to return to Anselm, to his father and me." "Madam, he knows his father's needs, and rest assured if Lord Alaric had need of him, I would not detain him here. I would certainly insist that he serve his father first." "Edwina, listen to me," Udele said in a tone that was much more humble than she was accustomed to using. "Unless Conan returns to Anselm to live, he'll not see that Galen is not strong enough to manage that holding. We must show him that Anselm, the largest and richest of all that he owns, is his first concern. You must help me." "Madam," Edwina said with a sternness Udele had not previously heard, "the matter is for Conan and his father to decide." "But this notion of taking Falcon Castle in lieu of his own Anselm is foolish. What whim is this?" "The need is greater at Falcon," Edwina said calmly. "Lord Alaric agrees." "Alaric? Ugh, that old fool!" Udele spat, forgetting her plan to form an alliance with Edwina. "He would have Conan take the cross and go off to some heathen land to die by an infidel's sword. He gives no thought to estates to be gained in England. You can thank me for the fact that Conan stays. 'Twas I who urged him not to abandon his wife for a foolish war." Udele rose and walked away from the bed a few paces, turning only to find Edwina smiling calmly. "A foolish war, madam? For Christ?" She shook her head sadly. "'Twas not for me that you urged him to stay, for I would have sent him off with my prayers had he chosen to go. It was for yourself." "You ungrateful wretch!" Udele hissed. You cannot thank yourself for this rich marriage you've made. 'Twas I. You would be bound to that idiot Tedric even now if I had not encouraged my son to take you for his bride.
I know that, Edwina said, and even now I wonder why.
For Phelan! I could not stand by and let Conan take a pauper bride while Tedric moved into the lands adjoining ours. What future for my son then? Should he sit idle while Tedric becomes richer?
Had you left Conan alone, he might have married a richer woman, Edwina started.
Richer? Ha! What riches see you in Cordell?
Udele looked in shock at Edwina, for she had not thought this argument through carefully. The words spilled from her mouth haplessly in her frustration at not being able to make Edwina see their plight. Cordell? Edwina questioned. A smile came to her lips as she looked at the rattled woman. Oh, madam, did you fear he would marry Chandra and bring a modest keep to the family? Edwina laughed suddenly. She had eyes for him, to be sure, and you took that to mean he would marry her?
Oh, you stupid wench! He loves her still.
My lady, Edwina said, shaking her head with amusement. Conan is fond of Chandra. He's always thought highly of her, but you need not fear. We all love her dearly.
You are a foolish child,
Udele said hotly. It is not so innocent as you suspect.
Tedric heard them himself in the garden on the eve of your wedding.
Conan unburdened his heart to her.
He told her he deeply regretted his choice and wished to undo it, but alas, he would never break his word. Edwina, I have saved us all from shame. In time, Conan surely would have yielded to his passion.
Edwina frowned slightly and looked closely at her mother-in-law.
Edwina,
Udele said, do you not notice the way he looks at her when she is near? Your halls are alive with the gossip.
Conan loves your sister.
The frown in Edwina's brow deepened. Madam, how have you saved me from shame? She asked suspiciously.
I was the one to help Tedric into marriage with your sister. He could not have managed that alone. And now you need not fear. Tedric will never let her out of his sight.
The money he gave my father for her hand, Edwina said thoughtfully. I would not have thought you had such great sums. It was not difficult to come by. It was what I had to do, for Conan and for you. For me? But, madam, I have never worried that Conan would stray from my side. Edwina thought for a moment, and then, with a half-smile she hoped Udele would warm to, she spoke again. But you are good to think of me, my lady. However did you raise the great wealth it took to sway my father? I have traded with the Jews on occasion, she said easily, not remembering the trouble she caused the last time she let that information slip. But you must not tell Conan. He would not understand that I was thinking only of him. Of him? Of course, madam, you were worried for him. And how will you ever repay the sum? Is there a way I can help you? Udele did not sense Edwina's ploy. The debt is cancelled. The usurer was killed in the riots. Udele folded her hands across her chest and watched leisurely as Edwina threw back the covers and sat on the edge of the bed. It was not perhaps the same Jew that Tedric was accused of killing. Udele's eyes grew wide as she realized her mistake. She feared the worst, that Edwina would not keep her secret.
Don't be foolish, Edwina. Conan has loved Chandra. I feared you would be abandoned and left to watch as your husband claimed your own sister. Chandra did not want to marry Tedric. And why? Because she is in love with Conan still.
Madam, Edwina said, rising and finding her slippers.
You have been badly fooled. Tedric invented his story to bleed you of money, and you believed him. Now you have not only the money you gave him to burden your conscience, but the blood of the lender is on your hands as well. No doubt Tedric killed the man to free you of your debt."
"Fooled? Nay," Udele protested. "Nay, he was not lying. I have seen Conan's eyes when he looks at your sister. Edwina, can you really be so blind?"
Edwina shook her head, refusing Udele's pleading. "You have been tricked, madam, and worse, you've sold my sister into marriage with a murderer. I only hope there is still time to help her." Edwina began to walk to her chamber door and turned suddenly at the sound of Udele's laughter, a chilling and eerie sound that was not born of mirth. When she looked at her mother by marriage, she found the woman facing her with arms outstretched and palms up. The fear was gone from Udele's face, and there was now pleading.
"But dear Edwina, I had nothing to do with the Jew's murder," Udele said confidently. "There is no record bearing my name for the loan. You see, I am innocent in this affair. You could claim that I feared Conan was in love with your sister, but why? Where would the good in it be? 'Twould only serve to further upset your husband, and there is nothing more he can do. And as for the murder, would you have Conan attempt his accusation of Tedric again, when there is no proof of any wrongdoing? Such a fuss. And for what?"
Edwina looked with pity on her husband's mother. "After all the wrong you have done, you worry only about causing a fuss."
"Oh, madam!"
Edwina's hand touched the latch to her chamber door.
"Edwina, dear heart,"
Udele attempted, grasping at one more chance to save herself.
"Never mind, madam. It will be difficult, but perhaps it is not too late to undo what you have done."
Edwina left the room and walked to the stair.
Udele followed, her mind racing. Edwina would go to Conan. And what would he do with this story? Would he ride directly to Theodoric? Alaric? Richard?
As Edwina took the first step, she swooned slightly and clutched at the wall, leaning backward on the stair to counterbalance. A dizzy spell? A sudden weakness from the excitement of their confrontation? Udele looked behind her. They were alone. There was no one at the bottom of the stair. Her hands came out and pushed at Edwina's back. Edwina gasped in surprise and lost her footing, falling and striking her head and then rolling, the swishing of her gown and the thumping of her limbs on the stair the only sound. Udele screamed, an involuntary shriek of horror, more at what she'd done without even thinking than at the sight of her son's young wife falling down the hard stone stairs. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears sprang to her eyes, tears of fear and desperation. She screamed again for help and ran to the bottom, finding Edwina in a heap there, her head bruised and her legs twisted in an unnatural position. The servants, summoned by Udele's screams, arrived to find Udele hovering over the motionless form of their lady. Udele lifted Edwina's head into her lap and, while weeping and shrieking, stroked her hair away from her smashed brow.
"She fainted on the stair,"
she cried over and over, but within herself all the tears and trembling came from the knowledge that she had pushed the woman, instinctively, grasping at her own survival, without a thought. She put her cheek next to Edwina's nose. No breath came from her. She was dead. Udele felt a shudder run through her as she realized that she had murdered. Her wails became louder, and she let her head fall to Edwina's still chest, clutching her as if she had been a dearly loved child. Lady Udele had to be pulled from Edwina's still body. The lifeless form, a small bit of blood running from her brow and ear, was carried to the same chamber that she had just left. The servants laid her on the bed with measured care, straightening her clothing and arranging her limbs in a comfortable-looking position. Udele shortly freed herself from those holding her and ran sobbing to the same room, falling to the floor before the bed and resting her head on Edwina's cold hand. Fear and revulsion made composure impossible for Udele. She looked up several times at Edwina's face, where a look of horror was etched, her wide-open eyes staring straight to the heavens, and her mouth still open in a silent scream. Gently, with trembling fingers, Udele brought the lids of her eyes down and pressed the gaping mouth closed. Edwina's look turned almost peaceful. "I never meant for her to be dead." Her mind tried to convince a jury that might descend on her and smite her as suddenly and thoughtlessly as Edwina had been smitten. Servants crowded around the weeping Udele, but she didn't notice their presence. Neither was she conscious of their slow and quiet withdrawal from the room as a taller and much more commanding figure entered. As she felt Conan's presence behind her, she turned red, swollen eyes up to him. He stared straight at the form that was his wife. His back was straight, his arms stiff at his sides. The blue of his eyes seemed sheathed in ice, anger and horror fixed his mouth into a straight line, and his temples pulsed with the rapid beat of his heart. "Conan," she began, rising to him. "Leave me," he said in a hoarse whisper, his eyes never moving from his wife's face. "Conan, let me comfort you." "Leave me!" Udele rose shakily to her feet, a slight and trembling form beside him. She looked into the cold harshness of his eyes and thought she saw a tear beginning to form. "Conan, she fainted on the—" With a sharp snap, his head jolted in her direction and stilled her attempted explanations. He stared at her with nothing less than hatred, and the guilt in her turned to fear that he would know what had happened. Cautiously, she turned and made her way out of the chamber, pausing to lean against the closed door to collect herself. The guilt and terror began to ease as a sense of order returned to her befuddled mind. No one had seen what happened. She hadn't pushed Edwina with enough force to leave marks on her back. Indeed, she was swooning on the stair. She might have fallen in any case. And Conan would need her now. He would need the support and comfort she could give. Only she knew how to give that support. He would suffer grave disappointment, for he certainly wanted the child. For a time, he would feel lost and need— A wail, loud and ringing with agony, came from the chamber within, stopping her thoughts and causing her to jump in surprise. Udele's eyes became round, and she almost panicked from the sheer passion and anguish of the cry. Finally, she moved down the hall toward her own room, a dazed look on her face. "Does he grieve?" she asked herself. "Did he truly cherish her so much? Did he learn to love her and finally forget the other woman? Giselle had said a lovely blonde woman with strength and passion. Edwina had certainly never been that. Never. But had she begun to fulfill that destined role? Was she the one after all? Stoddard Keep was kept quiet and dark through the evening. No one spoke above a whisper. And while food was put on the table in the hall, few felt the desire for it, and Conan ignored the tray placed outside the chamber door. Murmuring spread through the hall that Sir Conan had closeted himself with his dead wife. Some feared for his well-being, others questioned his sanity. Not one person within the keep slept easily. Morning brought Conan from his private hold, looking haggard and worn, but his eyes were of that clear and determined blue that his opponent saw in a contest of arms or battles. Udele found her son in the dining hall moments after he'd arrived. Clearly her task at hand was to show Conan she would never fail him. "Prepare Lady Edwina's body," he told a serving woman. "I will take her home to lie near her mother." "Then I will prepare to ride with you," Udele started.
"Madam, for the love of Christ, you are not needed at Phelan Castle. Take yourself and your train of servants to my father and bring this sad news to him."
He turned on his heel and left the hall, the brisk morning air rushing in as he opened the heavy door, catching the soft, light fabric of Udele's gown and causing it to billow. I must hasten, she thought. I must take myself to Anselm quickly. He will come to me when Edwina is buried and have need of my comfort. He will soon see there is no other more able. Before the sun was very high in the sky, Udele and Edith, with horsed men and many servants, were on the road to Anselm. In the cold of January, when the ground was more like rock than soil, and the wind threatened to rip a man's skin from his face, a place was rent in the merciless earth for the body of Lady Edwina de Corbeny of Falcon, Stoddard, and Anselm. A slow tear touched Medwyn's cheek, but that was all the pain he allowed to show. On one side of him stood Sir Conan, and on the other side was Lady Chandra, her husband next to her. Later, in the quiet of the hall, those same four sat around the Lord's table, and with a saddened and quiet mien they partook of an evening meal. Tedric, while cautiously quiet, was the only one who could find his appetite.
"You have delivered the tithe now without beggaring this estate,"
Conan said to Medwyn.
"Thanks to Tedric."
"You need not fear for Phelan now, son,"
Medwyn said wearily.
"I do not fear. I know that the money was necessary for you to exist. Should other problems with money arise, I would have you approach my father. I have allowed a substantial sum for emergencies."
Tedric looked up from his food and glared at Conan. Conan returned the stare.
"I am to inherit this land, this keep,"
Conan continued.
"It is not necessary to rely on any other for the help you need."
"You do not trust me even now,"
Tedric said.
"You are advising Medwyn to take nothing from me."
Conan looked at Tedric closely.
"Nay, Tedric, I do not trust you, and I do not want you to help Medwyn with any matter concerning my estate."
Tedric's jaw twitched in muted anger, and Chandra seemed to withdraw slightly in apprehension. Even Medwyn was uneasy with the fact that these two men were forced to share a table after the event of Edwina's death.
"My lord,"
Conan went on,
"I ask only one thing of you. In times of trouble, seek out my father or Galen. Either would work hard and honestly to preserve this estate for me."
Chandra sat a bit straighter in her chair, and a look of surprise came over her face.
"And why would I call on them when you are heir to all this?"
"Because I leave shortly to join Richard. I'll go to war."
"Now?"
Medwyn choked.
"Now, when so much rests on your management?"
"Aye, now. My father grows old, but he commands a strong army still, and Stoddard has benefited from my labors and is a fit place for Galen to learn his duties. As for Phelan, your army is not weak, and you can hold this hall. Should that prove difficult, my father and brother will support you.
But 'tis your presence in England that gives me peace of mind."
"My presence?"
Conan asked with a raised brow.
"Nobles who once praised my skills call me coward now, and my strong arm here is abused. While I'm anxious to serve, I found myself used as an errand boy for 2 aging lords and a lame bird to be mocked before my fellow knights. I could not leave England while Edwina was heavy with child. But she is gone, God rest her soul, and I have a matter to settle with myself, lest I come to doubt my own worth."
Medwyn raised his tired eyes to Conan and nodded.
"There is nothing here for you now, is there, son?"
Conan looked at Chandra, then Tedric. He returned his gaze to Medwyn.
"I do not take the concerns of my inheritance lightly, my lord, but wealth has never been of supreme importance to me. There's much I cherish here, I cannot deny that. But what is worth holding will keep faithful until my return."
Chandra raised crystalline blue eyes to meet his. A faint and almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Conan felt the comfort of her support. Any love that was true would not vanish with his leaving. Love would wait faithfully, as would battles to be fought. Medwin sighed and rose.
My youth is not so long past that I cannot remember the stirrings of a young man. I hope you find what you seek. I would take your blessings into battle, my lord, rather than your reluctance to see me go.
The old man moved to Conan's side of the table and dropped an arm about his shoulders.
I cannot give you men, but there are some things you might take with you. Come and look at the leather goods kept with the horses. Those who will pledge to ride with you will have need of sturdy stuff.
The two walked together to the rear of the keep. Chandra looked down at her hands and felt the tears collect in her eyes, but she did not dare let Tedric see. She longed to wish Conan well, to promise her prayers. Tedric gave a short laugh and looked at her.
Your hero is leaving you.
Chandra stiffened. Does this not finally convince you that he has no great longing for me? Tedric laughed outright.
Do not let your pain at his parting show, ma chérie. He goes now because there's nothing he can do to have you. But Conan is never long without a plan. Perhaps he thinks that riches and fame won in war will allow him a better chance at wresting you away from me when he returns. Ha! If he returns.
Your jealousy and greed eat at you, Tedric. He does not need to return to battle you. You will meet your own end through all this evil. He grasped her arm tightly, and she was stilled and forced to look into his steely gray eyes.
There is no one here to protect you, chérie, he said slowly. Have a care with your words.
Galen rode swiftly to meet his brother at an inn in Canterbury, following the message from his brother allowing for his rather premature release from the service of Sir Boswell. He walked with a proud gait, his head held high. He was certainly a de Corbeny. Conan saw him enter the common room and look about. As Conan approached him, Galen gave a sign of greeting and then fell to one knee before his brother. Conan's hand on his shoulder and a gentle but firm command bade him rise.
You are young, Galen, not yet 5 and 10, but you are strong. Sir Boswell speaks well of your talents.
Galen smiled in embarrassed pride.
You are too young to be knighted, Conan said. If I work hard, I will gain that honor by 18.
And then more quietly he added,
as you did.
Conan laughed lightly.
But we have not the time. Are you prepared to pledge your fealty to Richard our king, myself, and our father?
His mouth slightly agape. Galen could do nothing but nod the affirmative.
You will shortly take my place at Stoddard Keep until such a time as a proper castellan can be installed there. As for Lord Alaric, you must serve Anselm at his whim. In good time, Sir Medwin may have need of you. I have asked him to seek out you or our father in times of crisis, for that land is mine. You see, Galen, you must continue to learn as you rule. It'll not be an easy task, but one I believe you capable of. Conan, who will follow me? Any man who loves or fears me. The first you will find easily. The latter will find you. Is the need so great that I am called home to give you aid? You will be my aid, Galen, to be sure, but I'll not be near enough to counsel you. When you are installed on our home ground as our father's strong arm, I will leave for France. From there I will go with King Richard to the Holy Land.
He smiled proudly.
When I'm returned, you will have to share your empire with me.
Galen's eyes grew wide. He would protect these lands for Conan, or die trying. Before the Archbishop of Canterbury, Galen was knighted, one of the youngest ever. Then Conan made his pledge and oath to the cross. Before leaving for Anselm, Conan discarded his faithful colors and donned the gray of the Crusaders, with the white cross covering his chest. The total number of men-at-arms serving Anselm and Stoddard together totaled about 300. Of these, Conan would take 20 of the strongest and most willing, along with horses and the instruments of their profession. The banner that was raised as the small party reached the gates of Anselm Keep was not that of the Blue Falcon, but of the Cross. The gates were opened immediately, for the soldiers of the Cross would always be admitted. Lord Alaric and Lady Udele stood in the courtyard ready to greet the Crusaders. As Conan and Galen dismounted at a fair distance from their parents, a slow smile formed on Alaric's face. He stood tall and easy as the men approached, one wearing the red and blue of Anselm and the other wearing the cross. Udele's eyes widened and she slowly shook her head in silent denial. He was to stay in England, ready to take on the lands of nobles and landholders who didn't survive the war. Now, without a sickly wife to hold him back, he would finally be able to pursue the acquisition of lands. Her lips formed a silent no. The color drained from her face as a new thought came to her. If he did not survive the crusade, there would be nothing. Nothing! Before her husband noticed or her sons reached her, she fell to the ground in a faint. 8 men already selected from the guard at Stoddard Keep arrived as prearranged with horses and gear to travel with Conan to Visley. 12 of Anselm's finest prepared for the journey as well, offering Conan his troop of 20 sound knights. All was in readiness within 2 weeks' time. In the short time that it took Conan to prepare to leave, Udele began to look her years. She would not bid her son a decent farewell and refused to give her blessings to a war that would not promise profit and risked death.
"Do not be concerned," Alaric told his son. "She fears for you as any mother would and will be praying for your safety before the sun sets on this day." "Edwina, God rest her, would have yielded to my leaving with more grace than Madame shows," Conan said. "And it was Edwina's passing that made your decision final?" Alaric asked. "The pain of her death was greater than I could ever have foreseen," Conan said softly. "Then she died knowing that my name was despoiled before my kind, before my king. For her devotion I must reclaim my good name. I cannot hold what is mine when no credence is given to my honor or strength. When I am returned, I'll finish what business I have left undone."
Tired blue eyes crinkled at the corners in an affectionate smile.
"You have found the man you must serve with the greatest loyalty," Alaric said. "You have found yourself."
Alaric grasped Conan's upper arms.
"Go with God. Return victorious."
Part 3. Chapter 16. The rains washed away the memory of winter, but for those who'd suffered more privation than ever before, the easing of the weather with spring didn't heighten their hopes. The energetic smiles that had once greeted those who entered the small hamlet of Cordell were gone, and now the village looked as many others, its citizens moving through their chores and duties without much pleasure or satisfaction. Sir Tedric had proved to be a leader bereft of compassion and decency. During the cold winter, he'd collected a heavy tax to pay the scutage that freed him from service in the crusade, and had hoarded the winter's supply of food, yielding nothing to make the villeins more comfortable. His discipline was swift and harsh, and his guards were as cruel as he was. Chandra felt her strength begin to slip away many times, but she mustered her reserves and attempted to show courage if only for the sake of her people. Everywhere she looked, she saw evidence of Tedric's selfishness. Her people were left wanting and frightened. While she could not undo the trouble her husband had caused, she did what she could to encourage them all to endure and wait for a better day. As she leaned over the small pond in the Cordell Gardens, she looked at her face. She hadn't lived so very many years, and the bruise from her husband's hand in one of his recent rages was healed. But her face had changed. Etched in the fine, delicate features, she could see the passing of her sister, the slow deterioration of her father as he learned of her miseries, and the slow destruction of the home she loved and cherished. And more closely, in the deep blue eyes, she could see the sad memory of sending a lover off to war. She turned away from what she saw. Her beauty was not marred, but what emotional wounds lay beneath the flawless skin would take a long time to heal. "Lady," Wynne said softly. Chandra looked up to find the maid standing near, twisting her hands and looking down. Chandra stood and lifted her chin with a finger, looking into the innocent brown eyes. "Raise your eyes, Wynne, and straighten your back. Of all, you are least responsible for what has befallen you." "It will take time, lady," she said softly. "You have your dignity as long as you cling to it. Remember that." "Aye, lady," she murmured, her eyes lowering, a habit for her now. "Wynne," Chandra insisted, "do not face me with your shame. I too feel shame, for I was unable to protect you. Had I sent you far from here the moment I suspected Tedric's lust, I could have spared you." "I do not blame you, lady. You could not have done more." "He is gone now?" Chandra asked. "Aye, he has only just left." "Did he take many of his men?" "A goodly number. More than I would have guessed. 12, perhaps." "We have that much to be thankful for. With so many of his brothers gone to war, Theodoric has need of him more often, and there is always hope that his father will see his wicked ways." "He does not go to Theodoric," Wynne said. "I heard him tell one of his riders that the message was not from his father." Chandra looked perplexed. "Do you know where he has gone?" "Nay, he did not say while I was near enough to hear." "Lady," Wynne started softly, unsure. "Hold your head up, Wynne. You must be strong. Some day you will have your revenge." "I do not seek revenge," she said timidly, tears smarting in her eyes. "Do not fear him, Wynne," Chandra ordered. "If he sees your fear, he will take pleasure in frightening you." "I do not fear him, lady. I fear God." Chandra laughed lightly and stroked the girl's arm. "Even God would not condemn you for hating him, lass." Brown eyes bright with tears looked into caring blue. "Even if I carry his child?" Chandra's shock was evident, but she should have expected this much. That Tedric had robbed the lass of her virginity weighed heavily enough on her mind. She hadn't even considered a child. The fact that she'd not come with child herself as a result of their intimate encounters, however infrequent, had removed that worry from her mind. She reached out and touched the hand that hung limp at Wynne's side. She smiled kindly. "If there is a child, in spite of the sire, he will be only as good as his mother's love. Do not despair," she said, smiling even though this news brought pain to her heart. "Do not despair now, while there is a child growing within you. Now you must be strong and proud, if you wish your child to be." Wynne looked into Chandra's eyes. "My father, lady, I fear his anger once this is known." Chandra sighed. "I stayed his vengeance once. I will try to do so once more." In the afternoon of that very day, Chandra donned her mantle and covered her golden locks with the snood. She left the warmth of the hall and made her way into the village streets. More men than usual were visible during this time of year. Cordell's protective scheme was at a disadvantage during the winter months when the foliage in the forest was meager, but during the cold months the men stayed mostly in their homes. Now, while the rain drenched the wood and new leaves began to show, there were many in the village to help with the planting. Soon, as the protection of the new foliage concealed those in the wood, only those unable to act as guard would till the land. The able-bodied men would go into the forest. Women were seen kneeling in the dirt to tend the tiny seedlings carefully. Whereas through the winter months the animals shared the shelters with their owners, Now the children drove the animals farther out to their pastures. Monks from the neighboring monasteries began bringing their carts into the town again, offering to trade or sell their religious relics, carvings, animals, and homegrown vegetables for things they needed. Their appearance brought the villagers into the streets to hear what news would be brought from neighboring cities and towns. Wynn's father, William, was not really a knight, not in the true sense of the word. He was spoken of as Master William around Tedric and the other guard, but the people who knew he led the forest guard respectfully prefaced his given name with Sir. He had earned at least that much, Chandra thought ruefully. William's dwelling could be found at the farthest edge of the town, and there he would be tilling the land and watching over what little livestock grazed nearby. Chandra found him thus and quietly approached him as he worked. When he turned to see her, he bowed.
"I would have come at your call, my lady,"
he told her quickly. "I know that, William," she smiled. "I chose to come myself rather than send for you." She looked around her. His humble home wasn't rich, but was kept in a good state of repair. He'd made neat rows in his garden in preparation for planting, and a goat stood tied to his fence. Leather flaps were the only guard against the cold entering his windows, and the roof was recently reinforced with fresh sod. He cared meticulously for what he owned and obviously took pride in this humble acreage. "Will you offer me a cup and a seat?"
"Here, lady?"
"'Tis your home, William. I would be honored." He shrugged, somewhat surprised. It wasn't unusual for the lord and lady of the manor to venture into the village to view the commoner's way of life, but to pay a social call was quite rare. Proudly he led her into the small hut and brushed the crumbs from his morning meal onto the floor, offering her the only chair at a modest trestle table and taking the stool for himself. There was a pitcher on the table filled with ale, rather bitter and stale, but the best he could offer.
"I have no fine cups, my lady,"
he apologized. "Take up your own and I will use another." He poured what remained of the last user's ale onto the rushes and set the cup before her, filling hers and his own to the brim. On a board on the table sat bread and cheese, and in a wooden bowl was honey. He gestured with his hand that she should indulge. Chandra picked up the bread already cut from the loaf and dipped a corner into the honey, tasting it slowly. It was stale and dry, and the honey contained a few of the usual pests, drawn there by the sweetness. She daintily removed those she cared not to eat and chewed, washing it down with a sip of ale. William joined her in taking a bite of cheese and bread, grinding it much more easily, for he was accustomed to its hardness. His, in fact, was one of the finer homes, and his table more generous than most. He watched her slowly, wondering what matter brought her here. She might have him think this a pleasant social call, but he knew better. They sat thusly for several moments, chewing and drinking. Chandra politely admiring some things about his home, and he thanking her for her compliments. "You have acquired some comforts for your family, William. You must be proud of what you have."
"My family has lived comfortably. We have been content."
"Has my family aided you in any way to accomplish all that you have?" she asked coyly.
"Aye, lady, you know that. Without the confidence your mother placed in me, I would be naught but a simple farmer here. I owe your family a great deal."
She reached out and touched his hand, and he felt the dark stain of a blush rise to his cheeks. He'd never touched a noble lady but to aid her in mounting her horse or help her in some other way. Certainly never with affection, as she touched him now. "There is no debt, William. Your loyal service and great strength have helped me and mine, and in times of trouble you have been my most dependable vassal." She took a breath and looked at him for a moment. His eyes were bright with anticipation. He knew she was leading to a serious confrontation. "I bring you news that will be most difficult to bear. I ask you to summon your strength." He nodded once, his eyes narrowing. "Your daughter, Wynn, is with child." The lines on his face deepened as he clenched his eyes and mouth tightly. Finally, he looked at her again.
"You come to me in friendship like this," he said slowly, "in hopes that my rage can be quenched by your—"
"I come to you in friendship, and the rage I hope to subdue is not for my sake, but for yours, and the people of Cordell."
"Do you deny that this village would be better off with Sir Tedric gone?"
he shouted, his fist hitting the small table with such force that the cup holding Chandra's ale tipped and spilled onto her mantle. She ignored the spill and quickly covered his clenched fist with her own small white hand and looked beseechingly into his eyes. "An arrow from the forest can end Tedric and remove him from this burg, and who would know from whence it came?" she asked urgently, reading the man's mind more accurately than she could know. "But it will not take the stain of Wynne's defilement from her, nor will the child she carries vanish. It would remove one villain, William, and leave us one much worse, the sin of killing."
"This was once a good and peaceful place,"
he said. "It will be a good place again, with God's help." William turned and looked at his lady. She was not very much older than his own Wynne, and she looked meek and frail, an elusive covering to the strength he knew her to have. Indeed, she'd borne much of the insult of Tedric's cruelty on her own tender frame, without complaint or tears.
"Do you fear I will act out my rage and slay your lord husband before the sun lowers in this day's sky?"
"Nay, William. Sir Tedric is gone and will not return for many days."
"So you hope to see my temper cooled while he's gone?"
She nodded. "But I have held no secret from you, William. Wynne came to me only this morn." He nodded, but he could find no words to pledge to Tedric's safety. Chandra knew better than to expect more than a curt nod from a man so greatly wronged. She pulled her mantle about her and rose. William stepped away from the door to allow her departure, marveling inwardly at the poise she could maintain even in this troubled time of her life. As she left the little hut, he watched her. At the edge of his small lot, she turned and looked back at him. They communicated with their eyes for a moment, and William knew he could never defy her. She owned him as totally as he could be bound. He was tethered to her, and to Cordell. "You are well schooled in duty, William," she said. "I am also. But I can no more forgive this wrong than I can forget my duty." And she turned to go, not looking back at her most loyal vassal. William stood at the gate and watched her walk away. She stopped suddenly, and William saw her look up. He followed her gaze to see a falcon rise in the sky. It could be some farmer's bird or even one of the keep's own falcons, but to Chandra it must have reminded her of something more. She watched it for a long moment until it flew farther and the sight of it was blocked by the rising walls of Cordell Keep. She crossed herself and moved on.
"Aye, lady,"
William said to her vanishing form.
"I too pray for his safety. If there is any hope for this burg, it is in the Blue Falcon."
When Lent is past, Chandra thought just before drifting off to sleep, I will send word to Edith and invite her for a visit. But as the thought came, she quickly dismissed it. She couldn't allow Edith here. Tedric would likely take great pleasure in having a captive guest whom Conan treasured. Just as she'd failed to protect Wynne, she could not protect Edith. And with Lady Udele watching over Anselm closely, would the message even reach Edith? The walls between them were built tall and stoutly. Perhaps I can make a pilgrimage to the convent and bring my love to Lane. But that thought, too, was struck away. Tedric hadn't allowed her to travel even to a nearby town without his escort, so afraid was he that she would flee from him. If he didn't have business near the convent, he would not be pleased to take her, and there was not much to draw him to Thetford. She sighed in peaceful rest. For this brief space of time that Tedric was away, she could sleep without worry. She needn't fear that some member of the village had been unjustly punished, and she knew Win was safe in her bed. She closed her eyes on a long day and turned her mind to her prayers. Father, forgive my many sins and be my father's strength. Forgive his error and give him peace in his old age. He sought not to hurt me or these good people. Give Edwina soul rest and let her not be restless in her grave. Oh, Lord, forgive my weakness, and even so protect the Falcon. Make his eyes sharp and his hand quick. Let him move within your care and keep him safe. Her mind fell from prayers and into dreams as the mists of early spring enveloped the keep and the fires grew dimmer. A rock on the seaside slipped and bounced to the water below, down a long drop of cliff. A tower guard jumped.
"What was that?"
"I heard nothing," the other replied. For a few moments they were quiet and tense, waiting for another suspicious sound, but nothing came. The crickets in the woods sang their nighttime song, and the keep soldiers didn't find their slumber disturbed. A chill breeze invaded the bedchamber of the lady of the manor. Chandra unconsciously pulled her cover closer about her. She wasn't cold. A feeling encompassed her, and her eyes slowly opened. She looked into the burning blue eyes of a memory that couldn't be dissolved in her mind. His thick, dark hair curling about his face, and his beard stiff and thick, parting only to show the bright smile that she remembered from happier days. Her hand moved to touch him, her fingers feeling the white crusader's cross on his tunic. "You are cruel to invade my dreams so often, my love," she whispered faintly. The image would fade and blend into a familiar fantasy of what life might have held for her had her lover not... But her hand was held in one much larger, warm and secure against his sturdy chest. He squeezed her fingers gently and then brought them to his lips. The crisp beard and moist lips could not be mere imagination. Her eyes opened and her lips parted in astonishment, for if he was not real, it was by far the most vivid dream she had ever known. She dared not speak, lest she break this unearthly spell. She needed, more than ever in her life, to be near him. His arms came around her and his mouth lowered to hers. She drank in the deepness of his kiss, straining against him, moving against the insistent mouth with an urgency of her own. She tasted his mouth and caressed the bold, mailed chest, finally bringing her hands to lock into the thick hair at the base of his neck. She was filled with his entire essence, the smell of the wool, leather, and horses. The taste of him, the warmth of his breath in her mouth. Tears coursed down her cheeks and fell into her hair. A sob escaped her, and her breath came in ragged spasms. Her breasts, pressed hard against his mail, smarted from the desperation with which he held her. When he released her mouth, she reached for his face with shaking fingers, marveling that he had not faded into the midnight mists. "You are real," she sighed in a weak whisper. "Real," he murmured. "Hold me," she begged, hungry for the protection of his arms. But that security lasted only a moment before she broke away and looked at him with wide eyes. "There is danger in coming here," she whispered. "Your door is bolted." "More than that," she breathed. "If you are found here—"
"I will fight, in that case. I could not leave you without a proper farewell."
"Tedric is not here," she confided.
"I know that. More the pity. I should like having him find me here. I would take more pleasure than is right in killing him."
She shook her head sadly. "If he learns you have been here, he will likely kill me."
"He would not dare. I would come from hell to see him pay. He knows this well. He claims you only because he wants to keep you from me. How he knows that I desire you is a mystery to me."
"Who knows you are here?" she asked, fearing the whole village guarded a secret that could change the course of her life.
Only Sir William, and he would die before confessing.
Again the tears came, and she closed her eyes against his image. He touched her cheeks and hair, gently brushing the moistness away. "I cannot stay you, Conan," she breathed.
"I know,"
was his soft reply. "I have no will left. It has been torn away. I cannot deny you."
Don't deny me. There have been years of restraint, never yielding. Has it earned us reprieve or grace? You are bound to a man who does not love you but uses you. I have buried a wife and am bound to war. What more could be dealt us now?
Chandra, he moaned, clutching her to him.
What has happened to us? We have loved since the first and were never given our day. We suffered and refused to commit the greater sin, holding all that we felt from each other. Has there been any reward for such strength and conviction?
He looked closely into her eyes and let his lips rest lightly on hers.
Yield,
he whispered hoarsely. Her tears were gone, and the trembling that possessed her now was of a different emotion. She relaxed into the pillows, and a smile, tender and loving, graced her lips. He released her gently and moved away from her to struggle out of the heavy mail and chausses, soft leather boots and spurs. When he stood again at the side of her bed in all his naked majesty, she glowed at the beauty of his body. His tall and sturdy frame wasn't only a result of the burdensome clothing of his profession. He was as awesome bereft of his clothing. As he leaned over her again, all thoughts of restraint fled her mind, and she opened her arms to him. A fever of passion such as she'd never known filled her. His hands on her brought to life a dream that had been nurtured in the private chambers of her mind, and so quickly that there was no conscious thought leading to the act. She was all of him, and he was all of her, blended together in body and spirit. There was a power to their lovemaking that rivaled the crashing of the sea against the rocks below. As if the greatest hunger were finally nourished, the driest thirst quenched, they lay together, touching that tender ground so often dreamt of but never walked. Are we truly miles removed from each other and only dreaming the same dream? She whispered.
For once it is not so,
he returned. He raised himself on an elbow and looked down into her eyes. In the dimness of the room he could see the gloss of tears.
Love, do not weep. The blame is mine.
Blame? I do not weep for something lost, Conan, but for what I found. Could I have pain from the only touch of love I have known? Could I feel anger for the only joy I felt? Oh, love, I weep for the beauty of a moment and the pain of parting.
Then you must hold the moment, he told her. You must keep the memory safe in your heart, and it'll come again. On my word, Chandra, I will find a way.
She shook her head sadly. I fear to hope for so much. He lowered himself and touched her lips softly, weaving his fingers through her hair.
Our time is brief, he said against her lips, but our joy will be great, and the bond is forever. Hold dear what little we have, love, and hope. I swear I will find a way.
So much stands between. He silenced her with his lips, his hand making one long caress of her body, her flesh coming to life under his touch.
You tremble, love,
he whispered in her ear. Oh, Conan, she groaned. Do not leave me soon. Do not leave me too soon.
Eternity would be too soon, he returned.
The weight of his body pressed her down, and his lips traced a fiery path along her flesh. The thirst returned, the hunger raged, and she answered him with a passion wild, a side of herself she had not known existed. His laughter echoed from deep in his throat as he tasted her response. A glow from his touch covered her, tortured her, consumed, devoured, and was spent. As if their two souls had been entwined, she feared to release him.
"The sky will lighten soon," he said.
"How did you manage your entrance?" she asked.
"Easily, through the Lord's chamber."
"You should not attempt the halls, Conan. Since Tedric's coming, there are guards posted."
"I didn't come through the halls. I came from Tedric's balcony, across the cliffs."
Her eyes grew round as she considered the drop had he lost his footing for even an instant. The balconies were twins, but separated by a distance equal to a man's height. Every consideration was given to protection during the building of the manor house. If any attempt was to be made on the town from the sea, there was no place to bring up a boat near the manor or town. The only suitable entrance was much farther up the coast, and that stretch of coastline was watched by the fishermen. Conan shared Chandra's concern. The climb he had made was precarious indeed.
"I will stay for a few days. Can you come to me from now on?"
"How will I find you?"
"Make your way to the wood. I will find you."
"I am chaperoned on my every excursion, whether to the wood or shore, but I will find a way." "But how have you come? Word was that you were preparing forces in France."
"Aye. Even now, if I'm missed, it will be difficult to explain. But we are safe. Richard doesn't concentrate heavily on my whereabouts, and I left my men in good company. Time is short, love."
"I never dreamt there would be this much."
"This could be all we'll have, love, until I've found the way to claim you."
"Conan," she started, perplexed. "If you truly love me as you say, why have you chosen war?"
"What will Tedric do while I'm in England? While I'm able to protect my possessions? He would hold you fast and take pleasure in my envious stare. But if I'm gone from here, holding you from me will lose its flavor. When I return, we will set this troubled destiny aright."
"You must return, Conan," she breathed.
"Do you think even the angel of death could keep me from you now?"
"Please," she begged. "Go quickly." He rose to find his clothing, carelessly scattered, and donned the chausses, mail and tunic, as quickly as he could. He returned to her side to place a soft kiss on her lips.
"The wood,"
he breathed. "The wood," she murmured. She watched him go through the door that would lead to the Lord's chamber and then to the balcony. She went quickly to her own balcony, the breeze from the sea chilling her naked body. When he appeared on the opposite balcony, she raised a hand to him. She watched as he climbed carefully over the balustrade and clung like a spider to the ridges in the stone wall of Cordell Keep. From there he would have to scale a thin and delicate ridge of rock high above a still inlet of water. She couldn't see him because of the darkness, and would not hear him if he fell because of the noise of the sea below. She wouldn't consider that he might not succeed. She sighed deeply and returned to her bed. There was a new flush on Chandra's cheeks. She was careful not to smile more quickly than usual at the villagers. In the forest, no fire could be made to warm the night. A meager hut, an inadequate tent covered with branches, was the easily hidden home for their clandestine meetings. With Wynne as her accomplice, Chandra drew no notice to her absence at night. The maid closed the lady's door early in the evening and took a place in the large and comfortable bed. At morning's first dawning, before all the castle folk had risen, Wynne would walk the distance to her father's house with a basket on her arm. Within there would be a clean kirtle, of a color noticeably different from the one Chandra had worn the day before. Before the inhabitants of the keep would join together to break the fast, Chandra would have returned. The bed they shared was the ground, the closeness natural. When the sounds from the forest animals warned that dawn would be breaking, Chandra would slowly rouse. Most often she would find Conan's eyes already on her, the cover of animal skins that kept them warm pulled away. You never sleep, she accused.
Nay, there is no time for sleep. I study you. I must remember the way your eyes look when you awake, the way your skin glows in the darkness, and especially the way you reach for me. I must never forget that even in your sleep, you reach for me.
It is morning, Conan. Will you walk with me to the stream?
I watched you once as you washed beside a stream.
She questioned him with her eyes.
When we journeyed to Cordell from Phelan, the one night that we made camp, I rose early and followed the sounds of your women. They helped to conceal you with a linen wrap, but from where I stood their cover did no good. I couldn't find the will to turn away.
Conan, she scolded. You spied on me.
He leaned back and put a hand to his brow. Aye, and the sight caused me to ache for days. What torture the sight of you brought me.
She pulled herself to her feet, trying to suppress a laugh, and picked up the cover of skins to keep herself warm as she walked to the stream. "'Twas a misery of your own making," she said playfully. "You should not have been spying." She moved away from their shelter and through some shrubs to reach for her basket. When she knelt to retrieve it, she felt Conan's presence close behind her.
"William is a good servant," Conan said. "I do not hear him come or go."
She stood, but her eyes were downcast. "I am certain it is a hateful task for him," she said softly. "William would not easily be drawn into such a sin." Conan lifted her chin with a finger.
"He showed me the way to reach your chamber. He offered his aid, love, and will not remember seeing a strange night in the wood."
"I cannot bear to see it end," she said. "I knew it long ago, that a fine manor and wealth meant nothing. I have known more joy sleeping on the ground than I have ever felt in the warmth of my chamber. Conan, without this, there would be nothing for me. There would be no way I could hope."
"Be thankful this once that King Richard and King Philip quarrel so often. At least we do not leave from France at Easter, but soon. And I must return to Veasley to be ready."
"Had Edwina lived, you would not go," she said.
"Perhaps not," he admitted. "But to fight well for Richard can in no manner hurt me. He is not fond of men with no taste for fighting."
Chandra looked at the modest hut in the wood. Mars was tied to the perch within, and Orion was tethered to a bush outside. It was the meagerest dwelling she'd ever visited, but it would have contented her for the rest of her days. She touched his cheek. "And you have a strong penchant for fighting?"
"Nay," he said, "for winning."
On a crisp morning after the most rudimentary tasks had been accomplished within the great stone house, Chandra went to the garden to inspect the clearing and pruning she'd ordered done. Her heart raced in anticipation of the evening. Every nighttime flight into the wood she feared would be her last. Though they'd both refused to shorten the beauty of the moment with promises or farewells, she knew there would be no denying the necessity of parting phrases. 3 days would bring Easter. The morrow was Good Friday. Tedric would likely return, and Conan would have to go. "In his coming," she thought, "he has given me reason to endure and to hope. He has delivered me the love I have been wanting, and he has risked his life to secure what moments could be ours, perhaps the only ones in all of eternity. He must know I'm grateful. He must know he's been the only joy I've known. And though it will hurt me to tell him, he must know that I will not bind him to what has passed between us. He's made no promise to free me from Tedric's bonds, and if I am to be forever tied to that unworthy knight, what we have shared will be enough. I will not cry, nor will I cling to him. He goes to do what he must, what he has been bred and trained to do. I must tell him that I trust his life to God, that I am not afraid. Even, heaven help me, even if he is snatched from me now, I have had that which I longed for, and my life is richer and fuller because of it. I will make him believe in my strength as he believes in his own, and in a moment of heated battle he will not be plagued by fear that I cannot survive his absence. Before another day is spent, I will tell him all that I feel. I will give him words of hope and love to carry onto a field of battle. I will bid him farewell and promise that come what may, he will have my heart and my prayers. Before another day, Lady, Wynne's gentle voice beckoned. She looked up, startled, wondering if she'd been talking aloud. Sir Tedric, lady, his banner approaches. She jumped to her feet and raced to the hall. Through the galleries and chambers she flew to the door of the keep. She could see the soldiers, some 12 perhaps, who'd ridden with Tedric. She twisted her hands into her gunna and looked toward the wood for some sign of Conan, but of course there was none. In a panic, she felt the urge to flee to him quickly before Tedric was upon her. She could travel with him to the ends of the earth. A bed on the ground with him would be more desirable than a fine bed with Tedric. Enduring war would be easier than living with Sir Tedric. She could stay in France, perhaps, and await his return. But even before the night's party was near enough to see her standing in the door, she realized it was impossible for her to leave. She could not turn her back on the people here. She was their only protection from Tedric. Without her to stay him, he would leave nothing but a wasted land where a thriving village had once stood. She fought for composure. She was not a fool. She did not smile as Tedric dismounted and came near her. He would not be impressed by such a show, and by the looks of him it was plain he wasn't pleased to see her. "Did you see your father?" His grimace was sour, his manner angry. "Never mind my business, dear lady. Just be glad that I am home." "Whatever, it must have been an unpleasant chore," she ventured, more than a little suspicious as to what Tedric might be up to now. But he would not stand for her questioning of him. He brushed past her, and his men followed. She looked down the road, past the houses and fields, toward the wood, straining to catch a glimpse of a horse and rider, or even a man standing alone among the trees. And then her eyes found the message she sought. The falcon soared high into the air, and a whistle, shrill and loud, split through the trees. The great wings of the bird folded, and it dove into the wood, disappearing from sight. Just as Mars signaled her that Conan had come, so he signaled his departure. A tear fell from her eye. "Be safe," she breathed, the ache in her chest leaving her barely enough strength to return to the hall. Chapter 17. The scent of Easter flowers filled the air. The Mass was sung, and the villeins brought eggs to their lord, as was the custom. From Easter until Hocktide, a week following, the villagers were freed from their labors. They ceased their farming and fishing chores. Other duties, however, were worked out in the privacy of village homes late at night. Master William brought tidings of his plans to the lady of the manor. "We've begun to move men into the forest, lady. Younger men that could wait another year plan to go, unless you bid me otherwise. As long as the fields can be worked, take the number of men you deem necessary. Make their numbers unknown, as far as that is possible." "What will your reward be for deceiving him?" William asked. Chandra took a deep breath and looked directly into his eyes. "I imagine he will beat me soundly." "There needs to be protection for you in this hall." "But there is not. Just protect our town from the wood." "If he lays a hand to you—" "If I am not here to give you orders," she snapped, cutting him off. "You have my leave to do whatever you must to preserve Cordell." She calmed her voice and went on with more composure. "Until that day, let us take care not to start a family war." William lowered his eyes and spoke softly. "You have reason to fear Tedric." "I have reason to be wary, William. I do not fear him yet."
Do you know where he was on his last journey?
William asked. Nay, he would not say. Up to no good, I am certain.
I cannot say that Sir Tedric played a part in it, but there was rioting in Bury St. Edmunds on Palm Sunday. Many Jews were slain. There was great destruction.
Chandra's eyes grew large as she considered the possibility. Tedric would do anything, including being a party to murder and rioting, to ally himself with nobles he thought powerful. Should Theodoric learn of his association with such men, the family support would quickly vanish. On the other hand, for Chandra to bring such an accusation against him without proof would only make matters worse between them. It chafes Tedric no small bit that the people of this village take their orders from me. Keep your suspicions quiet for now. Go, do your work and bring your news to me here, when Tedric is not in the hall. The village was now divided between two armies, a man's army to protect and serve him, and his wife's army to do the same for her. She stood in thought, watching the sea. Beyond its vastness, Richard's army would be bound. She knew not when. Perhaps they were already setting out. Perhaps there was yet another delay and they were still safe in France. She crossed herself and mumbled a quick prayer. I must remember every word, she thought, every touch. I must not forget the smallest detail. You will be so far away, my love, and even if fate betrays us again, already I know that you live on. The door to her chamber opened, and she whirled in anger at the intruder. It seemed she could not call the slightest moment her own, with all the problems laid upon her by so many people unable to think for themselves. As Tedric stepped into the room, she relaxed her scowl. He, of course, would not knock. It wasn't because she had invited him to come and go as he pleased, but because he used this aggravating habit to show his ownership. "What can I help you with, my lord?" she asked.
You can tell me when these churls will be working. Everywhere I look, I see the lazy dolts leaning on fences and sleeping in the sun.
Chandra turned back to the sea. She was grateful for this much. If she must be prisoner, at least she was being held in bondage in Cordell, where she had the sea and the forest.
Do you have an answer for me, madam?
The answer is the same, Tedric. The villagers must be allowed their holidays, especially the church days and saints' days. They are broken enough.
They live like kings,
she whirled back to him. They live much more poorly than they were accustomed. True, this has been a rich burg and the people have had more than many a poorer town, but you have already taken more from them than they are in the habit of giving.
I cannot be blamed for the taxes that—
Taxes? Or the high fee you pay to be allowed the luxury of resting on your manor while other nobles go to war to— A hand came out hard against her cheek, wrenching her neck and sending her reeling into the doorframe.
And tell me, my fine lass, what is England to do while all of its finest trot off to give their lives in a fruitless battle? And is a man not a man unless he loves war? Jackasses, all of them, for they will surely die. Indeed, few will survive the journey.
She caught her breath and stared at him, her mind raging that it would not be so. They had a good cause, and they were strong. He laughed cruelly at her indignant stance.
Fear not, damsel, he taunted. I would rush to you with the word of Sir Conan's death. We shouldn't have to wait very long.
She closed her eyes as if that would block out his words.
I shall have to leave you again, madam, he said.
Her eyes opened. Almost too happily she gave him her attention, but there was a gnawing fear in her heart that she could not answer.
You look pleased, Chandra. Do you enjoy my absences so much?
Where do you go now, Tedric?
I go to Normandy for a meeting with Count John.
Her heart skipped a beat. Tales were circling England about what John might be tempted to do while his royal brother fought the crusade. It seemed that John's reputation was fixed. He was known as a power-hungry liar and opportunist. It would befit his reputation to begin making plans to overthrow the kingdom before Richard was even gone from France.
"Do you think it wise to align myself with John?" he asked, stealing her words from her. "With the heir? Wise and profitable, madam. I ask you again, do you think every soldier bitten by the war bug is protected by some heavenly force of arms? Many will die. Richard could well be among them. Being close to the man who will be king one day cannot hurt my cause."
He laughed at her horrified expression.
"Do you think Cordell alone will be enough to satisfy me? Trust my plan, my love. There will be many a castle without a keeper when the stricken army returns. I plan to be prepared for lordship. I shall use my wit to gain a greater prize."
"I think, Tedric, that you would do anything for wealth and power," she said softly. He raised one brow, considering her statement. He turned and walked to a bench where a pitcher sat. He poured ale into the only goblet and drank. He would give no answer. He would divulge nothing. She was already aware of much more than he would have her know. He had murdered. He punished harshly in the village, collected more than his due in rents and taxes, snubbed his nose at the church, and refused everyone their due. "Someday, Tedric, someone will stop you."
"Who?"
he questioned blandly. Chandra turned back to the balcony, rubbing her upper arms with her hands as if suddenly chilled. Who, indeed? The people would not dare. Chandra cautioned them to overlook his many shortcomings, and his crimes thus far were unpunished because of lack of proof. To fight him now would bring worse destruction than Tedric could deliver alone. As for the fact that he would strike her without thought and use her badly, she was his wife, his chattel. There was no law to protect her, no one to defend her. Who would stop him?
"Where is Wynne?" he asked curtly. "I would have the lass with me before I leave again."
Chandra turned back to him. "Wynne is with child, Tedric. She is not well. Spare her."
"Perhaps she will fight me less if she is ill," he remarked, walking toward the door.
"She has full brothers in this shire, Tedric. Her father is my head huntsman and has served the Lady of Cordell for many years. The family is held in high esteem by all who live here. I have stayed one blade from piercing your breast when you robbed her of her virtue and made her unsuitable for marriage. I stayed that blade another time when I had to tell her family she carries your child." With a hand flung wide, she indicated all outside her chamber. "They do not love you here, Tedric. They serve you only because I caution them against the many deaths that would result if they should fight. Do not delude yourself that you would have an easy victory here."
"You warn me of a handful of farmers?"
400 in all strong from their labors, the men skilled in the use of the bow and hunting knife, knowing the forest as well as they know their fields, and with a will to tear this keep to shreds rather than preserve it for someone who will deprive and torture them on any excuse. "Tedric," she snarled, "you are lord here only as long as I am lady. With a word, I could have you slain."
"And your reward for that would be to see this village and every living soul ground to meal. And you would not survive it."
She smiled and met his eyes. "Neither of us would survive should we come to blows, Tedric. If you are killed, I will suffer the same fate, and if I am slain, hide yourself quickly. These people would prefer no village to a village such as you would have for them." He grunted and turned away from her, but she would not leave the matter as it stood. "We sit, you and I, high upon a wall, the wind blowing and tilting us from side to side. Your murder will bring mine yours. Which of us will slip and fall first?" His anger began to dissipate. His scowl relaxed and his eyes ceased to glitter.
"Some day, my fine wife, you will regret having curbed this power in me now."
He bowed briefly and smiled indulgently.
"Have you won, fair Chandra? One battle for the lady? I will give Wynne rest for the moment, but I've developed a taste for her, so don't plan to keep her under your wing for too very long."
He paced about the room restlessly.
"I have no desire to cast about looking for a wench. You may have one sent to me." She lowered her eyes.
"You have a wife," she muttered. She didn't see his surprised expression, but his startled laugh came quickly to her ears.
"Have I now?" he asked. "You offer yourself, Chandra?"
She ground her teeth miserably, wondering how she could endure his touch, knowing she must. It had been a very long time since she'd shared his bed. "If you want none of me, Tedric, then go. I will not find a wench for you to bed." He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest.
"Let us see what you have to offer. Take off your clothes."
Her blue eyes flashed as she looked at him, but there was no escape. He did not frequent her bed, knowing that if he used another woman to ease his need, it chafed her the more. Yet she needed to submit, to protect herself, and others. She closed her eyes as she removed her gunna, letting it fall to the floor. Next, her kirtle fell, and finally the light shift she wore under her garments. She didn't hear him approach, and she flinched as she felt his hand on her breast. Her eyes flew open to see him watching her closely, studying her every expression.
"Let down your hair,"
he commanded. With trembling fingers, she plucked at the ribbons that held her small coil in place, and the lustrous golden locks fell over her shoulders and down her back. A chill breeze caused her to shiver. He gathered a handful of the silky gold in his hand.
"Yea, Chandra, you are beautiful. It's no wonder you create battles between men."
She found his eyes. "If only you would profess your love, Tedric."
"I do not love you, nor have I ever. I take pleasure in—"
Hello again. Let's slow down for a minute and reset with a bit of music. Don't worry, this audiobook won't cost you a thing. Thanks for being part of this journey.
Owning you because other men want you. "And what do you want, Tedric?" she asked quietly.
"You cannot give me what I want. But with your help, I will have it all. All."
He made a sweeping bow and allowed her to lead the way to the bed. Her knees threatened to give way. The journey there was long. Her breasts, already swollen and tender, ached under his careless touch. She dared not anger him now, but lay acquiescent to his will. Yet she refused to show him any eagerness, for he would grow suspicious. That was something she couldn't fool him with. Instinctively, her hands came up against his chest to resist him, and it was enough to arouse his hunger for her. He quickly discarded his clothing and roughly forced her down onto the bed. He found his greatest pleasure in holding her down and forcing her to meet his will. He enjoyed her struggles, and the gasp of pain she released as he entered her brought a smile to his lips. His lust was quickly spent, and without the briefest kiss or caress, he left her. She turned her face into her pillow and wept. There was never a decent moment between them. Always it was some struggle for power or nothing at all. Even being bound to him in marriage did not lessen the insult of his violation. But the pain was something she could endure better now. It was the memory of another man's tender and volatile touch that caused her weeping. And to fix that memory more firmly in her mind came the suspicion that she'd conceived, and part of him grew even now in her womb. Great numbers of soldiers had gathered to prepare for the crusade. The tension of postponed departure times and presence of both French and English knights frequently caused dissension among the troops. To further complicate the situation, there were German mercenaries, soldiers speaking yet another language. Within Richard's own army there were problems, one of which Conan was forced to deal with directly. Because of the rivalry between Conan and Tedric, Conan's troops and those of Theodoric's sons often came to blows. It was in the summer heat in the camp that the feud came to a peak. Conan was walking from the makeshift stables to his own tent at night. He passed the pavilion of Blair, Theodoric's second son, the mightiest and most successful in knightly skills of all the sons. As he passed, he heard a sound and saw a man huddling in the darkness beside the tent. Conan stopped, strained to see in the darkness, and kept silent. It was obvious that the culprit was up to no good. A moment later, there was the sound of the cutting of cloth. Conan reasoned that the tent in which Blair's gear was stored was being entered, though for what purpose he couldn't guess. Conan crept up behind the man, and grabbing him by the back of his gambeson, spun him around and pinned him to the ground, striking the knife from his hand. The man gave a shout of surprise before he fell, and a grunt of pain as Conan's knee hit his chest. Then, as Conan looked at the subdued villain, he saw the face of one of his own men.
"What are you doing here?"
he demanded angrily. The man didn't answer, but looked up fearfully at Conan. Conan repeated his question, but the answer was more clear now.
"Sir Conan,"
he pleaded,
"he is your enemy. You are my enemy. You would see this battle drawn to dangerous lengths, two troops fighting among themselves, never able to join together to fight one foe."
He stood and dragged the man to his feet.
"Despite my orders, you will not cease in goading these knights into a larger battle. Sir Conan, let me go, and no one will know," he begged.
Conan looked at the man, one of the best in his troop, and then looked at the tear in Blair's tent.
"I will know," Conan said.
Half dragging and half pulling the man to the front of Blair's tent, Conan shouted,
"Sir Blair!"
Torches were lit outside the front of Blair's pavilion, and within moments the knight he called stood in the dirt before him, chausses and linen shirt being the only clothing he wore. He looked in some confusion at Conan and the man he held.
"This man would have damaged or stolen from you, Sir Blair. He's one of my own, though he was not ordered to commit this crime."
He gave the man a push toward Blair.
"He's yours to punish and will not ride with my troop again."
The man fell to his knees before Blair and hung his head. Blair looked down at him, angry but still confused.
"How can I be certain this does not work by your order? I am certain he thought to win my favor by causing your anger, but I have ordered all my men to cease in their bickering with your knights and the knights of your brothers. It is a well-known fact that there is trouble between our families," Blair said scornfully. "The battle has reached France and will likely reach the Holy Land." "'Tis not so by my choice," Conan said. "Yet before long there will be injury and perhaps loss of life. Our animals have been tampered with, and there have been lights among our troops." "I have had like troubles," Conan returned. "How will you stand behind your claim that none of this is ordered by your hand?"
Conan bowed briefly.
"I will accept any challenge you lay to me," he said.
Blair laughed suddenly. He was over 30 years in age and a hulking man of experience.
"You've had no trouble in besting Tedric, but we have never ridden against each other. Do you think I could be as easily beaten?"
"Nay," Conan said evenly.
"It would be more difficult."
"Aye," Blair laughed.
I don't deny it would give me great pleasure to take you down.
Conan cocked one brow. He'd spoken with the sons of Theodoric when he first came to Veasley, for he could feel the animosity when he entered the camp. Now he looked at Blair's wide grin and knew that the knight had grown impatient with this feud as well.
A pleasure because of the accusation I brought against your brother? Conan asked.
Nay. Conan bowed again.
I am at your call. The challenge is better placed at another time. I fear it would satisfy too many in our troops to see us come to blows. The charge against Tedric grates on me, as it does on my brothers.
Conan inhaled deeply.
I believed I was right in making the charge. I cannot remove it. Neither can you prove it. I cannot, he affirmed. And it is best laid away, Blair said. For the time being, we must fight together. What we settle later on English soil will be final.
Blair kicked the dirt and formed a cloud of dust. The man before him choked.
Lay the lash to him yourself at the first light of dawn. I'll assemble my men to stand witness if you will bring your troop. Then banish him from your men-at-arms. That should stop future pranks. And you believe Tedric innocent? You will stand by him? He is my brother. But you will not oppose me here and now, Conan asked.
I knew you as a boy, Conan, Blair said. It does not sit well with me that you and Tedric must battle as you do, but I have never known you to be unfair or dishonest, even in your youth. You must believe Tedric guilty, though I fear you are mistaken. Yea, I will lay away this feud while we fight a common cause. I think I can convince my brothers to do the same.
Conan nodded. The man will meet the lash at sunrise.
Conan turned to leave.
Conan,
Blair called.
Conan turned to look at him again. I cannot promise what battles we will fight when we return to our homes. Time and old feuds may yet see us raise swords against each other.
Conan looked at the man long and hard, remembering when he'd lived in Theodoric's house, remembering the closeness he'd shared with all the members of that family. His quarrel with Tedric had torn away at the friendship, but the memory of what it once was had not yet been destroyed.
Then I will expect you to fight hard and well, Conan said, turning and tugging at the arm of his man.
Edith knew that the lace-maker in the village was said to have the power of sight, and that her mother often visited the shop to hear Giselle's predictions. Like most of the other villagers, Edith thought it harmless enough. Giselle had even been kind enough to predict some happy events in Edith's future. A new gown, a present her father would give her. Early one summer morning, when Udele was preparing to visit the lace-maker, it occurred to Edith that she'd not gone there in quite some time. Edith scurried to her chamber and fetched her mantle. She'd been warned by the village priest that consorting with one who made predictions was a sin, and for that reason she did not dare visit Giselle. Even though her worry over Mallory was constant, she would not give in to the urge to ply Giselle with questions, lest her reward be greater danger for Mallory. Edith was certain that Udele was going to ask after Conan's safety. Edith crept quietly along, a great distance behind her mother. Had Udele's mood been even passable, she might have asked permission to accompany her, but she feared doing even that small a thing. Udele's moods were variable and unpredictable. One moment she seemed nearly kind and soft-spoken, and in the next breath she was wild with rage. Edith tried to avoid being in her path for fear of a sudden outburst. There was a place behind the lace-maker's cottage where Edith crouched beside a stack of firewood. Through the narrow slit of a window she could hear her mother's voice. "I would know of my son's fate in battle, and tell me quickly lest I yield to the urge to strike you mute and senseless." "Your anger is misdirected, madam," Giselle said easily, her voice smooth and warm in spite of the hostility she faced. "You could have warned me that this would happen." "I could not warn you," Giselle corrected. "I could not see what you would do." "You told me the wench would not live long. You never told me that Conan would flee to war upon her death. I gave you the truth. Sir Conan would have stayed by Edwina's side through her life. You cut her life short. There was no sound from Udele. Silence reigned for many moments. I could not have spent so many years granting your wishes and reading your future and that of your son without being seared by your deed. I have warned you, madam. You have pushed your mortal power too far in killing your son's wife. What difference? Udele asked with little feeling. The end would have been the same. She would have lived longer than you allowed. Never mind. She was spiteful and jealous. She threatened to ruin me in the eyes of my son. She was kind and honest. She threatened you with the truth, was the reply. The sharp sound of a stinging slap rang through the small cottage. Edith jumped at the sound. She had more than once been on the receiving end of Udele's rage. Edith's heart raced and her hands were cold. She quaked with the horrifying truth. Udele must have pushed Edwina to her death. If you breathe a word of this, laying a crime to me that cannot be proven, you shall meet your own end quickly. It is with great sadness that I promise you none shall hear of this from me, Giselle said firmly. I promise this not out of loyalty, but rather because my purpose is not yet met. I must guard my own life a bit longer. And speak of this no more. How will Conan fare this war? He will return to England. Will he bring riches? Will Anselm be his home? Not until you are gone, Giselle replied. How so? Udele cried. You have lost him, madam. You have worn his loyalty thin. Your persistent interference has done what I promised you it would. He will do his duty to you, but he will not think of you when he turns his hand to conquer. That will not be so, she raged. How dare you? He would never cast me aside, nor would he put me behind others. Lady, Giselle said softly and with patience. He already has. The silence that followed was split suddenly by the slamming of the cottage door. Edith sat stunned for many moments, finally rising and gingerly making her way home. Edith kept herself to her rooms the rest of that day, vowing not to cross her mother's path until the evening meal when Alaric would be present. She prayed that Udele would not find a way to escape the accusation. She knew she would not be safe in her own home if Udele could excuse it as slander. Edith sat near the small window in her room as the sun lowered in the sky. She heard her door open and turned to see her mother enter with Piers. Her heart thumped a bit faster, though Udele wore a pleasant smile and bore a tray with 2 goblets. "There you are, dear heart," Udele said sweetly. "I have not seen you about today." "I have been here all day," Edith said defensively. "All day? And you have not been out at all? But, my dear, surely some happening of interest occupied you this day?" "Nay, madam," Edith replied, turning and looking out her window, straining her eyes for some sight of Alaric. "There was nothing special about the day." "Truly?" Udele questioned, setting her tray down on a stool beside Edith. "You did not even find an adventure outside the lace-maker's window?" Edith turned abruptly and looked at her mother in horror. Udele pulled a strip of cloth from the pocket of her gunna and held it before Edith. The torn piece matched Edith's gown. "This was found on the firewood outside Giselle's cottage." "I fear you've snagged your gown," Udele said. The surprise on Edith's face lasted only a moment, and then, turning away from her mother abruptly, she refused to comment. While her back was turned, Udele reached into her pocket again, this time withdrawing a handful of a powder. "Won't you tell me why you were there, Edith?" Udele asked. Edith did not turn, but sighed heavily, trying not to let tears spill. I thought you would ask after Conan, and I wanted to listen. Then you heard? Nay, Edith said too suddenly. I could not hear. But you did, Udele accused. Had you heard nothing, you would not be so frightened of me. Edith suddenly turned back, her eyes brimming with tears. I wish I had not heard, she said, her voice catching. Madam, I cannot believe what I heard. Ah, then my secret is told. And what will you do, Edith, dear? I must tell father, Edith said resolutely, though her voice was shaking. Udele nodded her head solemnly. I suppose you must. She raised her eyes and smiled at Edith. My fate is sealed, then. He will have me cast out, at the very least. Edith looked at her mother in confusion. You are not frightened? Nay, 'tis what I deserve. I have suffered with the sin long enough. 'Tis best that I accept my punishment. Edith sat on her stool next to the window and looked at Udele in wonder. She couldn't believe her mother's relaxed, accepting manner. Udele smiled with a sweet sadness. Madam, Edith said earnestly, perhaps there is still a way you can be forgiven. Nay, I think not. Udele raised a goblet and handed it to Edith. This may be the last time we share a cup, daughter. Join me? Edith took the goblet with shaking hands and watched in complete awe as Udele sipped from hers. Drink? Udele asked her. Edith raised the thing shakily to her lips, taking a slow drink. The wine was bitter in her mouth, but she hoped for some soothing effect. You should have stayed in your rooms today, Edith, Udele said, her voice no longer pleasant and kind. You should not have spied on your mother. Edith felt her head begin to spin giddily, but she was not so sorely beset that she did not know she had been tricked. The wine, she said haltingly. The wine, Udele laughed suddenly. You have always been so foolish, Edith. Did you really think I would let you take your news to Alaric? Father, Edith whispered weakly. Alaric has gone to Stoddard Keep, dear heart. He will not hear your tale. The goblet fell from Edith's hand, clanging on the hard floor. Again Udele laughed, and then lifted her own goblet to her lips and drained it, a small dribble of wine falling from her mouth, staining her bosom with a blood-like darkness. You have heard that I killed Edith. Did you doubt that I would do so again? Madam, Edith breathed, her head growing heavy and her body weak. Mother! Edith's eyes slowly closed and her limp form fell from the stool to the hard, cold floor. Udele turned to Pierce, who had waited silently just inside the door. Take her from here tonight, but be not long about it. I would not want your absence noticed. Pierce looked at his mistress with pained eyes. Aye, madam. Do not face me with your righteousness, Pierce. Even if Lord Alaric were to hear and pardon me, Conan would hear of it and ever wonder. You would see me beggared and grovelling for the merest crust of bread in my own hall. If you defy me now, I am ruined. With that, she left the room. The heat of late July chafed at Chandra as the weight of the child within her grew more burdensome. Tears threatened to spill from exhaustion and sadness. She hadn't slept at all the night before. She'd attended Wynne in childbirth. She knocked softly at her husband's door and entered when she heard his response. He was donned only in chausses and did not turn from his wash basin to greet her. Her hand rested on her own swollen belly as she spoke to his back. Your son, my lord, was born dead. He ceased his washing for only a moment, finally turning to her as he dried his face with a linen towel.
"And when will our glad day come?"
he asked. Chandra caressed her stomach. Wynn's labor had been torturous, her child born limp and still. It was horrifying for a woman nurturing her own babe in her womb.
"My heir, madam," Tedric pressed, "is well and strong."
Chandra's chin trembled. She nodded and looked away.
"When?"
"I am not sure," she replied with practiced nonchalance. "Sometime early in the new year."
"You are not sure? Are you sure of the father?"
Cold and snapping blue eyes darted to his face, and Tedric laughed at her anger. "And who would it be if not you?"
"Were Conan not so far away, I would wonder."
"But he is far away. How long will you accuse me?"
"Until he is dead," Tedric replied easily. "And that will likely be soon, lady. He will find war less pleasurable than chasing pretty damsels."
Her child moved restlessly within her, and Tedric's cruel words could not be hushed.
"I will be leaving this morn," Tedric advised her.
She nodded, keeping silent. She feared the tears would come. She turned and left him to dress, fleeing back to her chamber and leaning against her closed door. It was first a shudder, and then a single tear. Conan must live, she thought helplessly. The child will be healthy and strong. Within moments she was racked with sobs, her head falling against the oaken door to her chamber. Much later in the morning, she was called away from the weaving room when a small troop of men from Anselm had been allowed to pass and waited below to see the lord or lady of the hall. As she went to see them, her heart thumped wildly. By the time she reached the courtyard, her face was white with fear, and she bade them tell her quickly what their purpose was.
"We seek out Lady Edith, lady. Might she perhaps be here?"
Confusion replaced the fear in her eyes, and the color came back to her face. "Edith?" she replied in confusion. "Here? Edith is not here."
"Your pardon, lady. Your word is good, to be sure. But I dare not carry that alone to my Lord Alaric. He asks that we search with our own eyes every corner of England."
"Why do you seek Edith? Why is she not with her father?" The young man shrugged.
"We cannot say, madam. Only the Lord knows why she has fled her father, but she cannot be found. No one saw her leave the hall, and no village between Anselm and Hell saw her passing. We find nothing, no matter where we look, nor whom we ask. Nothing."
"And what does Sir Mallory say to this? Does he perhaps have his wife?"
"Nay, madam. Sir Mallory does not know his wife is missing. Lord Alaric sent messages of other matters to Visley so that his men could search for Lady Edith, and she was not there. Her husband cannot leave the king's service now, and Lord Alaric greatly fears that news of this would cause Sir Mallory to commit an act of treason in leaving the crusade, or at least show less care with his own life."
"Then Conan does not know?" she heard herself ask.
"Nay, madam. May we look through the village and hall?"
"Of course," she said softly. Chandra watched as the men filled her hall and questioned each passing servant with care. Every room, anteroom, and hallway was looked through carefully. These men were quite serious in their search. The keep suddenly became stifling, and she fled to the courtyard, hoping the fresh air would clear her mind. Edith would not flee. There was no reason. Why would Edith leave the protective walls of Anselm alone? Someone must have taken her away to do her harm. But who would wish to injure Edith? Chandra shuddered suddenly, but it was not from cold. Conan left England for war because even his close guard could not protect those he loved. He could not save Edwina with his nearness, and he could not aid Chandra. Now, the moment he was gone, Edith was missing. In her mind, Tedric was suspect. "Oh, my love," she whispered miserably. "How many more tragedies will you find on your return?" Chapter 18. The first time Chandra saw her childhood home since her wedding was at the burial of her dear father. Sir Medwin of Phelan had been ill, his health steadily declining as he realized the losses in his life. He had buried his beloved Millicent and given his lane to the convent. Next, he had buried Edwina, who had passed on, leaving no issue. His last hope was his youngest, Chandra. Medwin had thought her marriage contract through carefully, placing her well-being in the hands of a family that was known and trusted in England. But it was not long before he could see that in this, too, he had failed. Sir Tedric stopped pretending loyalty very soon after his wedding. Chandra was abused and mistreated in her own dower home of Cordell. Despite Tedric's promise, she was forbidden visits to her father at Phelan. Though aging and often in ill health, Medwin had visited his daughter twice, once when she was swollen with babe, and again when her son was born. Chandra could not hide from her father the fact that she lived with a man whose demands were great, love for her little, and whose cruel rages came often. Tedric's demands on Medwin became greater as well. "I have given you your only grandchild," Tedric reminded the old man. "Will you let Conan take Phelan and pass it along to the issue of some future bride, or will you hearken to the fact that his right to Phelan is gone with the passing of your daughter?" Medwin held to his oath to let no one but Conan take Phelan. But in the final days of his life, Tedric pressured him mercilessly. When Tedric returned to Cordell from yet another visit to Phelan Castle, he brought the news that Medwin had died in his sleep. It was a cool spring night in the year 1192. There were not many visitors for the burial. Even though Medwin was a respected man in England, nobles were struggling out of a long, hard winter, and many were still away with Richard. Sir Theodoric did not journey to Phelan to attend Medwin for the last time. Lord Alaric and Galen did go. It was difficult to tell whether their interests were to put a good friend to his final rest or be assured that Conan's property was secure. The weight of grief that pressed on Chandra with her father's passing was difficult to bear. He died in great sorrow. On their last visit together, when he journeyed to see Hugh, his only grandchild, he begged forgiveness from his youngest daughter. He'd failed them all, he wept. Chandra could do nothing to give him peace of mind. He'd made a mistake in forcing her to marry Tedric, and whether or not Edwina and Lane had been failed also was not certain, but they were both gone forever. It was for her father's sadness when he died that Chandra wept. And there was the fear that now, with Medwin gone, there was no one to stay Tedric's hand. Chandra watched cautiously to find a moment to ask Lord Alaric for word of Conan, a moment when Tedric was not near. She worried that Alaric would brush her spitefully aside and refuse her any information. It was early on the morning that Alaric prepared to leave that Chandra saw her chance and went to him in the courtyard, clutching Hugh close to her. "My lord," she beckoned. "What is your word of Sir Conan?" Alaric smiled kindly. "You have heard nothing?" he asked. "Nay, my lord. Tedric brings word of the crusade from time to time, but nothing of Sir Conan. I know he would tell me if—" She stopped, looking down and wishing she had not said so much. Alaric reached out and touched her cheek. "Aye, lass, he would tell you if Conan were dead." Chandra looked up at him and saw the kindness in his eyes. "There is nothing I can do to help you," he said softly. Chandra straightened her back and blinked to clear her eyes. "I manage well enough, my lord." "I can imagine," Alaric snorted. "Is this the first time you have been allowed to leave Cordell since your wedding?" "Yea, but I am safe there. He guards me well, but he does not hurt me overmuch." Alaric shook his head sadly. "It pains this old heart, Chandra, knowing how you suffer, knowing how we were unable to prevent this." "Sir Conan, my lord, Is he well?
This war is an ugly thing, Chandra. He will be greatly changed, I vow. But he will return. He is well.
Alaric looked closely at the babe Chandra carried. He was a sturdy child, his skin more bronze than the ivory of his mother's. The shining pate was just barely covered with a dark fuzz.
Tedric has a fine son,
Alaric remarked. The child is a great joy to me, Chandra said.
He is dark.
My father was darker of hair and skin than I, she replied. Alaric did not respond to her.
You will have to be prepared for the change in him, lass. He will not return the same man. But he will return.
That is the only important thing, my lord, she said quietly. Alaric looked toward the keep.
Go inside, lass, before you are found here and chastised.
My lord? Should you send a missive to Sir Conan, tell him— She paused and looked down again, shaking her head negatively.
Tell him?
Alaric urged. Nay, there is nothing.
Chandra felt his hand under her chin as he raised her tear-filled eyes to meet his. Give me something to tell him, lady, Alaric said.
'Tis cruel. There is nothing he can do. He must not hope.
Chandra could not look at Alaric. She could not face him. She wanted to send word that she loved him still, that there was a son, his son, but Conan would be burdened with the weight of duty to them both. If he loved her still, he would come to her of his free choice, not out of duty. She could not plead for his aid. Chandra, what may I tell him?
Please, Monseigneur, tell him that I am well. Tell him I pray for his safety.
Is that all?
Aye, she said, sniffing back her tears. That is all.
Chandra could not send her love to Jerusalem. She cuddled Hugh closely to her and rushed away from Alaric so that her tears could be private. Within the keep, she leaned against the closed door and the wetness coursed down her cheeks. It had been 2 years, 2 very long years since Conan had climbed to her chamber and promised he would return to her. He left a part of himself with her then, and he did not know there was a son. No one knew, although Wynne must have suspected. Conan would return to find England itself had changed. The land was wasted by the sacrifices made to finance the fighting. Count John, first banned from England, had returned and been given by his sovereign brother the right to rule a large accumulation of land in the central part of England. Those living under his rule were a saddened lot, for John's insatiable hunger for power, combined with his cruel and harsh disciplinary hand, left many a sorrowed soul in his path. And while Richard had given him land and power, he continued to surround himself with supporters and warriors, conquering and holding more land to call his own. Those eager for money and power were willing to pledge their fealty to John in return for his promise of support. One such individual, unsurprisingly, was Tedric. Tedric had powerful friends now. He was no longer the lowly son of little inheritance. When Conan returned, he would also see the guards who surrounded Chandra, and the improbability that he could ever wrest her away from Tedric's tight hold. She could not send her love and beg him to free her. The desire must come from his own heart. And his heart may have changed. On some faraway desert manor, there might have been an emperor's daughter whose eyes were more a promise than a memory. Chandra dried her eyes and made her way to her chamber to begin the preparations for traveling back to Cordell. Clothing had already been placed in trunks, and when she entered, Wynne gratefully took Hugh from her arms. "My lord husband?" Chandra questioned. "Did he tell you when we leave?" "Nay, lady, only that we are to make ready." Chandra picked up a small jewel coffer containing a few things that had been her mother's and held it reverently. She prayed Tedric wouldn't take these and sell them as he had done with some of her other things.
There was not much of value within, but the gems were precious in a sentimental way. She opened the coffer to look at them and found it filled with parchment, many pages rolled together. She lifted the pages in confusion, carefully unrolling them to see what this missive was. It was sent to Father and was signed with a scrawling C. It took her only a moment to realize that it was a letter Conan had written to Alaric, and Alaric had found a way to give her word of Conan even before she asked. He must have stolen into her chamber when no one was about to hide the letter among her personal things. Quickly, she closed the lid and fetched her cloak, covering her shoulders and hiding the coffer beneath the folds. "When keep you for me, I will be back soon." Chandra went swiftly down the stairs and through the keep, nearly colliding with Tedric as she was leaving the hall. "Pardon, my lord," she muttered, attempting to pass him. "Where do you go?" he demanded. "To visit my parents' graves once more, Tedric, if you will allow it," she said with cautious respect, but her eyes dared him to stop her. "Make this the last time, lady," he warned. "We will leave here early on the morrow." "Has Lord Alaric gone?" she questioned. "Aye, but he leaves Sir Galen here to protect the keep." Tedric laughed suddenly. "No one would dare trouble the night." Tedric walked away from her, laughing, and Chandra hurried to the garden, to the place where her parents were buried. She cast a furtive glance over her shoulder to see if anyone was watching her. The small cemetery was almost completely concealed from the hall by bushes and trees, and she knew no other place to go. Tedric wasn't interested in watching her as she sat and stared at the earth, as she let her mind commune with the spirits of her family in this place. She knelt on the damp ground and opened the coffer to take out the parchment. She did not have time to savor every word, but the comfort of seeing writing in Conan's own hand brought a warm and tender feeling to her breast. He wrote of the violent storms of Jaffa, the hail and winds, the mud so thick the horses could not move and the men could not walk. On the voyage over, there had been much sickness and strife. Men were forced to kill and eat their horses to stay alive. Many landed with sores and ailments requiring weeks of recuperation before they could travel with Richard. The king, no less human than they, was often ill and bedridden. No one could guarantee his survival of the war. There was no greater in battle, no finer mind for the strategy of war, but his constitution was weak where ailments were concerned, and he was often beset. The infidel enemy was a new sort, appearing easy to best, with their immodest linen wraps and their petite horses. But they were sleek and fast, their steeds accustomed to the sliding terrain and light weight, and their lack of armor did not permit them to hold fast and await return attack. They flung their arrows from the backs of moving horses and quickly retreated out of range. The Negro and Bedouin foot soldiers hurled arrows and darts while the horsed heathens attacked in waves. The first reaction to this alien form of fighting was paralyzed horror on the part of the heavily fettered knights. In the end of the Battle of Arsuf, there was a victory for the Christians, but in truth it was a miracle they even survived. And even so, many a warrior lay stricken and immobilized from the severe heat and lack of water. The taking of hostages in battle was common. An execution was a necessary evil to be dealt with. Chandra shuddered. Conan wrote his father that he thought he had hardened himself to the facts of war, to the blood and agonized cries of the beaten. But the day he witnessed the slaughter of over 2,000 prisoners taken at Acre, he found that he hadn't. There were snake bites, the victims writhing in delirium and pain before dying, the depletion of food stores, a severe lack of meat and fruit caused the slow starvation of some. Illness. There was a new, unknown disease in every heathen village. One local complaint struck both kings, laying Richard and Philip on their backs. As if a noble bug had bitten, Conan, too, was stricken. Fever and delirium reigned, and though he remembered nothing when he regained consciousness, Conan found that Mallory had closeted himself with his ailing comrade and would allow no other near.
I could not see his purpose and would rather have had him leave a more expendable servant to the task of tending me,
Conan wrote.
But my sister's husband said that the name I called out in my sickness would not have pleased my other comrades in arms.
Chandra's heart lurched as she read this. Could Conan have called out for her while he was ill? Did Mallory worry that Tedric's brothers would hear? She knew that they all lived and fought together in that heathen land. Did they also fight among themselves because of her?
I worry that what I hold dear is being abused in my absence, he wrote. It pains my heart that I can do nothing. But when I am returned, there are matters to settle, and rest assured, my lord, many wrongs will be set aright. Should you find the right moment, say that I am well, though poorly spirited from this wretched war. And should you have the time, tell those you know I love that I will return to them.
A tear slowly crept down Chandra's cheek. Would that I could thank your father for allowing me this simple touch, she murmured to the wrinkled pages. Would that I could hold this to my breast as I pray for your safety, my love. The earth was still soft where Medwyn had been buried, and Chandra scraped away a portion of the ground near the foot of his grave and placed the coffer carefully within, covering it with dirt. My father would be honored to think he guards your words, she said softly. Slowly she rose to stand, and as she turned she met cold gray eyes. She gasped and jumped in surprise as Tedric grabbed her wrist. "What little treasures of Sir Conan do you bury with your father, love?" Sir Medwyn was barely cold in his grave when Tedric called his father to his aid to ride on Falcon Castle. A letter, written by Medwyn shortly before his death, brought Theodoric to his son's aid. Sir Conan, Medwyn wrote, had done little for Falcon Castle in the short time he was married to Edwina. There was no issue, and the many debts that had accumulated had been righted by Sir Tedric. Since Tedric fathered the only offspring with lineage to Medwyn, Falcon Castle was to belong to him, and in turn to Hugh, Chandra's son. A modest sum of money to ease the insult and to repay Conan for the care given to Edwina was carried in a pouch. Galen did not yield the keep easily, but faced with Tedric's men and those of Sir Theodoric, he could not hold out for long. Those men who'd served Medwyn were in a state of confusion over who was right, but quickly saw the right in might. Phelan was abandoned by the young Galen, and a few men fell before the hall was taken. Tedric might have slain the young knight but for Theodoric's presence. Galen returned a week later with his father and a hearty troop of men, but Alaric forged no attack. The two aging lords, once the best of friends, were enemies now. "The battle is not over," Alaric bellowed to the barbican where Theodoric and Tedric stood. "Upon Conan's return, you will see me firmly behind him." "And if Conan does not return, old man?" Tedric shouted back. "I think he would come from hell to set you from this hall." Loyalties at home were torn and shredded while the great armies of Richard the Lion-Hearted warred in the devastating heat of the Holy Land. Friends were turned against friends, husbands against wives, and in the absence of the Blue Falcon, little was preserved for his return. Those who would have died for his cause were left without even that recourse. When Tedric returned to Cordell after his conquest, he gloated before Chandra. "What did you do to my father to make him write that letter for you?" she demanded of him. "It was simple, ma chérie," he returned. "I told him I would have you killed should he refuse me." "There is nothing to stop you now," she taunted. "There is but one thing, love. While Conan wants you, he will be cautious. I hold your life in my hand." "What he feels for me will make little difference, Tedric," she said quietly. "I think this insult may be the apple that tips the cart. He will surely kill you whether he cares for me or not." As the winds of November in the year 1192 began to cool the land, the soldiers of Richard began to filter into England after more than 2 years away. Chapter 19. Since Tedric had taken possession of Phelan, he'd stocked the walls well with soldiers, promising them grandness and good time for their service. The families were in a suspended state of feud, Alaric and Theodoric doing nothing as they awaited the return of their sons. After spending several months assuring himself that Phelan was stoutly held, Tedric returned to Cordell to stay. He still felt sure that the prize Conan sought was here, in this small village. Chandra could see no reason why Tedric had not moved them all to Phelan, the larger and stronger keep, except that even he saw the advantages of Cordell. Conan could not enter the town without being seen. It was reasonable to assume that Conan's attack would be on the castle he considered stolen from him, Phelan, where he would not find the lady. Chandra's days blended one into the next with naught but the seasonal changes to alert her that any time had passed at all. She wasn't allowed to venture from Cordell, and there had not been any visitors. Early in the morning, she would don a heavy woolen gunna and have Hugh brought to her. Her duties were so many and varied that she could not even mother her own son as she wanted to. She smiled as Wynne brought Hugh in. Chandra bounced Hugh upon her knee, and he giggled gaily. His eyes had never changed from the glittering blue he was born with, but his white blonde hair turned to the dark crown of his sire. And the pale white skin of babyhood was growing bronze and golden like Conan's. While Tedric was small compared to his contemporaries, Hugh was a large, solid child. She knew the day would soon come when Tedric would question his parentage. For now, they were safe, since Tedric took little interest in his son. Hugh could be out of his sight for weeks at a time without Tedric noticing.
"Lady, my brother took chickens to Colchester," Wynne said. "Many a knight has returned."
Chandra did not look at her. She chucked the baby under his chin.
"Lady, is there word?" the young woman asked.
"Nay, nor will there be, as I reason." She hugged Hugh close and relished the fresh, clean scent of his skin. He wriggled from her grasp, more interested in walking about the room, examining every article with his hands and mouth, his fat legs taking him more quickly than seemed possible from one trouble to the next.
"Thetford," Chandra said softly. "Remember, if you forget all else, that Lane is in the convent at Thetford. If we are in danger here, you can make your way to her. There are those who would help you, and the coins I gave your father. They are safe?" "Aye, lady, and no one knows. But I could flee there now, and—"
"Nay," she snapped, drawing a jump from Hugh, who was just a few paces away. The little chin quivered and tears collected in his eyes. She held out her arms to him, and he snuggled close to her breast.
"I cannot know what comes with the winter,"
she said more calmly.
"It is a thing we must do when Tedric is engaged in his battle, when he is far from here. Until that time, be brave. I will let no harm come to you or my son."
She stroked the dark head and kissed Hugh's soft ear. "If you skitter about like a frightened rabbit, do you think it will go unnoticed?"
To this day, though no word has come and no contact ever been made, Tedric suspects me above all others. He would be in Phelan Castle now but for his fear that Conan would come here and free me of this bondage."
Wynne nodded. The guard about the hall and along the road was heavy since the first of the soldiers had returned, and word of their coming had reached Cordell.
"If Richard gave his brother leave to manage his lands without reprisal.
While we may hope the king will curb John now, his first business will likely be arranging masses, celebrations, and tournaments to raise the funds for his next battle. We are better not to depend on Richard to solve our problems."
"Aye, lady,"
she said weakly. Chandra sighed. She knew she had hardened somewhat as a result of the great burden she'd carried the past years. Her strength was more finely honed and her faith less than blind. Her love had not faltered, but she knew the risk was high that Conan would return with some Byzantine mistress with babes clinging to her skirts. It had been over 2 years. Chandra heard soft talking and moving around in the opposite chamber and quickly handed Hugh to Wynne. "Take him," she bade the girl. "Later tonight, bring him to me for a while. Please." Wynne left the room, and Chandra continued with her dressing, fastening an anklet around her slender ankle and fitting into place the gold girdle that she wore daily. A few coins would be given to the priest, and she placed them in her pouch along with her rosary. She covered her head with a veil, and just as she would have reached for her cloak, Tedric entered the room. "To prayers?" he questioned with a sneer. "As every morn, my lord," she answered. "For what do you pray, damsel? Do you pray that your knight will return and kill your husband?" She stiffened with indignation. "I can assure you that I have never prayed for your death," she retorted saucily. "Have you word of him?" Tedric asked. Chandra sighed. For a long while Tedric had been quiet about this obsession, but since some knights had returned and there had been no attack or challenge from Conan, Tedric was becoming unbearable with the weight. "And how would a message make its way to me, husband? Would your guards let a messenger pass?" Tedric chuckled at her predicament. "Sir Conan, the great warrior of the cross. Has he not yet promised to rescue you from your husband?" Chandra stooped and fidgeted with her anklet so that he would not see her eyes. "I feel certain that any message from Conan will come to you, Tedric, not to me." "Ah, my love, your denial does not fool me," he sneered. "Tedric," she said, raising her eyes to meet his. She felt almost serene. Chandra neared 19 years, and while the blush of youth might still be evident if she had cause to be gay, there was no trace of youth or naivete in her gaze as she looked at her husband now. "'Tis no secret that I once desired Sir Conan, but it has been over 5 years, Tedric, since that possibility was lost to me. There is no reason for me to expect his protection now. The Falcon may be a genius in war, but in his follies with women he has been a fool. I wager he wants you still. He will walk into my trap." "Had he wanted me at the cost of his life, my lord, would he have ventured to the crusade?" "Conan is a pompous ass," Tedric spat. "How like him to return as the glorious warrior to stake his claims." Chandra smiled lazily. "Has he disappointed you and returned alive?" She would have expected his anger, but instead he laughed cruelly. "You have aged, my fair Chandra," he said, reaching out to touch her cheek. "You are no longer the blushing maid of our wedding day. Your hate has worn on you. He will not be pleased." She tore away from him because she knew what he said was true. All that she had endured as his wife showed on her. "He will have little to entice him when he stares into those passionless eyes, my pet," Tedric fairly crooned. "Should he have a chance to look upon my face, Tedric, I heartily doubt it will be in passion. Pity, rather, for what has befallen me since you took me." He grasped her arm tightly and held her firmly, looking closely into her eyes. Tedric's gray eyes could bolt from dark to pale as his anger built, and now, nearly white with inner rage, he stared her down. "I will know the truth of his intentions soon, sweet," he said in a low and menacing tone. "If he casts you aside, he must still fight for his lands. If he holds any love in his heart for you, I shall take pleasure in keeping you from him. One way or the other, fair Chandra, I shall have the brave warrior at odds. Be assured." She would not flinch from him, but neither would she fight him. She knew her resistance would goad him into more abusive behavior. Eventually he released her as if disgusted and strode to the door. There he paused to salute her with a sly smile. When the door closed behind him, she caught her breath and sat heavily on her bed. She knew her place in this obscure rivalry. Somehow Tedric would make her the victim. She had heard nothing from Conan since that visit so long ago. Many times she'd beaten down the thought that his stealthy climb to her chamber was made an impetuous lust eager to be spent after wanting and wondering for too long. If she did see him again, she could not beg his protection now. Pride would not allow. Pride and love, for if he did not want her, she would free him to another, however painful. Upon leaving the keep, Chandra passed the villagers returning from church. Those cruel words with her husband had caused her to miss the Mass. The church was vacant but for 2 villagers bent in prayer, and for this much she was grateful. She crossed herself, genuflected, dropped to her knees before the large wooden cross above the altar. She lent her heart to her prayers, the same prayers, laden with fear and confusion, that she'd offered for a very long time. Daily she would pray until spiritually spent, then confess, and then listen to Mass and take communion. The rest of the day she would bear as she could. Its problems would leave her exhausted, and she would sleep, usually dreamlessly. There was a hand on her shoulder, and she looked up to see Father Merrick looking down at her. She assumed he was ready to hear her confession so that he could be about his other chores. Wordlessly she rose, her rosary tightly wound around her hands, to follow him. She noticed that he led her not to the small antechamber where he heard confessions, but toward the rectory, a room for his private use that she had never seen. Stopping, she tried to reason this, but the priest smiled, inviting her with his eyes to follow. In this small room there were pages of parchment scattered about a small table. A quill stood ready, and a stool was the only comfort. No rug or tapestries warmed the room or broke the plainness. As he held the door for her, she noticed that a brother of the same order was within. His back to her, this disciple of Christ seemed to fill the room. His broad-shouldered frame looked immense beneath the brown drab of his habit. She was accustomed to the men of the gospel being small of stature and more intellectual than muscular. She turned to ask the priest his business, but found that Father Merrick had turned to go, closing the door softly behind him. The figure in the robes slowly turned. His appearance was swarthy, his face tanned from many months in the hot sun. His beard had been recently shaven, making his cheeks and chin stand out white against the rest of his face. A scar, deep and still red, was carved along one cheek from his temple to his chin. His dark hair fell over his forehead, and the eyes that had penetrated even her deepest sleep, were the same as ever. Chandra covered her mouth to silence her gasp of surprise and looked about quickly to be sure that she was alone with him. Then, quickly, she ran the few steps between them and threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in his chest. She let her fingertips examine him, feeling to be certain he was real. She took in the smell of him, the masculine musk that she immediately recalled. Tears blurred her eyes as she pulled away from him to study his face. So there, too, she let her trembling fingers decide his features. She touched his lips, his dark brows, the scar that stood out on his cheek. It was several moments before she realized that the arms that held her were slack and weak. She pulled away again and looked into his eyes. They were hardened and cold, though he seemed to try to soften them. He smiled somewhat sheepishly, reaching out a hand to caress her cheek. The hand was rough and scratchy on her delicate skin, but she did not wince. Rather, she held it against her cheek and pressed soft kisses into the calloused palm.
"Chandra,"
he breathed.
"You're the finest sight."
She laughed softly, the tears more controlled now. "I greatly feared you would find me aged and ugly," she murmured.
"You are beautiful,"
he said. He frowned slightly as he looked at her.
"You have suffered through this war."
There was a bitter quality to his voice, as if something within gnawed at him.
"I had to tell myself daily that you would survive."
She tilted her head to hear his coarse whisper, for his voice seemed to lack strength. "Oh, Conan, I too have longed for this day, but you are tired and I think unwell. You need rest and time away from fighting. I wish that I could soothe you, but even now I fear for you."
"Seeing you alive and well is comfort enough. Chandra, you must understand. You must forgive me for leaving you. It was the only way."
She reached up to touch his cheek, and she smiled into his tired eyes. "Conan, there was never anything you could do to help me. And you see, I am well enough." She paused a moment, and when she spoke again, the tears threatened. "Conan, my father is dead."
"I know what Tedric has done,"
he said bitterly. Chandra's cheeks flamed, and she looked down at her hands.
"I do not hold you responsible. I know there was no way you could stay him, and he alone will pay."
"Conan, he threatened to have me killed if my father did not yield Phelan. My father was not well," she wept. "He should have refused, for Tedric would not have carried out his threats."
"I know why he keeps you alive, why he keeps you here. There was nothing else Medwin could do, nothing else that I could do."
"He has strong allies now," she said. "He is a friend to Count John, and Theodoric still supports him, even against you. He has not changed, Conan. He swears to his father that he is loyal to the king, yet much of his money and men come from John."
"Richard will take care of John, but the king travels by land rather than sea and has not yet arrived."
"Conan, I fear Tedric will prove difficult to roust from Phelan. He has planted a grand army within those walls."
"But he will not fight,"
Conan said with a rueful laugh.
"As always, Tedric plots my death without meeting me in fair battle."
Chandra looked away, for she could not stand the distance in his eyes. He, in turn, moved away from her. "You will regain what is rightfully yours, Conan," she said softly. "But you are right to beware of Tedric. He will never meet you honestly." The inner pain and exhaustion that seemed to consume him did not give the picture of the glorious returning warrior that Tedric seemed to envision. He was not the same man, Chandra thought. "You must not think of me as you battle Tedric. Do whatever you must, Conan." Conan looked at her.
"You must forgive me,"
he said quietly.
"You must not hate me for leaving you here with him. It was the only way."
"Hate you? It is not within my being to hate you."
"Chandra, under my watchful eye, Tedric would not have dared so much, though there would never have been a way to stop him completely."
"Conan, I have never questioned your leaving. You need not explain to me now."
"Had my promises meant anything, I would have done a better job of protecting you."
"I would not hold you to promises made in a moment of passion, Conan. You are not beholden to me." She looked at the shock registered on his face.
"I beg forgiveness, Chandra, for seeing to you so poorly, but I do not decline promises made. Chandra, I have been fouled by a long war. Now you want none of me?"
"Oh, nay," she whispered, tears smarting in her eyes. "Oh, love, never that." "But you are tired," she breathed. "You must not in a hasty moment meet Tedric. Not for me, not for anyone. It has been a long time, mon cher. England has changed. You have changed. I cannot have you come home to more burdens. I cannot have you—"
"I had to go," he said. "I went for us. It was the only way, though I knew I would return to see how you had suffered as his wife."
He moved toward her, dragging one foot as he moved. She stared at the afflicted member, trying to conceal her horror.
"A heathen blade,"
he said sourly.
"Chandra,"
he whispered.
"Chandra, tell me that you love me before I live another moment."
She came to him slowly, placing her hands on his chest and trying to smile through tears of pain and joy. Conan, my love, never doubt my love. It was the only thing that gave me hope. But do not let love blind you. Beware of Tedric. He hopes that you love me. He hopes that will help him cut you down. I could not live. He grabbed her fiercely, holding her close to him, burying his face in her hair and taking in the fresh, womanly scent of her.
The nights were so long,
he muttered, his voice cracking.
The days were hellish, and had a vision of you not been foremost on my mind, I would have perished. Twice I fell from my horse, not able to rise on my own mettle. I feared I would not hold you again. And now,
he stopped and laughed ruefully.
Now I am grateful that Tedric's presence presses me on.
Chandra didn't respond, but rested her head on his chest. It was the only comfort she would have until this feud was resolved.
England has changed,
Conan remarked.
I have changed. That is true.
When my father died, she told him, Alaric traveled to Phelan and left behind one of your letters. He hid it in my mother's jewel coffer, the one I was meant to have. I read the letter, Conan. It was the only news I had of you in 2 years. And Tedric discovered me. He holds your letter now.
And how did he punish you?
Conan asked with a bitterness in his voice. He did not. He gloats in his possession. He considers the letter proof that you want me.
And you deny it?
He asked. Chandra laughed apologetically. You have more use for a woman alive than a corpse, have you not? Yea, I deny it. And then I confess an impure love and lies. It has been thus for years.
Have you changed?
He asked softly. Chandra pushed herself away from him so that she could look into his eyes. Yea, Conan, she said. I am no longer that tender lass that pursued you years ago.
Has everything changed, Chandra?
Nay, love. There are some things that go on through all eternity. There was a tapping at the door, and Conan scowled at the interruption. They both knew the time had come to part again. She quickly reached for him, for one more touch to hold dear. Some things will never change, Conan. My love for you, my hope for a better day.
There will be a better day,
he whispered. My sins have been many, but I will not add one more to a very long list. I must ask that you spare Tedric's life if you can.
And will you hate me if I kill him?
She looked into his eyes again, the cold blue glistening. She knew in her heart what Tedric's last sight would be. She shook her head. God help me. I could not hate you for any reason.
Tell me you love me,
he insisted again. I love you, Conan, she breathed. I love you more than life. Again there was the tapping, more insistent, rapid. She knew she would not see him until... Or would she ever see him again? How would it end? Do not meet him too soon, she begged. Rest and regain your strength. And do not fear for me. I will be safe. He silenced her in a kiss that did not hold the passion she remembered, but warmed her through and through just the same. She clung to him, tasting his mouth, holding him closely. Then she broke away from him at the sound of more knocking on the door.
I will love you again, Chandra, and you will not doubt me.
Go, quickly, she urged, tears threatening.
I would take you now if it could be done safely.
Go, she choked, trusting him, fearing him. He folded his hands in front of him, concealing them beneath the heavy folds of the monk's garb. He bent his head so that the hood would cover most of his face. Without, Father Merrick stood nervously twisting his hands and spoke softly, issuing his instructions for leaving. Just before making his final exit, Conan turned and looked at Chandra once more. There in the blue eyes, she saw a new light, the glow of a promise. It had not been there when she first met his eyes. Now it was real. He was truly returned. Time alone could take away the sting of war, but she at least believed he would recover. With a lift in her heart, she smiled at him, her eyes mirroring what his had told her. In time, for love and for honor, all wrongs would be set aright. He bent his head again and was gone. Chandra took herself to the chapel to kneel again before the altar. Her heart beat so fiercely she could hardly breathe properly. Within her there was a trembling she could not control, of a nature she could not define. It was perhaps excitement, perhaps fear. Seeing him here, on her own turf, under Tedric's very nose, was alarming at the very least. He was certainly weak, and should he meet Tedric too soon, she feared he would not live through the day. She let her face fall into her hands and wept. "Fear not, lady," a soft voice comforted. "He is in good hands. He goes with a deputation of God." "Will God aid him, Father?" Chandra choked out without looking at the priest. "God's ways are a mystery, but his strength is well known. Sir Conan has come from a battle for the cross. He is surely in God's grace." Chandra looked up into the kindly eyes of the priest. "You helped him, Father," she said, shaking her head in bewilderment as the impact of this hit her for the first time. "You have issued me penance for sinful thoughts of another man, and surely you know who that man must be. You have listened to my confession time and time again, and you must know." Father Merrick shrugged and looked into Chandra's moist eyes. "If God has a plan, I will see it to fruition. For that I will pray for direction." "And you will not confide in my lord?" she asked shakily. "Not even in exchange for my life." The tears threatened again. "There was so much I didn't tell him," she wept. "His sister has never been found. His father grows old. Hugh—" She stopped and looked guiltily up at the priest. That much she had not confessed. But Father Merrick only smiled. "Better he learns these things one at a time." "You see him as our hope too, Father?" Father Merrick looked up at the altar. "I remember when there were rich articles there, replaced now with wooden implements since Sir Tedric's coming." He sighed. "I pray for Sir Tedric's soul, lady. I cannot bring myself to pray for his life. God help me." "How does Sir Conan leave, Father?" "So that no guard sees. He travels with the brothers for a distance. His comrades await him well down the road, and when they are reunited, he enters the forest. Don't worry," he said with a smile. "He has more protection than Tedric could ever claim." Chapter 20. The sun was high in the sky, and a brewis was set to simmer on the hearth. Bread was being kneaded in preparation for baking. All fires but for those needed in cooking were low to preserve firewood for the long winter. In the highest level of the manor, Chandra looked over the cloth that was being woven. The women accepted her compliments and heeded her reprimands, whichever was the case. In a far corner sat Wyn with Hugh at her feet, playing with a doll made of rags and twigs and a small ball of wool. The commotion caused by Tedric and his returning men echoed through the manor, yet even in this high loft Chandra could tell that it sounded strangely different. It sounded far too raucous. Or was it furious? A page burst into the room. "My lord sends for you, lady. He is in his chamber. He orders you to come at once, and there are injured men in the courtyard." "Injured?" she questioned. "Aye, lady. I do not know how this came to pass." The page, a lad of 10 or 12, had been about Cordell for at least 2 years. Chandra knew his face and suddenly realized she did not know his name. He was a fair youth, and she liked him. Though he served Tedric's men, he'd responded to her kindness. "Lady," the youth said with a worried look in his eyes, "Sir Tedric is angry." Chandra tried to smile her thanks to the lad for his warning, but her lips trembled and the effort was lost. She turned to the women in the room and found that all eyes, round with fright, were on her. She signaled them with just a tilt of her head to take themselves below and give aid to the wounded. They dropped their spools and went quickly. Her eyes went next to Wynne and the communication was clear. Wynne held Hugh close to her and hushed her young ward. She was prepared to protect the child. Chandra went quickly to her husband's chamber and entered without knocking. Tedric stood on the far side of the room and drained a cup of wine. He looked at her with obvious rage and filled the cup again, taking another long pull. He then placed the chalice on the chest near his bed and took long and determined strides toward her. Chandra's eyes were wide with apprehension as he walked toward her. He'd often been angry and abusive, but the rage that seemed to consume him now looked to be even more powerful. Studying the silver slits of his eyes left her unprepared for his hand as he struck her hard across the face. She reeled backward and fell against the door, clutching the bruised cheek, tasting blood in her mouth, and stared at him in mute wonder.
"So you've seen him," Tedric shouted. "He comes to you here."
Terror gripped her. Did Conan lay below, injured? But she could not ask. She knew what part she must play until all was lost. "Who?"
"Your knight, Conan the Bastard."
"Conan is here?" She heard herself squeak.
"No longer fairish, Chandra," he sneered. "He's made his escape, but not before laying 3 of my men low. They may not live through the night."
"How so, Tedric? What has happened?"
"Do you play the innocent with me?" he shouted. "Do you pretend to know nothing of this? You knew I would be upon the road, and that is where we were attacked."
"I know nothing of his presence here," she protested. "Ask the servants if I have been in these walls since—"
He jerked her roughly to her feet, his grip tight and painful on her upper arms. "Do not think to make me your fool, Chandra. I know your rote. You have been to Mass, and Sir Conan was garbed as a monk." He flung her away and strode to the other side of the room. He turned then and shouted back at her. "He led a mule, and it was one of my own men who stopped that caravan when he noticed one brother carrying something beneath his robes. It was a sheathed sword. I recognized the face of that devil. He would be dead now, but that his cry brought his companions to his aid." He looked Chandra over and smiled sardonically. "He didn't leave in good humor, my love. He suffered at least one blow before he made his horse." Chandra held her head up, trying not to show her fear.
"I am surprised that you did not follow and slay him," she said.
"We followed," Tedric snapped, "but our horses were weary from this morning's ride while theirs were rested."
"It could be it was his plan to attack you," she said. "There are those here who resent you, Tedric, for you have been a difficult man to abide. Perhaps he'd learned your habits, and—"
"How could he learn my habits when there is a guard around every corner of this town? He didn't come to fight me. He came to see you."
"I have not seen him," she said simply.
"You lie. You alone would dare to betray me."
I am the one to caution these people to obey you. Truly, without me to hold them back, they would have defied you long ago. I have not betrayed you. I had not the opportunity."
"Nor will you," he shouted. "Nor will anyone dare to betray me again. Whoever does will die."
As quickly as his rage had mounted, it began to die. A sinister smile replaced the look of anger, and the insult of Conan's penetration of Cordell seemed to fall away as he devised yet another plan. He was confident again. He walked to the door of his chamber with a direct, unhurried step. He turned at the door and looked at her.
"Do you think I would let you live if not for the fact that he wants you?
Aye, Cherie, he will risk his stupid neck to have you, and I will be the one to watch him fall. But no more will I allow betrayal in my village. These good and fearful folk will feel the weight of my hand this very day. And be assured, no one will dare to give Sir Conan aid again."
"What will you do, Tedric?" she asked anxiously.
"I would have done with you now, but the Falcon needs a lure," he said, and left the room.
Chandra felt herself shaking inwardly and clutched at composure. She walked downstairs and looked around at the soldiers in the main room, their shields lying about and their gear scattered here and there. They looked at her with nothing less than hatred as she passed through. Bereft of a cloak, she went out of the hall. There was a commotion within the town, and Chandra looked, first in confusion and then in horror, to the sight of some of Tedric's men dragging the village priest toward a gibbet. With a cry, she ran to that sight and threw herself at the men, pleading with them to unhand the priest. "You must not obey Tedric in this," she shouted. "Do you know the sin of killing a priest? I beg of you." But her protest was ignored, and one of the men threw her aside with a sharp blow. She stumbled back and fell, and looked from her lowly position to see the men dragging the priest to the platform. There had never been a device for hanging before Tedric came to this town, but since his coming there had been many lashings and even a few deaths. Villagers began to swell the street, and someone helped Chandra to her feet. She immediately took flight in the direction of the gibbet and plowed her way through the people. When Father Merrick tripped and fell, the men-at-arms simply dragged him. Tedric stood relaxed below the gibbet with a sneer twisting his lips. She fell at his feet, tears wetting her cheeks and a look of horrified bewilderment on her face. As she looked up at him, she saw him watching her lazily, his eyes slightly glazed as he gloated in this power he assumed. "Tedric, are you mad? Would you kill a lowly priest? A messenger of God?"
"He gave aid to my enemy,"
Tedric said easily. "How do you know that he did? Did he confess this?"
"Nay, he will not confess," Tedric chortled. "But that will not stop me from doing what I have to do. 'Tis time these people learn that my word is law here, and Sir Conan is not welcome in this village. He means to do me harm."
She shook her head in disbelief. "You wish him harm. His intention is not clear. He has only just returned from the crusade." She clutched at his legs. "Tedric, let the priest go, I beg of you. Do not hurt him. Anything. I will do anything you ask." Tedric raised one brow and looked down at her. He cast a glance over his shoulder and smiled as the rope was fitted about the stoic priest's neck. He looked back at his wife. "Do you know your master, Chandra?" "Yea," she replied.
"Name him."
"You, Sir Tedric," she humbly responded.
Tedric's shoulders shook with silent laughter as he enjoyed bringing this proud vixen to her knees. "And you would do anything for the priest's freedom? Would you take his place?"
"Gladly," she replied with bravado, though she knew full well that Tedric would not finish her life so easily. He needed her to draw Conan back.
Tedric looked up to the priest. "Did you aid my enemy and conceal him from me, father?" he shouted.
The priest looked to the heavens and did not utter a word. His hands were bound behind his back, and his eyes tilted up, his mouth set in a stern line. Tedric motioned his guards away from the priest's side, and with a wave of his hand commanded a man to move to the lever that would drop the floor below the priest. Tedric turned his back as the man moved the lever. He watched his wife as she looked past him to the gibbet. Her scream of anguish as the priest fell, the rope jerking his body to a halt, was all that was heard. Tedric didn't look back at the limp form of the priest hanging from his noose. He looked first at the villagers, who stood paralyzed as their priest was killed. Then he looked at his wife. She turned and looked into his eyes. "You have ensured your own demise," Chandra said slowly. "I had hoped that before it was too late you would change your ways. But this," she croaked, throwing an arm wide to indicate the lifeless form of the village priest. "This is too much. I think you will not find mercy even in heaven now." Chandra turned and looked to some villagers standing near and beckoned them to her. 2 women and a man walked carefully around Tedric to follow her up the 3 steps to the raised gibbet to take charge of the body of Father Merrick. One of Tedric's men approached him and asked for his next instructions.
"Let her finish her task,"
Tedric said.
"Then escort her to the hall and see that she does not leave again. My lady will have to do without even her prayers from now on."
Sir Conan, Sir Mallory, and Sir Thirlwell pulled their horses along a densely wooded path. They were not traveling the well-known road through Colchester and on to Anselm, but were going through the forest until they came to a southern road to Anselm, a route that Conan's enemies would not expect him to take. He had no desire to fight again so soon. That impromptu battle along the road had worn on him, leaving his injured leg sore and throbbing. And in this thicket he could not ride his horse, but was forced to walk and lead the animal. They did not stop until the sun was low in the sky. The evening brought bitter cold, and each man quickly fashioned himself a makeshift barrier and huddled within for warmth. The night was disturbed only by the grumblings of men tired of making their beds on the hard ground. There was a rustling in the shrub, and Conan was the first on his feet with a snarl on his lips. He hoped Tedric had found him. He would take great pleasure in killing him. The pain and weakness in his leg never for a moment worried him. "Nay, Sir Conan, do not strike," the familiar voice said.
"Sir William, how did you find us?"
The man smiled.
"This is my wood, Conan. No one travels here without my knowledge. You did make us walk a great distance, however."
He turned and held aside a branch so that some others might pass.
"Build these men a fire and feed them, and see to the animals."
He looked again at Conan.
"You are a sorry lot. I thought I had prepared you for life in the wood." "I would not send an invitation to Tedric to find us,"
Conan replied testily.
"You are too far from the keep for him to see, and he has not followed. You are assumed well on your way home." "We could have stayed on the road,"
Conan grumbled. The 2 men that huddled over a pyramid of dry sticks backed away as the fire took light. Mallory nodded his approval and moved closer, as did others. More wood was tossed on and the fire soon blazed. Conan's temperament was eased considerably by the welcome warmth.
"We do not protect Cordell as in years past,"
William said.
"Tedric's guard does that. For now, we only wait." "That he allows you in the wood at all surprises me,"
Conan said. William shrugged.
"He is not much of a warrior. Neither is he a huntsman, and he takes all the game we bring. Even Sir Tedric gets hungry." "Tell me then, how well is the town kept? Could a decent army take it?"
"From the road it would be difficult, but with a force to draw out the guard and another force to come from the wood, 'twould be a simple matter."
"It would be the finest pleasure to take Tedric now, before another day passes,"
Conan returned.
"Why do you tarry?"
"Of our comrades on the crusade, 4 were sons of Theodoric. He still supports Tedric, as word has it. If my move is made too hastily, I may have a family war to contend with. I have no desire to meet men in battle whom I stood beside in months past."
He looked into the fire and spoke solemnly.
"And I've no desire to see Chandra harmed."
"Or the child,"
William put in. Conan's eyes darted to William.
"There is a child?"
he asked hesitantly.
"She did not tell you?"
William asked.
There was a little time. She warned me of Tedric's intention, and she pleaded for her husband's life. Now I see her reasons more clearly. Nay, Conan, I think not. Conan threw a twig into the fire and muttered, "'Twill be difficult to coddle Tedric's child." "Conan," William said, cutting him off. "The child is not small and fair as Sir Tedric is. His eyes are blue, but not like his mother's, and the hair just sprouting forth is dark. His skin is not the pale white of Sir Tedric and Lady Chandra. He is a sturdy child, and—" Conan came to a slow realization and suddenly asked, "When was the child born?" William laughed outright. "I think I could tell you when he was conceived." "And yet he lives?" "Tedric ignores his son. My daughter cares for the child and keeps him well away from Tedric." "But if the child looks so much like another, Chandra has prepared for the day that Wyn will have to steal him away. Yea, should Tedric become suspicious or hasten into battle, the lad will be taken away." "How will you get them out?" Conan asked uneasily. William smiled. "I can steal away anyone from this village, Conan. There is no problem. It is Chandra I cannot rescue. I leave her to you."
Chapter 21. The journey to the Holy Land had taken many months, with delays of many varieties, from political to elemental, slowing them. The return voyage had taken only 1 month. Sir Conan had departed England with 20 men and was fortunate to be returning with 10. Mallory and Thirlwell were with him still, by the grace of God. As these bedraggled remains of Richard's army rode toward Anselm, they noted the changed look of the land. Those they passed wore a poor look and appeared downtrodden. Some would raise a hand to the returning crusaders, but there was no cheering or gay welcome. During the war in the East, Conan had lived his life day by day, not stopping to consider the effects the war was having on the land at home. With so many good men away, the crops were less abundant and the protection against thieves lacking. Cattle seemed sparser, piles of hay smaller, and serfs thinner. In Conan's absence, Alaric's land had suffered greatly from yielding money, goods, and men to the king's cause. The guard recognized the returning troop, though Conan didn't have his falcon riding his shoulder. Hundreds of horses had been taken, and only a piddling few returned. That Mars didn't survive the crusade was no great surprise. The banner, tattered and worn, and the cross of Christ on the chest of every knight brought the gates open and the bridge crashing down. Alaric stood in the courtyard in wait. He looked more than 3 years older. Conan dismounted and walked slowly toward his father, hoping for the old man's sake that he wouldn't notice the limp. But Alaric's eyes went to the injured leg at once and rose again to Conan's face. The impact of it did not register on Alaric's face. The old lord was made of stronger stuff. Even in his declining years, he was capable of bearing the weight of this, that his son had been maimed. Conan bowed before his father. He rose slowly to find Alaric's arms open to him. He embraced his father gratefully, and the two stood in this closeness for a few moments before breaking apart. The walking staff that had become Alaric's constant companion had fallen to the ground, and when Conan released his father, Alaric faltered slightly, finding that he needed the cane more than he would admit. With a sigh, Conan bent to retrieve it. Alaric indicated Conan's injured leg with his eyes.
"We may move a bit more slowly, but we will walk together again," he said warmly. Then, with a sigh and a scratchy voice, he added, "There were days that I feared we would not." "They found success in slowing me, but they could not finish me," Conan replied, proud that he'd survived the heathen sword. "When word came to England that the great James of Aven fell at Arsuf, my fear for your life heightened. Aye, he fell, but not alone. He took 15 Saracen with him."
"The leg?" Alaric asked. "How long has it been thus?"
"Months,"
Conan replied.
"since Acre. 'Twould mend, given a chance, but there was no rest until now. Now it will mend."
"Your victory?"
"Victory? Do they call it a victory here? I think it would better be called an escape. Escape with some measure of dignity."
"But there is a treaty with Saladin."
"Yea, my lord, a treaty."
Conan laughed ruefully.
"The two most honorable warriors in all the world formed a treaty. You would have been greatly amused by their strange friendship. While their armies fought, they exchanged expensive gifts. Saladin sent Richard fruit when he was ill, then killed the hostages. Richard wrote letters to Saladin, then attacked one of his cities. When we finally reached the holy city, we had lost many good men. Our horses were few, and food was lower than ever. The city was walled and well stocked with warriors. There was no possible way to conquer it, no way to do battle and have one man left to return to England. That was when the treaty was formed, and Saladin promised to let pilgrims of the cross enter the city for the sake of our Christ. And now that we are gone, will he honor the treaty? Will the pilgrims of the cross be treated with respect or killed? I would not fault Richard if there was no choice, and if Saladin does honor his word. We have made great progress in our crusade, but I do not feel victory."
"And was it all for naught?"
"Time will tell that, father. When I've settled matters here, we will see if the price of fighting in Richard's war has broken my purse or lined it with worth. Time will tell."
By this time, most of the other men had dismounted, and pages were taking their horses to the Anselm stables. Mallory and Thirlwell moved toward Alaric and were welcomed as warmly as Conan had been. It was as if 3 sons had returned to Anselm instead of just one. Alaric's moist and troubled eyes moved over them. "Come into the hall," he bade them. "Greet your mother and ease her mind. She has been upset since the day you left us. Then we will talk." Alaric turned and, with slow steps, leaning heavily on the staff for support, led the way into the hall. Inside was Udele, sitting in her chair, a royal and straight-backed throne carved from oak. Her hands, older now, gripped the arms of the chair in fearful anticipation. Lines about her eyes and mouth showed the effects of the last 2.5 years. Her eyes opened wide as Conan came into the room. She stared at him for a moment, and rising shakily, moved to meet him, embracing him fondly and placing kisses on his cheeks. The beard, just growing back, partially concealed the scar that lined one cheek. But Udele found it and touched it gingerly, tears running down her cheeks. "We have waited," she said, her voice breaking.
"I could not send word,"
Conan replied, setting her from him. His mother's tears bit at him. She'd been angry when he left, never wishing him success in battle. He could not warm to her loving welcome now. "But why have you taken so long to come?" she asked, the tears gone and a hint of anger in her voice.
"I came as quickly as I could. Here, we could use food and drink, and then we will talk."
He looked to Alaric.
"I have heard the fate of Phelan. I know what Tedric has done in my absence."
"Then you know that I have done nothing," Alaric returned somberly.
"It is the course I would have had you take,"
Conan said, his jaw tensing and the blue of his eyes lightening almost to the silver of a spear.
"It is my battle. I will settle with Tedric. 'Tis a thing I should have done years ago. 'Twould have found us the same end, for naught but hate binds you and Theodoric now."
"Aye, hatred binds us to a fife war, and we shall not, in our aging years, sit in our halls and hear of the battles our sons fight. He's done what I would have done. He supports his son, but he does not know that Tedric is not worthy of his loyalty."
"He has other sons,"
Conan advised,
the cold light in his eyes glittering.
They may also choose to support their brother, but they will bring news to Theodoric of our friendship in battle. Blood in the vein is more binding. 'Tis fair, Conan said. Tedric will have need of it.
He closed his eyes and returned a calmer gaze to his father.
What I feel for Theodoric notwithstanding, Phelan is mine, and I will cut down any man who stands in my path. By the rood, I have paid a fair price for that holding. I did late arrest 3 unborn children and a wife.
My lord, Mallory interrupted, unable to contain himself a moment longer.
My lady Edith. Bring ale to these men,
Alaric barked to a nearby servant.
And have trenchers of meat brought, gravy and bread and whatever can be found. We would have planned a feast could your time of arrival been known.
He turned his saddened eyes to Mallory.
Take up a cup, my son,
he invited haltingly.
And as you drink, know that you have a place in my hall for as long as you wish.
Tankards were passed all around, and in the commotion of servants running among the men, Alaric found his chair and sat heavily. Mallory watched the aging lord in confusion. Neither drank.
Edith?
He questioned anxiously. Alaric looked at Mallory and, with a finger slightly bent from age, beckoned the younger man closer.
'Tis hard news to bear you. Edith is gone. She disappeared from Anselm not long after Conan left us. I sent searchers to travel through England and France to find her, but there was never a trace. We tried looking on departing vessels, thinking she might have tried to follow you, but we could find no sign that she ventured even that far. I do not believe she is alive.
Nay, Mallory argued.
Nay, this is not true.
Alaric shook his head in confusion.
No one saw her pass. We do not know how she left or why. She suffered the expected sadness with your leaving and Conan's, but she was not disheartened. She did not take her own horse, a mount she favored. But I have letters from Edith.
Alaric looked up in surprise.
Letters? When? One that Conan brought when he joined us, one later. In both, she urged me never to turn my head with worry, that she was well. She assured me she was safe.
The hopeful expression on Alaric's face turned sad again.
The second letter must have been written before she left this keep, and the messenger slow. Almost a year? Nay, my lord, that cannot be. Edith is alive, and I will find her. Where were you when she left this hall? I had ridden to Stoddard with Galen. When I returned, my wife was frantic with the disappearance. Lady Udele had sent riders in search of our daughter and called me home from Stoddard.
Mallory's fist hit the lord's table in frustration.
The letter! He stormed. Nay, the messenger was not slow. That could not be. Not so long. She was trying to tell me. You have the letter? Nay, but she urged me to keep faith that there was nothing that could keep her from waiting upon my return. My lord, she could not have written that while she was still here with you. Had she done so, she would have waited to send it with the messenger that brought Conan's letters from you. She would not have flown from me with no word, Alaric said. And if she is alive, my men would have found her. She is not dead, Mallory shouted, his hand finding the hilt of his sword, a habit a knight develops whenever he feels threatened. Her letter came to me after the second Christmas I was without her. The letter is a mystery. Edith was not shallow-witted, and she would not have spent what little she had to buy a courier when my letters to Conan went with some regularity. But what purpose in her leaving when all she needed was provided here?
Mallory's jaw twitched, for those same questions were coming into his mind.
More to the point, my lord, what drove her from Anselm? I share your burden, Alaric said more calmly. I have, for more than 2 years, tried to reason her leaving, and I cannot find her, alive or dead."
Through this discussion, Udele's face had drained of color as she listened intently. The letter puzzled her as much as Alaric. A slow courier was the only answer. She hoped.
"Edith must have written the letter after leaving you," Mallory said. "You have letters here that were sent by me?" "Aye, I have saved them to return to you." "I thought it strange that she did not mention— When exactly did she leave Anselm?" "It was late in summer. We searched until the weather would not permit, and searched again when it warmed." "Weather will not slow me," Mallory said resolutely. "With all respect, Conan, I must ask you to release me from my promise to help you fight Tedric. I have a task at hand that cannot wait. In the letter from Edith she talked of the cold, the promise of snow. It could not have been written before she left here." "Perhaps the winter before?" Alaric suggested. "Nay, we did not leave England until after Easter. Letters would have been sent to Vizela. This letter was written just as winter threatened." He laughed suddenly. "I was sorely in want of words of love from Edith. She talked of wet and cold, of clouds ready to spill their flakes, of wind icy on her face. She was telling me the time of year, the time she was alive." The picture became clear to Alaric. For the same reasons he had kept the news from Mallory, so would Edith. If Mallory couldn't return and had been preoccupied with worry of her circumstances, he might have fared badly in the battle. "The missive might have cost her her last livre, but it was sent," Mallory said. "The reason must be that had you sent word to me that she was missing, I would have been encouraged by her letter. But had I heard nothing, I would continue to think she was safe. Either way, I had no cause to worry." "And how will you find her if your theory is true?" "If there is some reason Edith fears telling even you where she hides, she will make herself easy to find when she learns that the Crusaders have returned to England. Never fear, my lord, I will find her." "I will help you," Conan offered. "Nay, Conan, this time you cannot. You have another task at hand, and should I make this mission short, I will return to help you. For now you cannot be occupied away from this keep. Your place is here. My place is in search of a damsel." "You will send word?" Conan asked. "I will find a way." Alaric looked over this group. They had all changed a great deal. They were older, their faces showing the strain of fighting in the heat of the sun in that faraway land. Mallory showed some gray in his hair, and Thirlwell, while still a hulking, solid man, looked his age of 40. Conan, handsome and tall, seemed tired and worn. In his eyes there was a notable lack of energy, but an overabundance of anger. "My lord," Mallory addressed Alaric, "I do not lay blame to you, but I must test your story to the limit of my endurance." Alaric nodded. "I hope that you will succeed where I have failed." "I can promise that I will try," he returned. Thirlwell came forward and put a hand on Mallory's shoulder, indicating that he would be going with his friend. Mallory looked to Conan. "What are your plans?" he asked. "We have talked of plans on the road," Conan replied, not anxious to say any more in the presence of so many servants. "Above that, I will train a falcon." "And a horse?" Thirlwell asked. "Aye, though I do not expect a beast such as Orion in such a short time. Neither the bird nor the steed can be replaced. But my priorities in that have not changed. Other loyalties have changed, but for my birds and beasts I have the same devotion." Alaric nodded his head once and let his eyes rest comfortably on his son's face. A slow smile grew on the aging lord's lips. To his sword, his ability to fight, Conan would be true, for he would not be betrayed. "'Tis a time that comes in every man's life. It has come in yours. Do what you will. I will be steadfast." "Thank you, my lord. I have need of nothing more."
That said, he turned and went to the stair, intent on finding his chamber. There were few returning knights, so that it was an easy chore for Anselm to see them well fitted for the night. All were given rooms. Conan's chamber was richly appointed with tapestries and animal hide rugs. Pelts were strewn over a fine bed to keep the cold from penetrating his bones and to raise this great knight from the floor. Mallory and Thirlwell were not thought after as carefully, but their chamber was not beggarly. Even in a room kept warm by a blazing fire, with pelts to give him comfort, Mallory couldn't sleep. His mind twisted in his own private agony as he considered the many possibilities surrounding Edith's disappearance. And Thirlwell, who shared his feelings more closely than any other, tossed on his pallet for a long time before falling into badly needed slumber. Mallory finally rose and pulled on his chausses and gown. Ever the warrior, he never considered so much as a breath of night air without strapping on his belt over his hips, his broadsword in place. He took no mantle, for he hoped the chill would snap him out of his worrisome musings and into clear thinking. Then, perhaps, he could sleep. He passed the forms of sleeping servants in the hall and heard no sound as he moved through the galleries. Alaric had a few guards posted about the hall, and Mallory passed them all without being questioned. He walked into the courtyard and found a pile of rocks on which to sit. He wondered what insanity had prevailed in his absence. He could not even consider that Edith's last letter was the product of a slow courier. She had written it from some hiding place. He remembered the days before he left England. He delivered Edith to her father's house and gone to Stoddard for Thirlwell. He'd had very little time with her before leaving, time enough only for goodbyes. But there was bliss even in this, for they no longer had to steal their moments at midnight in the garden, nor did they have to pretend nonchalance in parting. She'd been strong when he left her, secure in her heart. "Do not be afraid," he had told her. "I am not afraid. Never doubt me. Move forward and know my heart." "It will be hard for you while I'm away," he had said. "Love knows no time but that spent apart. Yea, it will be hard, but I am strong, and I know my reward." No man could have had a stronger, more determined wife. Her love was steadfast. Even in the earliest days of her youth, she was capable of knowing her mind and standing by her word. Dead? It could not be. Alaric must have adopted this hapless reasoning to avoid the truth. There was treachery here. Tedric, who would hurt anyone Conan loved, did not even seem the proper villain in this case. It would have meant too much planning and expertise, and Tedric would not effect Edith's capture and death to provoke Conan unless he could gloat over his success. Thieves in the night? He could not quiet his mind. But his business was on the road, not musing in the night. There would be no stone unturned before he was finished. There was no moon, and though it did not rain, the night fog had settled over the keep and the air was damp. Twice, as he walked toward the stables, he tripped over a stone in his path. A torch at the entrance lit the path, but within there was only darkness, for the stable also housed some sleeping men. Mallory left the door ajar so that he could see the articles of his profession. He found what he expected. Every bridle and saddle was clean and neatly laid out with other items necessary for his early departure. He closed the door quietly, taking great care not to disturb those sleeping in the stable. The tower stair would allow him a swifter path to his bedchamber, and he moved to the rear of the keep to take that route. A light, faint and hazy through the fog, was the torch that he knew lit the door to the tower stair, and he moved toward that light, mindful of the darkness and possible hidden obstacles in his path. Suddenly, he was caught about the neck and pulled backward into the deeper shadows where his assailant held him against the wall of the keep. He quickly found the hilt of his sword, but his hand was frozen there as he felt the blade of a sharp knife against his throat. "I know what you seek," a husky voice whispered in his ear. The person speaking was trying to disguise his voice. "The nunnery. Swafenbolwick near Bury St. Edmunds will show you the answer.
Mallory's hands were on his assailant's forearm, pulling with all his strength to ease the hold on his throat. He felt his temples begin to throb from the strength of the hold, but the attacker did not ease.
Tell not a soul of this warning. Tell no rider your destination. Your life depends on your silence.
Another unexpected move threw Mallory flat to the ground on his face. As he hit the earth, the air was knocked out of his lungs and he gasped, drawing in not only air but a mouthful of dust. He coughed to clear his chest and then listened. The quickly departing footfalls told him his attacker had fled.
"Who goes there?"
came the voice of the tower stair guard. Mallory struggled to his feet and rubbed his aching neck.
"Sir Mallory,"
he attempted, his voice hoarse.
"Trouble?"
the guard questioned, giving him aid in standing.
"Nay, I fell. 'Tis the darkest of nights."
"I heard another sound," the guard offered. Mallory laughed in feigned embarrassment.
"'Twas the sound of a man boasting of too much wine, trying to stand up."
The guard laughed.
"Sleep will remedy that,"
he advised.
"Aye, sleep."
Mallory stumbled a bit, and the guard was convinced that Mallory had taken the better part of a keg before his nighttime stroll. The guard chuckled softly as Mallory attempted the stairs, and then the door closed softly behind him. Mallory stood for a moment just inside his chamber. Someone here knew of Edith's flight, her purpose and her destination. He was warned to say nothing even as he rode in pursuit of her, as he valued his life. That could only mean that a traitor could be anywhere, even among the men who would ride with him. If she was still alive, someone here had taken her away. If she was dead, her murderer was still within these walls. It was now impossible for him to sleep. He was up and dressed before dawn and rousing his men and Thirlwell at the first light of day. When the horses were ready and the provender loaded, he could not be on the road fast enough. His manner was cool and detached, and he was suspicious of every face. Those who rode with him knew his burden and were not surprised with his quick and almost angry departure. But the terse goodbyes to Conan and Alaric left many shaking their heads in wonder. Even Thirlwell questioned this behavior.
"'Tis no fault of theirs, yet you seem bent on placing blame. And after such good lodging, is it meet to leave them with such poor thanks? And where do we go? You have told us of no plan, no route."
Mallory just looked forward as he rode, his only answer to his longtime friend as short and sharp as his farewells.
"Northeast."
Chapter 22. There was a time when the lace-maker's shop was bright and cheerful. As Giselle looked around her modest dwelling, she could hardly remember those days of happiness. Few of her neighbors visited her, and Lady Udele was the only one to ask for predictions. It no longer helped to support her. Udele was no longer a generous benefactor. Giselle felt the end of something drawing near. It could be the ending of her own life that she felt, but she couldn't say. Her sight had become clearer as her body began to fail. She feared death, even in her old age, because she wondered if anyone could subdue Udele when the predictions were finally over. She opted to try one more time. On her next visit, Udele thrust a shirt at Giselle. "It is still warm from his body, and I know you can tell me much." Giselle knew before she was told that the shirt belonged to Conan. She had developed such a oneness with the night that she could sense his presence as if he were in the room with them. "In a moment, madam," she said evenly. "I am growing old, and you must be patient." "I would know where my son has been since he put into port," Udele snapped. "Don't bother to lie to me."
"He was, in fact, at Cordell, madam. He saw Lady Chandra for only a moment. He warned her that he would meet Tedric."
Udele gave a short grunt and looked away. "And where was the need for that? It is not as if she wouldn't guess. He does not blame her for Tedric's crimes. He knows she is blameless in all that has befallen her. Blameless? Never! Don't tell me of her innocence. She has lusted after my son for years. Giselle felt the anger bite her deeply, but she held her tongue. Lady, there is nothing you can do about what will be, she said pleadingly. Some seeds are planted long before a child is conceived. Let matters rest. Bah! Udele huffed. Madam, I have spoken of a plan. For one man, his purpose is done when he has sown the seeds for the winter rye. For another, the purpose is not served before 80 summers have passed. Some must kill that others would be martyred. My sight does not tell me every man's purpose. It tells me what is to be. And Sir Conan will be a great leader of men, one of the most powerful men in England. You see so distantly? Udele brightened, captivated not only by the prophecy, but by the power promised to her son. When you carried the child in your womb, did I not tell you he would be a great knight? Tell me what you see, she urged. Conan's lands will stretch wide across England, much of his holdings next to what Count John claims. Richard will provide no heir, and John will be king, a hard king to abide. There will only be a few strong enough and brave enough to temper a bad king's rule. Sir Conan will be one of them. 100 angels will guard him from death. His dynasty will be long and closely attached to the royal court. His descendants will emerge in later years to fight in a great war lasting 100 years. That is where his people will end. Giselle took a breath. His future is so well defined, madam, that your attempts to alter it will only prove a disaster. You will fall before he will. Udele's eyes looked suddenly sad. I would only ensure my place in his life. He owes me that much. I gave him birth. Giselle answered in soft tones. There is a place for you in Sir Conan's life. Your pension will be plentiful, for his justice is well known. Your abode would be rich, for he would not take one pleasure from you. He is a hardened man, but within his heart there is compassion for those he loves. Let Conan be, and he is to be rich as Count John, Udele said, as though the news had just settled in. There is still time for Alaric to find him a rich bride, and I am young. I have many years yet to live. I will see him come to power, and I will be near enough to aid him. Giselle lowered her eyes. Her back was aching. Her frustration was intense. She didn't know how to help the Lady of Anselm. I can only urge you as I have in the past, madam. Let it be, and Conan will achieve his destiny. There was a glassy sheen in the eyes that looked back at her. Udele had come to hate Chandra. In the beginning, the lass was a threat only because of her meager dowry. But later, the threat became greater as Udele saw the strength Chandra exhibited. Udele began to shake her head wildly. First, she had maneuvered Edwina toward her son to save him from a beggarly marriage. Then, she had borrowed money to pay Tedric to remove Chandra from her son's eye. She'd been responsible for one death. And when Edwina had uncovered that truth, Udele had killed with her own hands to silence her. And even her own daughter, she had ordered killed. The lies and murders had multiplied. After all her efforts to deny Chandra a life with Conan, how could she live peacefully under the same roof with her now? Never would Udele be second behind her. Never! She asked the same question she had asked years earlier. Who stands by my son's side? A woman fair and strong. a woman whose wisdom reaches beyond her years. Her hair is golden as the sun, her eyes bright as the sky. It is clearly Lady Chandra. It has not happened yet. You are wrong, lady. It has happened. She has already borne him a son. Nay, she cried. Nay, it could not be so. Conan has been away. Udele stopped suddenly and plunged her hands into her hair. Tedric had a son, a child of almost 2 years. When would the child have been conceived? Before the crusade? But Conan left for Vizsla to join Richard. Or was he in England, at Cordell, with Chandra? Chandra might know. Tedric might have told her that it was Udele's tampering that encouraged him to kill the first Jew, usurp Phelan, and continue his life of crime. Conan could not claim Chandra now. Udele suddenly began to laugh, a shrill sound that rang loud in the small room. Giselle felt a cold draft, as if evil had suddenly entered the house. "She is an adulteress!" Udele cried victoriously. "And what do you suppose Tedric will do? How will he reward her?" The laughter rang out again, a wicked and chilling laugh close to hysteria. "And what of the child?" Giselle asked in near panic. "What of the child?" Udele retorted. "Will Tedric let a child of Conan's live? What does it matter? It matters to Sir Conan. He knows he has a son. He cherishes the thought. You tell me Conan will live for many years. There is time enough to father more children." Udele rose to her feet and moved toward the door. "You swore my son would marry Chandra, and I saw him wed to Edwina. Your great predictions aren't as strong as my hand." "Nay, madam," Giselle said, rising from her stool. "You did not interrupt the plan. He was meant to have Edwina. Edwina brought him Phelan." A wild look came into Udele's eyes as if she had been betrayed. Giselle had never hinted that this was to take place. "Your sight be damned! I will yet find a way to change your great plans. My son will have his power, but I will share it." Udele whirled and flung the door open wide. The last sight of her was her swirling cloak as she fled angrily from the cottage. Giselle suddenly felt a warm sensation encompass her. Her eyes glowed as many questions were clearly answered in her mind. A slow smile came over her face. "Our end is near, madam," Giselle said softly. "Sir Conan will have his lands, his love, and his power, but you will not share it. Yet you have done your part to secure it for him." She sighed deeply. "The pity is he cannot be expected to feel anything but hate for you." November passed, and December touched England with icy fingers. The doors to the village huts were closed tight against the wind, and there were no villeins about selling their wares or hanging out their laundry. Even the animals that were not sheltered huddled together to stay warm. Sir Mallory traveled slowly, stopping at every village and country home. His impulse was to fly to Swafenbolbec, but he didn't dare to leave this path unchecked. If Edith had passed this way, it would have been in summer when the streets were crowded with merchants and travelers. Trying to trace her footsteps in winter proved difficult, for doors had to be opened to the nights before inquiries could be made. Everywhere he asked, he told of the bright emerald-green eyes and the long black hair, features hard to forget. But no one remembered such a woman. Cold winds and snow slowed the journey even more, and the trip stretched into the 3rd week before they neared Swafenbolbec. Mallory had seen nunneries before, including those of the Benedictine order, whose purpose was to live with hard work and simple means. Still, because he hoped to find Edith here, he was taken aback with the weak construction of the buildings.
The convent was in sore need of repair. Smoke rose above the outbuildings, and the doors were stout, but the roof was soaked through, and there was no evidence that the convent could boast even a stable.
"What brings us here?" Thirlwell asked. "It cannot be your intention to investigate every convent we pass. We leave a dozen behind us."
Mallory ignored the question and went to the door of the first outbuilding, pounding his fist on that oaken portal. There was no response from within. He pounded again and again. Finally, a voice answered him.
"Who calls?" "A Knight of the Cross. Will you open to me?"
The bolt from the inside slid back, and the door creaked open slowly. An elderly man in a ragged shirt peeked out.
"How can I serve you, Sir Knight?"
he asked, gingerly, looking carefully at the white cross on the chest of this visitor.
"I am in need of information. I have traveled far to hear if a maid I seek came to the sisters here." "There is no maid here,"
the old man said, trying to close the door. Mallory's arm hit the door and prevented its closing.
"I have come too far, old man, to be sent away now. The Sisters of St. Mary may have word of her. I have been sent in this direction by one who knows. I will speak with the prioress, or I will enter against your will."
He indicated the men still astride by a glance over his shoulder. The order would not contain more than a dozen nuns, some aging people cared for out of charity, and perhaps a guest or two in need. All totaled, servants and residents would not number over 30, and they would have no arms to defend themselves.
"'Twould not be difficult to enter and have my questions answered."
My lord, you know the penalty for defiling the house of God, and these good sisters would—"
"The prioress!" he shouted.
"Aye, my lord, I will tell her a Knight of the Cross is here. I will fetch her now."
"Be quick," he warned,
removing his hand and allowing the door to close. He heard the bolt as it was quickly replaced. Thirlwell came up behind him.
"Who sent you to this place?"
he asked quietly.
"The eve before our parting, I was struck down by a man while walking from the stable late at night. I could not see him nor identify him in any way, but he told me to come to Swaffham-Bulbeck. He said that what I seek is here." "But you said nothing, and you did not come here straight away." "He warned me to say nothing or my life would be cut short. That could mean a traitor in our party even now. I never doubted you, but there were too often other ears within our range, and I did not want to leave those villages between Anselm and Swaffham-Bulbeck unchecked." "Whom do you doubt now?" "There is treachery in Alaric's house. I cannot guess who would betray such a fine family."
The bolt moved again, and the door creaked open. In the doorway stood a woman in a black habit, her face wrinkled with age and her hands hidden in the folds of her sleeves. But her eyes were soft, and her lips formed a pleasant line. She nodded once to Mallory and then to Thirlwell. "It is not kind that you should frighten one who serves our order," she admonished lightly.
"Beg pardon, sister," he said to the prioress. "I would not allow the door closed on my question. I believe someone here can help me find the woman I seek."
"I must know more about this woman you search for. If I bid you enter here, will you give your word that you and your men will not disrupt this house? We have no weapons here and cannot defend ourselves. All reside here in peace."
"I give you my word, sister."
"There is a warm fire and drink within, if you will treat those who serve you kindly."
"I am grateful, sister."
Mallory bowed. "I don't know that I can help you find the woman you seek, Sir Knight," the nun said, shaking her head. "Many seek refuge here for a time and then leave. I will help you if I can." She turned and entered the building again, and Mallory gestured to his men that they should follow. The small room was warm and friendly, a place, obviously, for secular visitors to wait for assistance from the nuns. There was another, heavier door leading from the room to where the sisters lived and prayed. He reasoned that few ever ventured beyond that heavy door. The men entered the warm room, and soon the fire warmed and dried them. The nun who'd invited them in moved closer to the door that led to the rest of the convent. She beckoned Mallory near that they might talk with some measure of privacy. "When did this woman you seek visit our house?" she asked.
"I do not know that she visited here,"
Mallory attempted to explain.
"She disappeared from her family over 2 years ago, during the late summer months. There has been no trace of her, and no one saw her leave. Her name is Edith, and her home was Anselm. No one knows the reason why she left, nor whether she was taken against her will, or if she fled on her own mission. A man I could not name told me to come here in search of her."
The nun shook her head sadly. "I know of no woman, but I will ask the other sisters, every one of them, if you wish."
"Please, sister, there must be a reason why I was sent in this direction. Someone must know where she is."
"Why do you seek this one, Sir Knight?" Mallory's eyes grew soft and sad.
"She is my wife,"
he said in a low voice.
"I took her just before leaving for war. I left her and money enough to support her with her father. I fear her life is in great danger, if she is alive even now."
The nun smiled warmly. "I sense no danger, Sir Knight. Rest easy for now, and I will speak with the other nuns. Have you a name, Sir Knight?" The nun's kindly face gave him ease, and he smiled.
"Yea, sister, I am called Sir Mallory."
"And I am Sister Agatha."
"I will reward you handsomely if you can help me, sister.
His voice broke slightly, and he closed his mouth abruptly to stiffen his chin.
"I love her."
"If I am able to help you, Sir Mallory, I will have my reward. No other seems necessary. Join your men and warm yourself. It will take some time to talk to the other nuns." Mallory sat on the edge of a bench beside Thirlwell and quietly explained why they waited. No one seemed to turn an ear toward Mallory's hushed tones. He wondered again if anyone here would betray him. The better part of an hour had passed, and the door to the convent remained closed. When the prioress returned, Mallory snapped to his feet and towered above the little nun, anxious to hear her news. There was a soft smile on her lips. "There is a sister here who has some memory of this woman you seek, but she is old and sickly and cannot come to you. I will take you to her so that you can ask your questions."
"May Sir Thirlwell come? He's a trusted friend."
"I see no reason to refuse," she replied. Thirlwell followed Mallory and Sister Agatha silently. The nun led them down a hallway past many doors. When she paused to open one of 2 large carved oaken doors, Mallory halted in surprise. He'd expected to be led to a sick room to speak to a bedridden old woman. This door led into a chapel. Sister Agatha stood back and indicated that the men should enter. Mallory and Thirlwell stepped into the small chapel. Tapestries hung from the walls and candles lit the altar. The crucifix loomed above a veiled woman kneeling in prayer. Mallory turned to question the nun, but the door softly closed and she was gone. From the altar, the woman rose and turned at the sound of the closing door. Mallory took 2 quick yet halting steps in her direction, his mouth slightly open and his eyes hopeful. The dream he'd carried with him into war stood before him now. His breath left him in a heavy sigh, and he opened his arms to Edith. He felt tears come to his eyes, and to keep from weeping, he held her closely, not breaking the embrace even to look at her face. He needed to fill his arms with her, possess her, and not release her. Gradually, his arms relaxed, and he looked down at her. There was nothing of the child he married. Womanhood was etched into her fine features. Her eyes were soft and knowing, her mouth curving and inviting. He kissed her long and lovingly, drinking of her devotion. "I knew you would find me, my love," she breathed against his lips. He held her away from himself, looking at her closely. He was not ready for discussion, but the mystery of her departure plagued him. Loving would come later. He needed the answers now.
"Your father thinks you dead,"
he said, the confusion showing in his eyes. She nodded, her eyes showing her sadness. "My brother?"
"He is home, waiting for word that I found you."
She shook her head as if to say they could not oblige Conan this time. Mallory touched her veil.
"Edith, you did not flee me, our marriage?"
"Nay," she breathed, standing on her toes to touch his lips with hers. "Oh, my love, I would have waited forever." She looked over Mallory's shoulder to see Thirlwell's back. The older knight faced the chapel door, either out of respect for their privacy or out of embarrassment. "Sir Thirlwell?" she called. The man turned and looked at Edith with relief. He smiled and nodded his greeting, his cheeks slightly flushed because he felt like an intruder. "You must both hear my story. Then we must decide what to do." Edith settled herself on the floor, for there were no pews or chairs in this chapel. She patted the rushes beside her, and Mallory and Thirlwell sat as well, their long swords flaring out behind them. Edith explained the lace-maker's powers, something these men had known nothing of. She told of the day she had heard her mother's confession that Edwina's death wasn't an accident, and then the drink that had caused her deep sleep. "When I awoke, a full day had passed. My clothes were wet from the ground, and my mouth was dry. Pierce, my mother's manservant, had been given the chore of ending my life. He could have seen the matter done before my eyes opened another time, but he did not. He hid me in the forest until the sleeping herb was worn away. He gave me coins and bade me flee from Anselm, telling me that he could not protect me for another day. She would have found out I was alive." Her voice cracked, for the urge to cry was strong. This wickedness in her own mother caused her great pain. 2 years with the kind sisters had eased that pain only slightly.
"How did you come here, Edith?"
Mallory asked. She shook away the urge to weep and went on bravely. "These sisters once showed Pierce a kindness when he was traveling. He knew of the place and promised I would be protected here. I put flour in my hair and wax on my face. I kept my head low and covered with a dark hood. Had you looked for an old hag riding an aging mare, more people might have answered you."
"Could your own father not have protected you from her?"
Mallory asked in anger.
"Surely some message to him could have—"
"I regret my father's sadness in thinking me dead, but this way offered more assurance that no accident would prevent me from seeing your return. I do not know how deep the veins of my mother's wickedness run through Anselm. Many there fear her. My father is a strong ruler, true, but he has allowed her a free hand with much of Anselm. She knows how to have her way." She shook her head. "You could not understand it as I do, my love. You have never seen my father's wrath when someone dared to decry his wife. It is a very old rule," she said, laughing ruefully. "If he took a course with her out of anger, that was acceptable, but he would never allow another to accuse her. And he does not want to see that she is cruel."
"Conan must be told."
"And how will you tell him? Will you take me to him now? Will this be finished now?" Mallory ran a hand through his hair.
"Conan has battles to fight. He must know that his own mother is crazed, that she seeks a place at his side even if it means his ruin."
"What battles?" Edith asked. Was the war not over even now?
"Tedric holds Phelan. He holds Lady Chandra prisoner in her own cordel, lest she flee him now. There is a child. The child was sired by your brother. Yea, there will be a war, though how great or small cannot be determined. Much of that rests on Theodoric's declaration and King Richard's return. It is our hope that the king will cure the fox of his lust for riches and power, for Tedric is guilty of crimes Richard can call treasonous. He did slay Jews under the protection of the crown."
"Chandra," Edith breathed, sorting through this information carefully. "My mother fears and hates Chandra. If there is any way to do her harm, my mother will try.
I don't think Lady Udeli can reach Chandra. Not to help her, not to hurt her.
But I think the place for us is not Anselm, but near Chandra. We could not go to Cordell, but we could be near. She looked at Mallory and Thirlwell with the question in her eyes. Could we hide ourselves near enough to Cordell at least to watch Tedric's moves? The men exchanged glances, and each thought for a moment.
There is one thing I trust Conan to do, Thirlwell finally said. I trust he will be assured of Chandra's safety before he comes to blows with Tedric.
Thirlwell smiled.
I think the lass is right, he told Mallory, nodding toward Edith. I think we should place ourselves near Tedric for now.
Aye, Edith nodded eagerly. Let us be near Chandra. The lady cannot be replaced.
I will take the men back to the last village and find them lodgings. They can return to Alaric with a message that tells him there is proof you are still alive and we go on alone to find you. Tie together what you can carry easily and I will return in the morning with a horse for you.
He placed a soft kiss on her cheek.
I will leave you for one more night. It will be the last time.
I have managed 2 years, but this night will be the longest.
Mallory gave his message to one of the riders and sent them off early the next morning. Crusaders' garb and blazoned shields were discarded. The men dressed themselves in simple clothing, but their size and mannerisms gave the lie to the disguise. Gold was dropped into the palm of Sister Agatha. Her promise that they would not be betrayed was accepted as an oath, and the 3 riders left the convent, their mounts leading them south in the direction of Cordell. Chapter 23. Christmas was a joyous celebration for most of England. With the knights and soldiers returning to their families, the relief turned to gaiety that spread from earl to knight to serf. And with the returning crusaders came the hope that money and muscle would be spent strengthening the affairs at home. The exception was at Cordell, where the return of the crusaders meant an inevitable struggle. The tension in the hall was as thick as the ice on the ground. Tedric, temporarily immobilized by bad weather, sent messenger after messenger into the cold wind to bring him word of his allies and enemy. Liegemen of Count John were contacted so that Tedric would be assured of his support. Missives were sent to Theodoric for the same reason, and men were sent toward Anselm to monitor Conan's moves. The tension grew as Tedric awaited replies or news. What he learned, he did not like. Theodoric sent word that Tedric's 4 older brothers were not quick to rally to his side, for they had been, for over 2 years, close companions to Sir Conan, and they thought highly of him. Tedric was not even sure of his father's support, since Tedric's alliance with Count John was met with disfavor by his family. "If they fail me, I have support enough from the Count," he shouted after reading one of his father's letters. Chandra, hearing this, mumbled a silent prayer that Richard would soon return to England. But that hope was dashed on a cold day in January when another message came to Tedric. King Richard had been captured and was being held prisoner. Richard had insulted the German Duke Leopold in Palestine. While most of Richard's army had returned by sea, Richard had chosen a land route. Leopold captured him and was holding him in his German manor, seeking a ransom for his release. Thus, John had little time for private family wars. He had his eyes on more than Tedric's domain. He would have all of England. He traveled to Normandy and Paris, paying homage to those leaders in return for their support. Rumors spread that Richard was already dead, leaving John as rightful heir. England's nobles were confused and frightened, struggling with their loyalties, trying to decide whether to wait upon the return of the king or go with John now, early in his search for supporters. Alaric declared his support of Richard. Tedric hoped that his father would go with John, but his brothers had fought with Richard and they loved and admired him. They all, save Tedric, supported Richard,
and would fight John in any attempt he made to usurp the crown. Theodoric's support was slipping further and was present in name only. Tedric was frightened, and with his fear came rage. February dragged, and March brought no challenge from Sir Conan, but word was delivered to Tedric that the knight was not spending his winter idly. Conan, too, was making inquiries. Through his messengers and his own travels, Conan was asking questions about Tedric's activities over the past 2 years. And, to add to the insult, he was building an army within Anselm's walls. "If Conan attacks Phelan and you are here," Chandra attempted. "Phelan is stout," Tedric replied, "and do not try to persuade me to leave here and await his whim at Phelan. That is clearly what he wants. To have me stand ready for weeks and even months while he does nothing." If it was what Conan planned, it had worked. Conan had not even acknowledged Tedric's possession of Phelan. It was near the end of March when Master William visited the keep. He came to speak to Lady Chandra, but even he was not allowed a private moment with her. He addressed Tedric, but not until the lady was near enough to hear. "My lord, game is not so deep in the forest, and our fishermen are finding more catch near the shore. I would send a hunting party out, since meat is desired." Chandra smiled to herself. William knew the land and the sky. He would not have bothered for Tedric's permission to enter the forest. He looked for a way to tell Chandra that spring was near. The weather would be warm enough for travel and war. Late one night in the month of March, Chandra stood outside her bedchamber and looked up at the first clear sky she had seen in some time. The wind was still cold off the sea, but the sleet and snow would be no more. She cuddled her son close to her breast, though he was not much interested in being cuddled. There were other things on his busy little mind, but she cooed to him with a sadness in her voice. "Lady," Wynne said softly to her back. Chandra turned and, with tear-filled eyes, handed over her son. "Take him quickly," she begged. "I will guard him carefully, lady," Wynne promised. She couldn't bear to watch the door to her bedchamber close behind Wynne and her son. She wouldn't be allowed the luxury of knowing if they made their way to Lane safely. If Tedric should notice the child missing and set out after them, all three might lose their lives. She looked up at the sky, her tears hot on her cheeks. The pain and fear she knew in sending her son to safety were almost more than she could bear. "Conan," she thought wildly, "will you know your son? Will he ever know a father's love and strength? Am I alone, truly alone, without a protector, without hope? Oh, God above me, am I alone?" While Eleanor, the Queen Mother, worked toward the release of her son Richard, Count John was rumored to be busily plotting his royal brother's death. His treachery was known to be limitless. In a small village near the Anglesey Monastery, there were 2 returned soldiers keeping meager lodgings through the winter. They called themselves John and Michael. The man called John had a wife, a lovely woman dark of hair with bewitching green eyes. The 3 kept quietly to themselves, the man called Michael taking his meals with the couple and sleeping each night in the stable behind the house. They bought their provender sparingly, and the men did simple chores from time to time in exchange for a meal or a few coins. The only thing that set them apart from the many misplaced soldiers was the fact that they had stabled 3 fine horses. Their secrets were held behind the door of their one room. "The time is near when we can stay in the wood around Cordell. The nights are warmer and the brush thicker. Edith, I think it's safer that you stay here," Mallory said. Edith nodded, though she feared the length of time she might be forced to keep this tiny room. Their money was running low. "Did you send the message?" Mallory asked Thirlwell. "I paid the man to put it in Conan's hand, and when he returns I shall have to pay him again for his answer. What did you write?" "That one in his house betrays him.
I dared not name the lady for fear the message would not reach him, and I wrote the rest, that we await the dove and watch. He should know it has come from us. Unless he has grown slow-witted through the winter, he will know where to find us. Edith, soon, he will know that you live."
"He will not guess our mother betrays him," she said sadly.
Few travelers passed through the single street of the small burg. There was a better road to the monastery and a faster way to Colchester. That was the very reason Mallory and Thirlwell had chosen the little farming village. Therefore, Thirlwell looked suspiciously at a cart bearing 2 women and a small child. The wheel on the cart wobbled dangerously, and Thirlwell pointed out the trouble to Mallory.
"The old hag travels without a man. Mayhaps she has need of help. Soon the thing will topple and spill out the young woman and her child. Never mind their troubles now," Mallory returned. "The woman, Mallory," he murmured. "I have seen her before." "You lay claim to every wench who passes," Mallory remarked. "Nay, I have seen her before. Look at her."
As the cart passed, both women kept their heads bent low. Although Mallory wasn't very curious, when he bent his head to look at the younger woman's face, he seated she was familiar. But since he couldn't place her, he turned to follow Edith.
"Old woman," Thirlwell called, causing her to rein in her tired horse. "Your wheel needs repair."
"I go not far, sir," she said, urging the horse forward again.
"Do not fear I would cheat you,"
Thirlwell said, grabbing the rein.
"I will help you."
The child at the younger woman's side began to whimper and tugged at her mantle. Thirlwell looked at the child and frowned. Then he looked at the younger woman and saw a pleading look in her eyes. A wisp of the blonde hair she attempted to conceal under the hood of her cloak fell along her cheek. The pleasant face touched a place in his memory. With a snap, he connected the face to the name. He had many times seen her serving Chandra in the past.
"Win?"
he asked.
"Please,"
she begged softly,
"let us pass."
"You do not know me?"
he asked in a whisper.
"Nay,"
she breathed.
"let us pass."
"Win," he pressed.
"Thirlwell. I am Sir Thirlwell, Conan's friend."
A tear came to her eye.
"Please do not stop us here. No one must remember our passing, or we will be found."
"The child?"
he questioned.
"My lady's son."
Thirlwell straightened and let go of the rein.
"Move along,"
he said. He watched them pass down the street. There were a few simple bundles in the cart, enough to allow Thirlwell to guess that wherever they were bound, they intended to stay for a time. He could not guess their destination, but he could reason the purpose. He was certain they sought to escape Tedric. Mallory approached Thirlwell.
"The woman,"
Thirlwell said softly.
"'Tis Chandra's handmaiden, Win. She flees Cordell with Chandra's son." "Conan's son," Mallory said. "She is fearful. She would not talk to me here. Trouble may follow her, and we must see her to safety."
They allowed time enough to pass, and then the 2 knights took their horses and followed the cart. It wasn't difficult to catch up with.
"We fly to Thetford,"
Wyn told them anxiously.
"My father is taking many men into the forest, and Sir Tedric grows more impatient every day, and my lady was fearful for her son. We seek haven with her sister in the convent."
"Thetford,"
Mallory choked.
"The child would be safer in the wood. Tedric will go first to Thetford in search of him."
"There is no place else,"
Wyn said tremulously.
"Hugh cannot survive the cold and damp nights in the forest. He needs special care. He is still a baby."
Mallory reached out a hand and pulled back the hood that covered the lad's head and looked at the thick, dark hair and chubby face. He smiled and lifted the little chin to look into the boy's blue eyes.
"How has Tedric accepted the boy?"
"He pays little attention to him,"
Wyn answered.
"He must not have seen him since his birth,"
Thirlwell put in.
"We will take you back with us," Mallory told Wyn. "You will be safer in our room with Edith than you would be at Thetford."
"I fear being so close to Cordell," Wynne said, worried.
There is no help for it, Mallory advised. Old woman, can you make the journey to the convent alone? If the wheel is repaired, I have no other fears, she replied. Since you have no money for lodgings, Tedric would not look for you anywhere but the convent. I think you will be safe in our room, and we will go pay a call on Sir William.
But I have money, Wynne protested. Not much, but enough for a time. Enough for some food.
Thirlwell reached up to lift Wynne down from the cart. The money is badly needed, he told her, and it will be repaid when we are free to join Conan.
Wynne shivered slightly as her feet hit the ground.
Fear not, lass, for Tedric will not search long. He has better use for his men. He plans to start a war.
Oh, nay, Wynne said. I do not think he will fight. He has men at arms, but my lady says he will never meet Conan. He fears him. Tedric will find a way to trick him.
And how will he do that, lass?
Wynne's chin quivered slightly. Tedric had overpowered her so easily and treated her with such cruelty that she feared he might succeed. He keeps my lady within the keep. She has not ventured even into the town since he killed the priest. She shook her head sadly. I do not know what Sir Tedric will do, but he promises my lady that Conan will die.
What priest was killed? Mallory asked.
Father Merrick, for hiding Sir Conan in the church.
Mallory and Thirlwell were silent for a moment. Thirlwell began to examine the wheel. We have tarried too long, he said under his breath. Let us make haste for Cordell. Every day, just after breaking the fast, Sir Conan would walk the perimeter of the Anselm wall just as his father had done before him. Now it was the blue Falcon committing to memory every curve of the land and every tree. He would know instantly if there was so much as a bush out of place. Conan had increased the number of bowmen looking out through the parapets, and had many men inside the great long wall ready to take up arms at a moment's notice. Conan looked out over the land that would be his when his father was gone. He remembered a time when he attached much glory to the thought. But he'd since learned that being the ruler of land and men was not a glorious job. With spring on the horizon, the time for a confrontation was near. He would be cautious. He worried about Theodoric's support of Tedric. Fighting Tedric would be easier than battling those many heathens on the crusade, but finishing him would only commit 2 great families to war. Not even Failing Castle was worth that price. But Chandra's well-being was worth a great deal more than that. As he walked toward the keep, he noticed that his mother stood, hands held in front of her, watching him. She no longer held her head high, and there was no bright smile, nor had there been for a very long time. The face that greeted him was frozen in a sour, pained expression. Udele had grown old. Conan bowed somewhat stiffly, wondering what problem she would air this time. "Good morning, madam," he greeted. "I see your army rises," she said, indicating the men moving around them. "They prepare daily, but no one can say for what." "I have told you, madam, they are ready for a fox that will sneak in the night." "But will you take Phelan? It is yours. Why do you tarry?" "I wait, but the time spent is not wasted. A hasty attack could see the Lady Chandra hurt or even killed. I will take care with my moves, but when I move, Tedric will have no doubt that I have arrived." "Chandra," she sighed. "You still fret for the wench?" "And if I give no care to her safety, madam, who will? It is not your concern." "Nay, madam. Others forced her marriage to Tedric, and she has suffered greatly. Even now she's abused and without a protector." Udele raised one brow and looked at her son suspiciously. Conan had never confessed his brief visit to Cordell after returning from war. "How do you know she's abused?" "I have it on the best authority. I intend to free her." "Free her?" Udele gasped. She reached out a hand and clutched at Conan's arm. "Conan, you must tell me true. Do you intend to claim the wench?" "Madam, do not speak of the Lady Chandra in such a way again," he said angrily. "She is good and kind and never deserved to have such trouble nestle on her own stoop. I have known many women, but there is none to compare to Lady Chandra in strength, wisdom, and goodness." "But Conan, you have other things to fight for. Your land, your family." Conan looked at her closely. "And will my lands desert me if I free Lady Chandra from her bondage? Will my family turn from me? You speak of her as if she is naught but a beggarly camp follower. She is a lady." Udele lowered her eyes. "She has no family, no wealth. Her name is attached only to Tedric. Is that reason enough not to free her?" Udele's eyes snapped up to her son's. "Do you mean to have her?" "I intend to free her from Tedric's bondage and cruelty. What may come later I will not guess." "You love her?" "Yea," he said softly. "And if she is free of her husband, will you take her? Will you bring her here to my home and make her lady of this keep?" Conan looked into the green eyes of his mother. Make her the lady? He would be proud to have Chandra stand at his side. He loved her true, and he felt her love reaching out to him even from this distance. He prayed there would come a day when all strife would be laid away and he could go to Chandra in love, promising her his devotion and protection. For now he would make her safe. He was about to answer his mother, but the guard from the tower shouted to get his attention. "A man approaches!" As Conan turned to go to the wall, Udele pulled at his sleeve. "Conan, answer me!" A warrior and lord first, he pulled his arm free from her grasp and went to the wall to view this man before allowing his entry. Udele stared at her son's back for many moments. Would he dare to bring Chandra to Anselm and place her above his own mother? "I am the lady of this hall," she thought angrily. "There will be no other lady here while I live." She turned sharply, and her angry steps took her back into the hall. She had waited upon the hope that Conan would ruthlessly attack Failing Castle, retrieve his lands, and have the matter done. But now his intention was clear. He would not sacrifice Chandra. He meant to have her or nothing, and Udele could not allow it. She knew the way to enrage Tedric. No one entered Anselm easily. Conan was cautious about letting even a lone man bearing a message inside his walls. He expected nothing but trickery from Tedric. The man was nervous and would not place the message in the guard's hand. When Conan approached, the rider looked him over carefully. "You are Sir Conan?" he questioned. "Aye." "I see no falcon," the man said uneasily. "I was told he would have a falcon upon your shoulder. The bird is in the mews. He is new." "I see no scar," the man attempted. Conan cocked one brow and smiled at the little man. Whoever had a message for him had certainly described Conan carefully. He leaned closer so that the man might view part of the scar still visible near his temple. The remainder of it was now covered by a beard. The man shrugged and put the rolled parchment in Conan's hand. Conan broke the seal and opened the missive. The message was short and concise. He started and quickly looked over his shoulder before reading the rest of his message. "The man who sent this letter," he said to the messenger. "What was his name?" "I do not know, Sir Conan," the man replied. "Where can he be found?" The man shrugged. "I was sent from Colchester, but he does not live there. He will meet me at the same inn for your reply on a day I am not to reveal." Conan smiled to himself. How cautious they were. He whistled for a page, and a young lad came running eagerly. "Go to the mews and bring me 2 feathers from my bird. Be certain they come from Mars, even if you have to pluck them yourself." The lad's eyes grew round at the thought of his errand, but Conan urged him on. "There is food and drink for you in the hall and a place to sleep one night if you wish it. Return to your man with just 2 feathers and tell him that I will know where to find him. And tell him the time is soon." The man nodded, though he could make no sense of the message.
Conan pointed in the direction of the hall and watched as the man walked toward it. With the parchment rolled up in one hand, he idly struck the palm of the other. A traitor in his house. And they watched for the dove. As in the past, he and his friends would not be parted for long. Chapter 24. Another lone messenger came meekly to the Anselm gate, a youth of less than 20 years. There were no protectors to ensure that he would return to his master. He called out to the guard. "I bear letters from Sir Tedric for Sir Conan." He faltered and choked on the words he was sent to bear. Many tension-filled minutes passed before he heard the loud creaking of the drawbridge. The doors to the gatehouse opened and the messenger spurred his horse. He rode through the gatehouse, over the bridge, through the great oaken doors and into the huge yard, the bridge raising behind him. On either side of him were lines of completely costumed infantry, all wearing the red and blue of Anselm, all with their hands fixed on the hilts of their swords, completely outfitted in mail and armor. Conan would take no chance that Tedric's plan was to use his messenger to open the doors to his army. Trembling, the lad dismounted. He was surrounded by an army, and he wondered if the Blue Falcon, the man whose warrior skills he had heard so much about, would kill him with his own sword, or if one of these many soldiers would be ordered to slay him after the message was read. He looked anxiously about, his legs barely able to hold him up in the midst of this army. Finally, from the end of the long line of handsomely garbed warriors, a man approached. His red and blue tunic fitted handsomely across his broad shoulders. He limped slightly as he walked, and the messenger wondered if that was the injury he'd incurred in the Battle of Acre, when he was said to have slain more than 20 heathens whilst his leg dripped blood. A falcon, his jesses painted red against the blue-black of his feathers, rode the knight's shoulder. The messenger fell to one knee, holding the papers out before him. He felt the roll pulled from his hand. He kept his head bent, looking at the ground, a toe of the great knight's shoe within his sight. He waited. His back stiffened and his shoulders began to ache, but the toe of the shoe was still in his sight. His forehead began to bead with sweat, though the day was cool. His legs began to shake and falter under the abusive kneeling. Why had he not been fed to the hungry soldiers all about him? Tedric's missive had not been so long as to cost him this amount of time. Was it possible that the great and powerful Blue Falcon could not read? Nay, it could not be so. He had been advised to deliver the message to his hand, not the hand of a castle scribe. "Rise," the gruff voice commanded. Shakily, he found his footing. He saw rage in the knight's blue eyes, and he thought it would be the last sight he would see. "You are aware of impending war between Sir Tedric and me?" Conan asked roughly. "Yea," he returned, his voice quivering. "And the missive," Conan said, giving the parchment a shake. "Do you know it to be an invitation to war?" "Yea," he choked. "But you brought it. I would know why." The messenger saw no compassion in the blue eyes, but he was without choice. He answered honestly. "My family is in sore need of shelter and food. They have no farm or animals. Sir Tedric promised a reward for my family. My life is forfeit for theirs." He gulped and dropped his eyes from the penetrating stare. Moments passed. "You show courage. Courage should be rewarded. Make your choice. Stay and pledge yourself to your new lord, or return to Tedric." He looked up in disbelief. He locked eyes with the great knight for a moment. This act of kindness didn't soften the rage he saw there. He fell to one knee and bowed his head. "My lord," he said. "Wise as well as courageous," Conan said flatly. "Your life would have been short with the fox. His days are numbered." Sir Conan turned. "Give this man food and drink," he barked. The lad found himself hoisted to his feet. He caught a glimpse of Sir Conan as he strode away from his men. The strides were long and quick, the limp less evident. The doors to the hall burst open as Conan entered the room. Those soldiers not about their duties filled the hall. A sense of order settled over them at the moment of Conan's presence. Eyes and ears were ready for a command from the master. Word spread quickly within the stout walls of the hamlet. Alaric had heard the news that word had come from Tedric, and he came quickly from the stables. Udele, in kind, had ventured from the uppermost chambers to hear what word came to her son. As she descended the stairs, she was frozen in her place by the icy blue eyes of her son, and for the first time, she felt terror. With a sweeping bow, Conan indicated the royal chair for the Lady of Anselm. Poised, she walked past him and took her seat.
"Pray sit, my lord,"
he said to his father.
"beside your wife."
Alaric perched on the edge of the chair, looking expectantly at his son.
"Tedric is ready to parley,"
Conan said.
"His supporters are few. He holds Phelan still and will meet me there. He holds his wife Chandra and her son as hostages. He offers their lives in exchange for the castle and land. He invites me to Phelan to give my word before witnesses that we have come to an agreeable treaty. In exchange for my promise, he will allow Lady Chandra and her son to live." "The castle means more to him than his wife and son?"
Alaric asked incredulously.
"At present. He boasts word from an informer that Chandra is an adulteress and the son she bore is not his."
"Chandra?" Alaric questioned under his breath. Udele stiffened in her chair, her son watching her reaction carefully.
"I am the accused lover and father,"
Conan said slowly, his eyes on his mother. Alaric half rose. He had not dared voice that suspicion even to himself. Conan didn't look at his father. Alaric followed Conan's gaze to Udele.
"Tedric takes great pleasure in telling me that my own mother had the news delivered to him."
"You?" Alaric choked, bending over Udele. "You would do such a thing? You would betray your own son?" Conan's hand was on Alaric's arm, pulling him from Udele. Alaric faced Conan.
"God's truth,"
Conan said.
"I am the father of her child, and I have loved her long, long before I took her. Tedric be damned. I will have her and my son unharmed, or all of Tedric's allies will feel the weight of my anger."
Alaric looked with venom at his wife. Then he withdrew from her side and went to stand behind Conan, giving him silent permission to handle this in his own way. Conan faced his mother.
"Why did you send this word to my enemy?"
he ground out. "Chandra is a witch," Udele said easily. "She makes you look the fool. She would bind you with her rosy breasts and lock you into her spell, but she brings you nothing. She is poor and has no name." With a snarl and a grimace, Alaric moved farther from his wife. He felt the urge to strike her senseless.
"Has she betrayed me?"
Conan barked.
"Nay. Has she thrown herself in my path and tempted me? Nay. I crept to her chamber and begged her merest kiss. But you have betrayed me, and I cannot name the reason. Why?"
"'Twas for your own good," Udele replied, her voice beginning to tremble. Never had she been so frightened of him. His size and strength seemed bent to her destruction. "Chandra would bring you low. She has pranced before you as an anxious harlot while your own wife lay suffering in her bed. She is evil. She is—" His hand came out hard against her cheek, and she fell back into the chair. Before she could clear her vision, he was before her, his arms braced on the sides of her chair so she could not escape his questions.
"You sent this word to Tedric in hopes that he would kill them both?"
Udele sniveled piteously, rubbing her stinging cheek with one hand and picking at her gown with the other. "You could take Phelan. Tedric is no match for you," she whined.
"You will tell me how you knew the child was sired by me,"
he growled. Udele began to weep. "'Twas for your good. You could not be strong while tied to her charms. She would bind you with her evil seductions. You would bring her here and make her lady of this hall. I am the lady of this hall. I am the lady."
"Madam!" he shouted.
"Conan, my love," she whimpered. "She is wrong for you. One taste of her lips has sent you crazed, thinking not of your family and lands, but only of her. Don't you see? She would rule your existence, and there would be nothing left for you. Nothing but a shadow where a great warrior once stood." She broke into more choking sobs. "Nothing left for you. Nothing left for me. I am young still," she continued. "I would see your home managed perfectly. You know that I can do that. You need not share your plenty with so many. There is time yet to find a rich wife, a wealthy woman to add lands to ours. Anselm is yours. Phelan, Stoddard, if Cordell is your desire, take it. Who would stay you? For Galen, to be castellan to one of your estates is enough. He does not need more. Edith is gone and will take no share." Galen, who was standing near his father, turned his back sharply, unable to look at his mother another moment. Alaric's fists were clenched at his sides. Conan spoke again, slowly.
"Edith, my God, what have you done?"
"'Twas her plan to accuse me. She would have turned my own husband against me, and she would have taken all that we worked for to a knight of no means. They would attach themselves to you like leeches, sucking your power and dividing your lands." The door to the hall opened and Udele's servant entered. He looked at the gathering, observing Conan's rage and his mistress's distraught manner. The news had traveled quickly. There was pain in the manservant's eyes as he faced Conan.
"Sir Conan, I would speak,"
he begged humbly. Udele's eyes shot to the servants as she heard his voice. "So," she spat, "even you would betray me."
"Lady Edith is alive,"
Pierce said to Conan, glancing hesitantly at Alaric.
"I could do her no more harm. I left her in the wood with money enough to buy a horse and clothes to make her look like an aging peasant woman. She was bound for Swaffham-Bulbeck and would wait there until her brother and husband returned."
"I sent my riders to every nunnery in the country,"
Alaric protested. Pierce shook his head.
"They would have been sent away. Lady Edith would not have returned to this place until she could be assured of Sir Conan's protection."
Alaric looked with hatred to his wife.
"Your evil web so ensnared this hall that my own daughter feared to trust me?"
he snarled. He turned back to Pierce.
"And this message?" he questioned. "My wife does not speak. How does she know enough to send word to Tedric?"
"My lord," Pierce began, clearing his throat.
"The lace-maker, Giselle, tells milady what she wants to know." "So she is a sorceress!" Alaric shouted. "Nay, my lord, she does not play with spells, but sees the future through a crystal."
He cast a worried glance toward Udele, and then straightened and went on resolutely.
"There was little choice for the woman, Giselle, my lord. Milady threatened her."
He looked toward Udele again as if he could not bear the pain of what he was forced to do.
"Beg forgiveness, my lady," he said meekly. "I cannot give you aid when you plot against these children and murder—"
Udele looked at him coldly and then, in a measured action, spit at him. She lowered her eyes again, picking at her gown.
"Murder? Edith lives," Conan began. "Your lady, Sir Knight," Pierce said, looking to the floor. "The fall was not an accident. That was Edith's curse. She overheard milady admit to her hand in Edwina's death."
Udele gave a low moan of agony at the further discovery of her sins. She fell from her chair and lay upon the rushes, weeping and shaking. Conan struggled with his rage, not understanding his mother's madness. He didn't look at Pierce, but heard his voice.
"The money that Tedric gave to Medwyn," Pierce was saying. "Milady gave him the sum."
"Tedric knew!" Udele gasped. "Tedric knew before you were wed that you did not love your bride, but lusted after her younger sister. The disgrace would have made us seem a family of idiots."
Conan would not look at his mother. He would not act as if he heard her excuses. "Where did she come by such a large sum?" he asked Pierce. "Milady gave me jewels and other trinkets to take to the usurers to trade and borrow. When a larger sum was needed, Aaron, the Jew from the north, provided the sum." "And by whose order did Tedric slay the Jew?" Conan asked. "By no order, my lord, but he begged more money to keep silent about the loan." Conan turned now to his mother, looking down at her in disgust. "And this money that Tedric offers me now, this fair sum to pay for the care and lodging of Edwina, did that come from your own purse?"
"I gave him nothing,"
Udele said in a hiss.
"He could not betray me. He would have had to admit his part in killing the Jew."
Suddenly she began to laugh loudly. The laughter quickly melted into more despairing sobs. "Take her from my sight," Conan ordered coldly. Pierce moved quickly.
"You would not consider a woman who could do you honor,"
Udele wept.
"You would not hearken to my counsel and look abroad for a woman of wealth and name. These meagerly dowered wenches could not do you proud."
"Take her to her chamber and guard her there," Alaric ordered. Pierce dragged Udele from the floor and could not, even under force, make her rise. Finally, desperately wishing to remove her and himself from the room quickly, he lifted her into his arms and carried her to the stair.
"I bore him and raised him,"
she whimpered to the servant.
"He was to make this family prosper, allow me wealth and comfort in my retirement, and serve me."
The ramblings drifted away and ended. In the quiet, Conan faced his father. "I leave her to you, my lord. I cannot deal with her, for she has cost me too much. Speak not her name to me again, and do what you will. Her madness will be well known in this land, and there is much to set her right." "Will you ride on Tedric now?" Alaric asked. "Yea, the time has come. Are you able to lend me aid?" Alaric nodded and straightened his back. "Galen?" he asked. "Aye. Then prepare yourselves and my men. I have one small piece of work before we ride." Sir Conan strode into the hamlet. He looked neither right nor left, and his strides were long and determined. Villagers paused in their doorways, watching him as he passed and wondering at his destination. When he stopped in front of the lacemaker's cottage, they withdrew into their homes and barred the doors behind them. Conan raised one leg and applied a mighty kick to the door, forcing the wood to splinter and the leather hinges to give way under the blow. The room was glazed in a violet light, making the image of the old woman within hazy and dim. He faced her angrily. "You helped Lady Udele to betray me," he accused. Giselle wasn't frightened.
"She held the difference between life and death over me. I saw the need to protect my life, Sir Knight. For now."
"Now?" he questioned. His eyes began to focus on the crystal before her. A sense of comfort began to replace his anger, and a vision swam before him. In his inner thoughts, he could see Chandra.
"Come, Sir Conan, and listen to what I have to say."
She invited him warmly. He moved closer.
"Sir Tedric will not keep his word, nor will he accept your treaty at Phelan Castle. It is his plan to await you within Phelan's walls and charm you with his promise of peace, and kill you when you are lulled into agreement."
"Chandra?"
he asked. "It is Tedric's plan to kill you first, and then order her death. She is prisoner in her own keep where the guard is heavy, and the order is to kill her when Tedric sends word that you are dead.
And the child?
Nay, the child is safe, though I cannot say where. Spend no worry on your son. Free the lady.
Yea, and then I will fight Tedric.
Nay, Conan, do not fight him. He cannot face your army, nor can he attack you. Go to meet him, but do not enter Phelan's walls.
He deserves to die,
Conan snarled. Vengeance is for the weak and pompous, she said softly. You are too strong. If you meet him and kill him, you will have sown the seeds for more war. Let Tedric be. He is too foolish and wicked to survive.
Then you would have the bastard go free?
Conan asked incredulously. He will be justly punished. But you are not his judge. Do not plan to attack him, Sir Conan.
And give him Phelan.
Bring your witnesses and call upon your friend and teacher Theodoric to stand and hear your charges. Take your evidence of Tedric's treachery to Phelan after the lady is free. Send a message to Tedric from Phelan's walls and ask him to answer to the charges. Order him to loose your lands from his hold.
Theodoric supports his son,
Conan argued. Theodoric yearns for peace, as Alaric does. Bring your father and Theodoric together. You are the only one who can mend the tear in their friendship.
And if Tedric will not yield my lands? If he will not leave without a fight?
Conan asked. Your oath as a knight forces you to defend innocence. You must protect the lady, protect your friends and family. Protect yourself. Defend and honor Sir Conan. Defend and honor. Do not attack and destroy.
'Twill be difficult to meet Tedric on peaceful ground, and...
Conan stopped abruptly. The crystal lost its glimmer, and the room began to brighten. Before his eyes, the crystal became an ordinary rock, and the woman aged, her skin wrinkling as he watched her, and her kindly gray eyes turning dull and small.
Reach the lady quickly, Sir Conan,
she implored, her voice sounding weaker and rougher. Conan looked at her curiously.
You said you saw the need to protect your life for now. Now, the day that you would show me the way to free the lady and liberate my lands?
Giselle shrugged, feeling tired and weak. I doubt that things could have been very different for you. Until now. In truth, I could not ever foresee my purpose in this until you came to me. But I could see that there was a purpose. Without my urging, you would have ridden to Phelan, and the lady... She looked up at him with tired eyes. Lady Chandra, Sir Knight. Go, quickly. He looked at the rock.
And that?
It is done, she said softly. Slightly over 100 armored men stood about the courtyard at Anselm Keep. Shields bearing the blazon of Sir Conan shone in the sun, and full battle gear hung from the ready steeds. Although Alaric's armor was old and had been retired for many years, it now shone like new. Galen, garbed in the fine mail that he kept perfect, stood beside his father. Conan's supplies and implements of battle were stacked neatly beside his horse, and 2 squires stood ready to help him don his heavy mail.
Galen, you will ride with 50 men. Can you bear the command?
Yea, Sir Conan, he answered proudly.
Surround Phelan Castle and allow no one to leave or enter. Do not fight except in defense of your life.
Conan turned to his father.
Take 20 mounted men and ride to Theodoric. Deliver him this message,
he said, handing his father the rolled parchment.
He was the first to teach me justice and honor. Tell him I am prepared to meet Tedric and make any wrongs against him right. Ask Theodoric to stand as witness to this conference. Do you think it wise to stand before Tedric's father and accept the blame for the child? "Was this not Tedric's wish from the first?" Conan said. "Was it not his plan to oppose me long before marriage to Chandra was thought of? He wanted Phelan from the first. He didn't love Edwina. Was it to place himself beside me and await the perfect moment to oppose me, not only setting himself against me, but our families against one another? And did he kill the Jew to free my mother of her debt, or in hopes that I would accuse him and stand shamed before my king? And Chandra, has he held her only because I would gladly have taken her? Has the child I sired become his victory? And if Theodoric does not see his son's treachery, then we will war. But first Chandra will be free, and Theodoric will hear Tedric's crimes aired." "And where do you go?" Alaric asked. "I will see the lady free without Tedric's consent. She is a prisoner in Cordell, not Phelan, as Tedric would have me believe." Alaric did not question his son, though he did not know how Conan could have learned Chandra's whereabouts. "We leave now in 3 troops. My lord," he bowed to Alaric, "north to Theodoric. Sir Knight," he bowed to Galen, "east with your men to Phelan Castle. We come together there, and God willing, this will be done." The falcon flapped his wings. Conan stood before his destrier and allowed the squires to help him don his mail. He mounted his horse and took a moment to quiet its prancing. This mount, however new, was already accustomed to the firm hand that commanded him. Neither man nor beast, it seemed, was beyond his control. The banner of the blue falcon was raised high and the gate opened for the departing army. "When this is done, my lord, you shall have your family at home," Conan told his father. Alaric thought of Edith, Galen, and a grandson he did not know was his before today. And his wife? He was not sure. There was sadness in his eyes as he nodded to Conan. Chapter 25. Lady Udele was guarded in her chambers by men-at-arms as well as Pierce, his loyalty now doubted in the keep. Pierce sat on a stool near the door and leaned against the wall, dozing occasionally, and then coming awake with a start to look in the direction of his pacing mistress. She would not meet his eyes. She would only hiss her anger and then turn abruptly away. Pierce looked with pity on his mistress now, for he knew her to be mad. For so many years he had obeyed her every command, hoping for her happiness. But all that was for naught. His head slumped again in slumber. He had been without sleep for 2 full days. He gave a loud snort and settled his back more comfortably against the wall. In spite of his efforts, he slept. Udele looked suspiciously in his direction. A wry smile twisted her mouth. She crept toward the door and slowly pulled it open. At the bottom of the stairs, she could see the guard talking to someone out of sight. Some matter had called him from his post just outside her door. The keep was dark, but the risk of being seen was great. After closing the door to her chamber behind her, she tiptoed down the corridor. She was barely away when she heard the guard coming back up the stair. She listened as he settled in.
You've made it this far. Nice. Time for a short musical pause. This audiobook is completely free, and we hope it brings you some joy. Let's continue soon.
himself on the stool in the hallway. With a snicker, Udele fled quietly to the back stair. Only a few guards were posted about the dark streets. Other men, their positions high on the wall, didn't notice the slight figure making her way into the hamlet behind huts and shops. She reached her destination without incident and quietly opened the lacemaker's door. Giselle was awake and sitting on a stool across the room. The fire blazed on the hearth. On the table beside Giselle, the scarlet cloth was spread, and on it rested an ordinary rock.
"You knew I was coming,"
Udele ground out.
"I did not know when," Giselle replied. "I knew you would come before very long."
Udele walked to the table and picked up the rock.
"What is this?"
"My crystal."
"It is finished." "And your sight?"
"Finished," she said wearily.
"As is your life," Udele said, almost cheerfully. "My lord husband will have you cast from this earth."
"And you, madam?" the old woman asked. "What will he deal you?"
"He thinks me mad," she confided,
a secretive smile playing on her lips.
"He will do me no harm, for he thinks me mad. 'Tis a bad omen to kill someone crazed."
A gleeful cackle escaped her, and she spun about in the little room.
"But you see, even now he has little to say about whether I come or go. I was to be held prisoner, but I am here."
"Your god sleeps," Giselle said, moving from the stool to stand near the fire.
"I thought you could not see,"
Udele snapped.
"You see as well as ever you did."
"Though I would have it otherwise, madam, I can still feel you rise and slumber. I feel your anger and your joy and your madness. It is my curse, for I should have denied you long ago."
"You told me all this would have happened without your predictions,"
Udele chided. "So it would have, but there are some things you must bear responsibility for. Lady Chandra's life would not be in danger now except for you. Edith, poor child, would not have suffered so. And Tedric, I cannot see even now how you thought that aiding Sir Conan's enemy would give you more of him."
"This is your fault,"
Udele raged.
"You and your wretched stone, your predictions.
If you had not been here with your lying promises,
none of this would be happening to me now."
"You are wrong, madam. Had you let charity and goodness guide you and sought only those rewards you deserved, you would have lived long and in comfort. By your wickedness, you purchased your fate."
"My fate?"
"Your death," Giselle returned crisply, moving closer to Udele and facing her without fear.
"And whose hand will deal me death?" she questioned hotly.
"Your own hand, lady. Your own and no other."
"You are a witch!"
Udele spat. She whirled and picked up the rock and tossed it in her hand.
"And your tricks will not work with me."
She hurled the rock into the fireplace, and the sparks flew as it settled into the embers. Giselle stepped back from the flying sparks and pulled her shawl about her shoulders. "There is nothing I can do to help you now," she said calmly.
"Your help brought me nothing but pain,"
Udele snarled. She reached into the hearth and withdrew the heavy poker, and, holding it effortlessly, she raised it over her head as a weapon. The glowing red tip touched and ignited a piece of hanging lace. Giselle saw the tiny flame behind Udele, and a glazed and peaceful look came into the lace-maker's eyes. The first blow caused Giselle to fall, but Udele was beyond reason in her madness and struck her again and again, oblivious to what was happening behind her, not conscious of what her own murderous hand had wrought. The lace took light quickly, and like a torch the entire side of the room popped into blinding flames. With a scream of terror, she dropped the poker and turned to see that her escape from the cottage was blocked by flames. They leapt out at her face and skirt, stinging her eyes and catching on her long hair as she whirled in terror. Her screams melted into rending wails like those of a wounded beast. Her hair and gown were afire, and she felt her own death as if she stood apart from herself and watched. Villagers, awakened by the screams, attempted to put out the fire, but were successful only in keeping it from taking the entire village. Not much time passed before the lacemaker's cottage was nothing but ash. Pierce, who had come in search of his mistress, found her charred remains at daybreak. He wrapped her in his cloak and carried her toward the hall, looking straight ahead. In his mind he thought only of his mistress as she was at 3 and 10, a lass whose gaiety enchanted all who saw her smile. Pierce approached the door to the hall. "She will not be welcome in the church," he said to the guard. "Where do you take her?" the man asked. "To her chamber, where her women will shroud her," the old servant wearily replied. He accompanied his lady to her grand chamber for the last time. Sir Conan turned off the road to Cordell before reaching Colchester. He sent his troop along the preferred road, flying his banner, while he took a path through the wood. When night fell, he hung his shield on his saddle and removed the mail he wore. His spurs were stacked with his other battle gear, and he kept only the broadsword at his belt. He knew the horse could serve him no longer. Only the dangers of gullies and pits in the forest kept him from walking through the night. He rested against a sturdy tree, dozing. Every sound aroused him, and when he did close his eyes, he suffered through visions of Chandra and his child. He feared that too much time had passed, that too many things stood between them. They had loved against the laws of God for so long that he did not imagine many blessings would be theirs. But he would take the pains with the pleasures, of that much he was sure. Even now, if he could free her, she would not be able to come to him easily. There would be scandal and hardship. The sun was high the next day when Conan found paths he recognized. He could sense the presence of men about him. And before long a man stood before him, a knight garbed in rough leather tunic and chausses that showed the signs of many mendings. Mallory smiled and gave a small salute. "Your sister lives and is safe," he said. "It was my own mother who would have had her slain," Conan replied. "Yea, Edith knows this. Now she cares for your son. She is with Wynne in a small room we provided in a little town near Anglesey." "And Tedric is holding my son for ransom when my son is not even there," Conan said. "Tedric makes it hard for me to think of sparing him." "He has contacted you?" "Aye. He will trade the lives of his wife and the child for free title to Phelan, and with that Cordell as well." "We watched him ride out, but seeing that he didn't take his lady, we waited here." Thirlwell stepped onto the path and smiled his greeting. "You tarried so long we thought we would have to finish your business for you," he said, and chuckled. Conan's smile was stiff and strained, but the sight of his friends brought him more comfort than he had had in some time. "Are you prepared to scale a sea-wall of slippery rock?" he asked. Mallory whistled low and looked at Conan with some surprise. "At night," Conan added. "Tedric's army is small. Sir William's force could take them if they can be drawn out." "And if Tedric's order is to kill the lady in the event of attack?" Conan asked. "She is in the custody of his guard. There will be no attack until she is safe." "And so you must enter the keep by the cliffs," Thirlwell concluded. "There is no other way." "I have done so before," Conan confessed. Mallory and Thirlwell smiled at each other, both thinking like thoughts. "We reasoned that you had," Mallory said. "There is naught to fear," Conan told them. "If you should slip, your pain would be short." "That gives me great comfort," Mallory returned. "We will enter the hall through Chandra's chamber at night. My troop of men will come to Cordell down the road, drawing out some of Tedric's forces. When that battle has begun, Sir William can take the hall and we will be ready to defend the lady. I think more than a few will be killed. I fear it cannot be avoided." "And then the damsel will be yours," Thirlwell remarked. "I will free her from her imprisonment," Conan said casually. Both men stared at Conan and noted the faraway look in his eyes. Now that fulfillment of his dream was at hand, would he let the moment pass?
"Conan," Mallory pressed, "do not in a foolish moment allow the lady to think you do not want her."
Conan laughed ruefully.
"I first wanted her when she came to my pavilion at Anselm, but there were other things on my mind, and I did not realize that my life would be empty without her love. Years have passed since that time. After all that has held us apart, do you think it'll be easy for her to forget and come to me in love? If I kill her husband, can she forgive?"
Conan shook his head and looked at his friends.
"Time will tell if there will be any reward for us after all the evil we've seen."
"You do the lady wrong, Sir Conan," Mallory said. "You lectured me on love and called me the fool if I didn't find a way to take my heart's desires, in spite of difficulties. Now, will you be the fool?"
Chandra sat on the floor and stared into the fire. A fur pelt was the only buffer between her kirtle and the cold stone. She hugged her knees with her arms and wondered how many more of these long nights would pass before the door to her chamber came crashing open and Tedric's guards rushed in to finish their work and kill her. She'd heard Tedric give that order, but she wouldn't be an easy victim. She imagined, with great hope, her rescue. Chandra had looked down the jagged rocks outside her bedroom terrace and remembered clearly the night that Conan had come to her via that dangerous climb. She considered making that journey herself, but could not summon the courage to risk her life in such an attempt. And a guard had been posted down and far to the left of the rocks to witness any such climb. Tedric had anticipated her desperation. The door to her chamber opened and a young maid from the town entered, carrying a tray of cold meats and hard bread. Chandra moved quickly to meet her. She couldn't remember the maid's name. She took the tray and whispered, "Please, you can help me."
"Nay, lady, I fear—"
"Listen," Chandra pleaded. "My door. Watch my door, and when the guard moves away, tap lightly. I will flee." The door, which hadn't closed behind the maid, squeaked as it was pushed farther open.
"Out!"
the guard barked at the maid. The lass skittered fearfully from the room.
"It will not work, lady," he said to her. "I do not leave this post."
Chandra's fingers tightened about the tray in anger. "Why do you bother to feed me if it is your intention to murder me?" she asked tartly. The guard chuckled.
"Your husband would not have you starve,"
he taunted. In a fit of temper, she hurled the metal tray at the guard, but he used her door as a shield, and the thing never came close to hitting him. When her food and drink were scattered about the floor, he opened the door again and smiled tolerantly at her.
"Your dinner is wasted,"
he shrugged, closing the door behind him. Fists clenched and face reddened with anger, she walked toward the door, looking down on the cold chicken that would have fed her. She thought to retrieve a piece, but could only kick at it, scattering it farther, tears of frustration stinging in her eyes. She sat again before the fire, hugging her knees to keep warm, her throat aching from holding back useless tears. Her ears caught a distant sound, and she crept near the chamber door. There was no sound from the corridor. She listened another moment and heard the guard shift and grunt. She couldn't decide whether relief or disappointment would be in order. It didn't sound as if they were coming to kill her now. She settled again on the pelt, sighing in resignation. But again she heard the sound. She craned her neck to find the location. A soft scratching came to her ears. It came from the balcony, and she went there swiftly, leaning her ears against the oaken door. A light tapping, so soft she could barely hear it, came from the other side. She tapped her fingernail against the thick oak, and she was answered in kind. Tap, tap, tap. She leaned against the door, and her mind raced. Conan! It had to be Conan! She felt a rush of fear and relief at once. What was his plan? The bolt had been removed from her chamber door, and the sound of the balcony door's opening would bring the guard. Did he intend to stand against the entire force that occupied the hall? She had no alternative but to open the terrace doors as quietly as she could. There stood the one she expected. No sooner did she behold him than the door to her chamber opened. Conan backed away from her quickly with a finger to his lips. He silently mounted the balustrade, and she saw his intention to jump to the twin terrace. Hoping to hide the sound of his landing, she turned abruptly to the guard entering her room. "And am I not even allowed a breath of fresh air?" she questioned tartly. The guard smiled lazily and came to where she stood, brushing past her and going to the balustrade to look over. A torch lit far below to the left silhouetted the guard who stood watch there. The sound of the water against the rocks was loud, but the first guard's whistle alerted the second to look up to where Chandra stood. The man below raised an arm to signal he was alert and keeping his post. "Don't try to make my work easy for me, my lady," the guard said. "It would be most difficult to find your body on the rocks below." "That would surely disappoint my lord husband," she snapped. "And it would no doubt disappoint you as well, since you are so anxious for your chore." "You do me wrong, lady," he said in feigned hurt. "It will not be an easy task to take the life of one so lovely." He reached out to touch her soft cheek, but she jerked away from his hand. He laughed at her distaste. The guard walked to the door of her bedchamber and turned once more in her direction. "Do not attempt the climb, lady. It is useless." "I value my life more than you think," she returned. "I do not intend to make it easy for anyone to end it for me." He chuckled again and left her. Her breath came out in a sigh, and she turned to look across the space between the balconies. Two figures rose from a supine position on the deck and stood. She leaned against the door and closed her eyes until she heard the soft thump of one man's feet as he came safely across the space between the balconies. Conan stepped aside to make room for his companion's flight, but Mallory didn't make the jump as skillfully. He didn't clear the balustrade, and he grappled desperately for something to hold. Conan's hands came out quickly to grab him, and Mallory found the lower ledge with his feet. He regained his balance and paused on the outside of the balustrade, his knuckles white and his arms stiff as he held on. He looked at Conan and whispered, "I am not going to do this again, for anyone." Chandra gave an anxious look toward her chamber door and decided the slight noise of Mallory's slip hadn't reached the guard. When a moment had passed and they were all convinced the guard would not bother her again, Chandra turned to Conan.
"How did you come around the guard below?"
she whispered. "We didn't," Conan returned, looking down. "It is Thirlwell." Conan and Mallory stealthily entered her bedchamber and blew out the candles that lit the room. Should the guard enter now, they would at least have a chance at surprising him. Conan drew Chandra near the fire. "Enjoy the fire for now," he whispered, barely audible. "When that log is finished, we will let it die." She nodded her head, afraid to speak. But Conan had many things on his mind and risked discovery in whispering. "Why did you not tell me of my son?" She looked up at him and tried to study his eyes, but the room was too dark. Tears gathered in her eyes.
"I was afraid you would act too hastily,"
she murmured.
"You were so tired and needed rest before this battle."
"And you did not tell me how Tedric treats you," he said. Her chin trembled and the tears came against her will. She had not cried since being shut in this chamber, but Conan's presence eased her fear enough so that old worries took precedence over courage.
"My baby,"
she quavered. "He is safe," Conan comforted. "Chandra, why did you not tell me of Tedric's abuse? I've learned from others that he's killed and stolen." Her voice came in a pitiful squeak.
"I could not burden you. You were only lately come from war."
"Could it be you did not want me to be the one to free you?"
"Nay,"
she breathed.
"But neither could I ask it of you."
"Chandra," he said softly, hurt in his voice. "I thought you would beg it of me."
"Beg?"
she said.
"Conan, my love, would I beg you to risk your life for me? Has my love not hurt you enough but that I would ask more of you?"
"Your love will never sting," he answered, "until you hold it back."
When you cannot take what I offer, then there is pain."
She shook her head and the tears ran down her cheeks.
"Conan, you have risked so much without my asking."
He just looked down at her, watching the golden light from the fire make a play of moving shadows on her face. There were tears in her eyes.
"I did not want to hurt you,"
she said gently. Conan didn't speak again. He turned to see that Mallory had made a quiet corner for himself near Chandra's chamber door. Conan drew the long broadsword carefully from his belt and laid it on the floor. He then settled himself against the wall, his sword ready before him. With his arm he indicated she should sit beside him. Chandra settled next to him, and his arm brought her comfort. There were no more words between them, even though there were many things each wanted to say to the other. Chandra stilled her tongue lest the sound of her voice would bring the guard, and Conan held silent in hopes there would come a better time to declare himself. Chandra dozed against his shoulder, and every time she awakened she could feel the tension in his arm. He was alert through the night. She had no reckoning of their plan, but she learned it quickly, for the morning came with a near explosion. A shout from below caused Conan to bolt to his feet. Mallory and Conan stood ready, legs spread and swords drawn, just inside her chamber door. Moments later, the door to her chamber was thrown open, and the first man entered and was slain before the look of surprise could fade from his face. His cry of pain brought two more guards. These two held up the fight longer, and Chandra backed away from the sight with a hand covering her mouth to still her own cries of fear. She wished to close her eyes, but could not. The noise in the hall below became greater, with shouting and the screams of those losing the battle. She covered her ears, for she could not guess the victors. It seemed an eternity before Tedric's men lay dead, and Sir William stood in the frame of her chamber door.
"As easy as plucking an apple from a tree," Sir William beamed. "Cordell has fallen." Thurwell appeared in the door. "Conan, some of Tedric's men have escaped. We must ride quickly."
Conan turned and looked at Chandra. She smiled.
"Cordell is yours, Sir Knight. My men serve you now."
"Nay, my lady, it is yours as promised by your father. I only do my part to wrest it from Tedric's hands and free you from your imprisonment."
"And the lady of the hall?" she asked. "You lay no claim?"
"Nay, Chandra. You are not a prize of war. Your life is your own."
She looked at him closely. "Nay, Conan, my life is yours. It has been thus for a very long time."
"I must reach Phelan quickly before Tedric hears of this. Where do you wish to go? You would be safe here. Your son could be brought to you, or you could go now to receive him. I'll provide protection for you from now on."
"Take me with you, Conan." Mallory had hurried out just behind Thurwell, and Conan stood alone with Chandra in her chamber.
"That could well be the most painful journey of your life,"
he warned. She nodded. She might see her husband or the father of her child slain. Indeed, her own life would be in danger. But she would see the battle through. She turned and grabbed her mantle from the peg near the door. She stood before Conan, ready determination in her eyes. "You've liberated me and provide my protection now," she said softly. "But you speak not of love," she whispered. Conan looked at her for a moment, and then, taking two large steps, he reached her. One hand reached around her, and the other lifted her mouth to his lips. His lips covered hers hungrily, devouring her, silencing her doubts. Quickly he released her, and his breath was warm in her mouth.
"There are battles ahead, love. When those battles are won, we can talk more freely of what is to be."
"Tell me there is love," she whispered.
"Aye," he breathed, "till the end of time."
That said, he turned on his heel and went quickly out of the room, leaving Chandra to follow him. Chapter 26. They set out at once for Phelan Castle. Despite their haste, the journey couldn't be completed in one day. At nightfall, they were forced to make a camp. Conan helped Chandra make a pallet on the ground, and he fashioned something akin to a tent by attaching a length of heavy linen to the limb of a tree.
"You need not fear to sleep, lady," he told her. "There will be guards posted through the night. It'll not be comfortable, but it will be safe."
"Will you sleep, Conan?" she asked tenderly.
"Nay,"
was his simple answer. She braved a smile for him. She wanted to lie beside him and feel the strength of his arms to comfort her through the night, but it would not be so. Conan was bent on the business of fighting and could not give his thoughts to gentler things. She could wait. "I am not afraid, Conan," she said softly.
"Then rest,"
he returned,
"and pray."
Conan settled himself on his own pallet, and the familiar churning thoughts kept him from sleep. Mallory had warned him that Tedric would aim for his back and would one day have to be dealt with. Tedric was his determined enemy. Would things have worked out very differently if Conan had not taken Edwina to wife? Would Tedric have married her, acquiring Falcon Castle legally, and still have eventually found a way to come to blows with Conan? He closed his eyes on what might have been and focused on what was. He hoped to avoid family wars, but if there was a battle, he would fight. As they approached Falcon Castle, Conan could see where his brother had positioned his men. Galen had raised a tent a fair distance from the Barbican so that he could easily see if any force came across the bridge. A fair number of men were there, and others were patrolling the perimeter of the wall in 2s and 3s. They were sent to watch, not to fight. On the bastion's wall and surrounding the keep were Tedric's men, many of whom had once sworn to serve and protect this keep from Edwin. Conan knew it would be only moments before Tedric learned that he had arrived. Chandra was kept to the rear of Conan's troop, and on both sides of her his men rode. Beside Conan were Mallory and Thirlwell, but as they approached Galen's pavilion, Conan went alone. A few moments passed while Conan spoke to his brother and heard his report of what had been taking place. Soon they sighted forces of Alaric and Theodoric approaching. The two aging knights rode side by side, and behind them rode the 4 sons who'd been with Conan on crusade, with a large mounted troop behind them. Conan stood in wait for them, and when they finally drew in rein, he bowed low before them. Rising, he saw Theodoric's angry face.
"My lords,"
he greeted.
"Is this some new custom of war, to have enemies escort each other to battle?"
Theodoric asked brittly.
"It is my hope that you will leave here friends, my lord,"
Conan explained.
"You are prepared to battle my son by the looks of your army,"
Theodoric boomed.
"My lord,"
Conan invited politely.
"a few moments of your time is all I ask. This can be finished here and now." "And why am I called to this conference?"
he asked.
"You were delivered the message Tedric sent to me. You know that he invited me to come to Phelan without arms to gift him with this castle in return for his wife and the child. But look yonder, my lord,"
Conan said, indicating Chandra.
"She was held prisoner at Cordell. The order left to slay her when Tedric's message arrived that I was already dead."
Theodoric and his 4 sons dismounted. Alaric responded in kind. Mallory and Thirlwell came closer.
"You tread on thin ice, Conan,"
Theodoric said.
"You have sinned against my son, and yet you bring me here to gain my support. I am prepared to make my sins right, my lord." "You will yield him this castle?" "What was his offer to me? He claims his right to Phelan through the money he gave Medwyn and through the only heir to any of Medwyn's daughters. First, the money that bought Chandra came from my mother. She borrowed from the Jew Aaron, and when Richard is returned and the records surveyed again, we will see the proof of this. Tedric did slay the Jew and begged more money from my mother in return for her silence. And the child that is a wedge for the inheritance of this estate is mine. I'll gladly return Tedric his own bargain, a sum to cover the cost of Chandra's keeping and to ease the insult of my sins against him." "And you claim the lady?" Theodoric asked. "Nay, my lord. I offer her protection and freedom from her husband. He has brutally abused her. He lately murdered the priest that tried to give her aid. You have seen how he treasures her. He offers her life in exchange for this keep, a promise he would not have kept. There are other crimes that Tedric will have to answer to when Richard is home, but I'll not be the fool twice. My next charges will come with more proof. Take yon army and travel to Bury St. Edmunds. Ask those who survived the massacre of Palm Sunday if your son was among those nobles who slew the Jews. Ask those in Cordell who stood and watched as the priest in that burg was hung on the gibbet.
Theodoric's jaw was set and his face became red. He didn't wish to believe Tedric capable of such horrors.
If not for my other sons, I would not be here. Regardless of what others say of me, ill or well, you have never had just cause to doubt me. I have been faithful. I present myself now as your enemy, if that is your wish.
My wish, he sputtered.
You, of all people, would know that I feel as if two of my sons did battle against each other. Royal sons have battled, my lord, Conan said. As with Richard and John. Even now John plots his brother's death, our king. And to his death Henry fought for John. And when King Henry was slipping into death, John deserted him.
Conan paused and looked closely at Theodoric.
But Richard saw his father properly buried. It is an old story, Theodoric said, looking askance at Phelan's walls.
The old knight felt a hand resting on his shoulder and turned to look into his eldest son's eyes.
Father, I've known Conan well. It is not his way to slay a man with words, but rather meet him on equal ground. He tells you this that you might see your son's worth should our families come to war. Tedric is not worthy of your support. And you desert him too?
Theodoric huffed. The man looked away in discomfort. He had never defied his father.
Will you support your brother?
Theodoric insisted angrily. With sadness in his eyes, he shook his head. Theodoric turned full circle to meet eyes with his other sons. Each one looked down and held silent. Theodoric clenched his fists at his sides. It was not an easy thing to walk away from a son in need.
This day has been coming for a long time, Theodoric said to Alaric. Have you any notion where this fight could end? We can fight until the last wall has crumbled, Alaric returned. Your sons have sons now, and they will have sons one day. There is another way, Theodoric said humbly. We can let them have their day, your son and mine. I will give my oath not to avenge this day. Will you? Yea, I will let this battle be the last, and I will not look upon it, Alaric replied.
The two old lords clasped hands and moved together to where their horses stood. They had led the troop of many horsed knights into this clearing before the Barbican, and their horses stood at the forefront of all the others. His knights mounted their steeds and prepared to ride away. Chandra was helped down from her horse and ran to Conan.
What will happen?
She asked anxiously.
It is between Tedric and me,
Conan said quietly. Tedric had watched from the high wall of the Barbican as Theodoric walked away with Alaric. He wouldn't have his father's support in a battle against Conan. And if his rage was not intense enough, he saw the small and slender form of a woman as she ran to Conan's side, a wisp of her blonde hair falling from under her snood. Tedric stood in muted rage. He whirled and looked to the men littering the courtyard below. No horses were ready to mount except those few he anticipated needing to send riders out. His plan wasn't to do battle, but to see Conan quickly slain when he came to negotiate for Chandra's life. How could the Falcon have known she would not be here in Phelan's walls? He wasn't prepared to do battle, and indeed knew better than to put his forces against Conan's. He could hold off a sizable army for many days behind Phelan's stout walls, but never did he intend to fight the Falcon on equal ground. Tedric shouted his anger from the high wall, but his father didn't turn. How could his own father desert him now, when he needed him most, when Conan's final defeat was so close at hand? With the help of his father and brothers, he could have bested the mighty Conan. He looked again at those outside the wall and saw only Conan, his men far behind him. The knight stood alone with his falcon on his shoulder, in wait.
"Lower the bridge,"
he bellowed.
"Mount!"
Long strides took Tedric below to the courtyard where the screeching and clanking of the bridge could be heard. He looked about and saw his army standing idle.
"Mount! We fight the Falcon now!"
No move was made, and he looked at the closest of his men-at-arms with an angry glare. The man shrugged.
"You promised there would be no battle. And I was wrong. We fight Conan now!"
The man shook his head.
"No one here will ride against the Blue Falcon. We would defend ourselves, and even then with little heart. He is strong." "You defy me?"
The men inside Phelan turned from their privy lord. In a battle between Conan, whose reputation was well known, and Tedric, only a fool would ride against the Falcon. Tedric stomped toward a ready horse and mounted just as the bridge came completely down. Enraged at his father's abandonment, he had no hope that Conan might still bargain, still yield him his life. He saw but one end to this day, his certain death should he fight Conan's forces with his own modest army. Tedric spurred the charger and the horse came bounding over the bridge. Conan stood midway between Theodoric's departing army and his brother's pavilion outside the barbican. Many of Conan's men scrambled for their horses as the rider from Phelan came into view, but Conan stood his ground afoot. He had no weapon to defend himself but a simple bow. In an unhurried manner, he readied it with an arrow. With lance braced and head down, Tedric raced in the direction of his departing family. A cry of fury from the charging knight split the air. Tedric did not charge Conan. He rode toward his father. Here, now, riding toward his own father with lance ready, a scream curling his lips, he showed how much he would betray for his own wants. Theodoric heard the cry and turned. A look of pain and surprise showed on his face as he saw Tedric's horse racing toward him. He made no move for a weapon. In agony, he watched his charging son. Tedric threw up his head in shock as an arrow pierced his chest. The lance fell from his hands as he grasped the arrow. Blood stained his hands and gambeson. The horse slowed as Tedric looked in shock at his father, and then, turning slowly, looked to the side where Conan stood with a bow in his hand. The charging knight gave an agonized moan and fell from his horse. Theodoric looked past his son to Conan and saw the bow. Their eyes met over the distance, each standing as still as time, each knowing the other's thoughts. Armies behind Theodoric and Conan and all those looking from Phelan's walls held silent and still. Theodoric's sons began to dismount and go to the body of their brother. There was no movement, and the expression frozen on Tedric's face was one of fear and surprise. Conan walked toward Theodoric, the bow limp in his hand. Chandra rushed past Conan and stood above the body of her husband. Conan stood before his friend and teacher. His hair blew around his face, and his eyes were moist. The bow was still in his hand. "I taught you to use the bow," Theodoric said quietly. Conan nodded and looked up at the aging knight. "I could not have thought I made your aim perfect for this." "You taught me how to use the bow," Conan said. "You taught me how and when to kill. I would not have let him slay you, my lord. You could have killed him long before now. You could have had your vengeance. Tedric would never have met me on equal ground, my lord. I could have killed him, but only in the same way he would have killed me, through trickery and lies. However profitable the victory, it means little if there is no honor. Sir Tedric was taken to the northern lands to take his final rest on his father's lands. Chandra didn't presume so much as to think herself welcome at that burial. Instead, she went with Mallory and Thirlwell to find her son. Mallory felt the need to return Edith quickly to her father and brother, that all might see her well and content. Thirlwell was left with the chore of escorting Chandra, Wynne, and baby Hugh to Cordell. And in Cordell, there was much to be done to see that village return to the tidy and peaceful place it once had been. Thirlwell's helpful hand was put to good use. He was invited to stay on for as long as he desired. Thirlwell worked hard every day, closely with William. He seemed to thrive in the little burg, but Chandra soon understood that there was more of a reason for him to stay. The presence of her woman, Wynne, seemed to remove a season from his years with every shy smile he earned from her. June brought a green to the land that made every heart glad, and the planting was done with great optimism. All those living in Cordell felt the freedom and joy, and the spring weddings and celebrations were more festive than ever before. Chandra took great pleasure in the contentment she saw all around her, but her heart fought to maintain hope. Word came from Anselm that the family had returned to find Lady Udele dead, and much of that village destroyed by fire. With so much destruction in both Cordell and Anselm, Chandra didn't wonder that she received no word from Conan. She struggled against doubt and decided that if she heard nothing from him for yet another fortnight, she would send her own messenger to Anselm. She couldn't invite him to her bosom. He would have to come of his own free will. But she prayed that her missive would at least be answered in his own hand. Late on a June night, as she sat on a stool near the hearth and brushed her hair, she heard a sound in the direction of the balcony. She smiled to herself as she remembered nights past when that same sound brought great changes. With soft, measured steps, she moved to her chamber door and threw the bolt, a lock replaced since the battle in her own bedchamber. When she turned again toward the terrace, Conan stood in the open door, his hands on his hips and a sly smile on his face. She frowned at his mischief, but shortly it melted into a grin. "With all our troubles past, can you not beat your path to my front door and honorably ask for my hand?" she asked impishly.
"It seemed too easy," he shrugged. "I've become suspicious of a woman won easily."
"But, Sir Knight," she replied in feigned hurt, "you compromise my reputation. Surely my men know you have passed this way."
"Sir William is most helpful. But then he was the man to tell me I have a son."
He raised a brow and peered at her.
"If it pleases you, I shall leave by yon cliffs and ride in through your guard in the morning and plead my case before witnesses."
She laughed softly and her eyes glowed. "I have seen that whatever we have shared, however innocent, has not been our secret. Indeed, your presence will be welcome here. And after all I've been through to have you, do you think I would allow you to climb those cliffs another time?"
"I have grown fond of the act,"
he said with a smile, "and I have not slept a night through without hearing phantom footfalls on my porch." He opened his arms and smiled.
"Then come to me, lady. I have worked hard for this day. Show me some ease."
Epilogue. King Richard's release from Duke Leopold was a long time coming, and a bitter king returned to England. The English had been slow to pay his ransom, and in fact had not raised the entire sum, forcing the king to leave behind several hostages to be held until the balance was paid. And if that insult was not enough, he returned to find his kingdom filled with strife and dissension. His brother, Count John, had planned to take possession of the throne. Richard returned from the crusade a hardened man. He was still the recklessly brave and hot-tempered knight who'd led so many into battle, but this already sturdy man was further toughened by 4 years of privations and imprisonment. He was not likely to yield anything. And, returning from a war in which precious few who fought for him were English, He didn't greet the overfed lords and earls with much affection. The king called a meeting of the Great Council in Nottingham, in the centre of Count John's lands, and made his business short. He restrained his younger brother and demanded the balance of his ransom. His right to rule was quickly re-established. King Richard was roughened and unforgiving, but in his heart there was still room for remembering loyalty and good service. When the council ended, there was time for paying courteous calls to his most ardent supporters, those who'd fought for him without hesitation and who would support him now. Pleasure wasn't the order of the visits, but neither was he bent to business alone. Anselm rested between Nottingham and London, and Richard sent word to the Lord of Anselm that he would pass through and spend a few nights. Many scurried about the huge keep to set every detail into perfection, and castellans and family traveled from afar to be present for the royal visit. When the grand day finally arrived, the April sun shone brightly in the year 1194. Flags and banners flew from the bastions and baileys, and soldiers in their finest dress strode along the wall. Within the outer wall, a carpet, a royal path, was run from the gatehouse through the courtyard. The king and his men rode across the bridge, and Lord Conan of Anselm was there to greet him. Conan fell to one knee before his sovereign, and when he rose, he stood equal in height to his king. "Welcome, my liege," he said. Richard extended his hand in friendship, and Conan received it, grasping it in fondness. Richard looked about the grand keep and noted the many visitors and spectators. He wasn't one to ignore blithely pageantry on his behalf, and he smiled in appreciation. Anselm was one of the largest and richest holdings in England. "Yea, this is a fine place," Richard said. "I regret that I could not visit this holding while your father was alive." Conan laughed softly, a sentimental light shining in his eyes. "Though he is gone, sire, I feel that he watches over this keep and guides my every move. He was your loyal servant to the end of his days. The de Corbneys have always been a strong family. I am certain they always shall be. And," he said, looking over Conan's shoulder and seeing those gathered near the door to the hall, "I see the family grows." Conan nodded and gestured with his arm for his king to precede him down the length of linen meant for his passage. With long strides, Richard moved toward the group of nobles and ladies that greeted him. He paused before the first man for Conan's introduction. "Sire, my brother, Sir Galen. Stoddard Keep is his, and he guards it well for the crown and our family. That is where our finest horses have been bred for many years." Galen fell to one knee before his king, and Richard bade him rise, taking his hand in friendship. "Sir Mallory," Conan said next. Before Mallory could bow himself, Richard took his hand. "Greetings, friend," he said with warmth. Both knew instantly that reminiscences of the crusade would fill the night. "His wife, Lady Edith, my sister." Edith curtsied low before the king, and upon rising could not resist her own introduction. She moved aside slightly and showed a serving woman holding a squalling infant from behind her. "Our daughter, sire, Eleanor." The king smiled in pleasure and ran a finger along the infant's face. "Sir Mallory keeps Phelan Castle for the crown and our family," Conan said. Before Conan could introduce Thirlwell, Richard took his hand in established camaraderie. "My wife, sire, Lady Wynne," Thirlwell finally said. "Sir Thirlwell serves the crown and our family by maintaining Cordell, the small but very important holding on our eastern coast." The king nodded his approval and moved along to the end of this line of noble guests. Conan then presented to him a woman of rare beauty. "Lady Chandra, sire." In spite of the heavy roundness of her belly, Chandra curtsied gracefully and found the king's hand outstretched to aid her in rising. The warm beauty in the lady's eyes melted Richard's cold heart, and the king saw that Conan had done well for himself. Beside Chandra was a lad of nearly 4 years. "Master Hugh, sire, my son," Conan said. In the blue of the boy's eyes and the darkness of his hair, Richard could plainly see that he was Conan's child. But the king knew that Conan had only just buried his wife before joining the crusade. There was a twinkle in Richard's eye when he turned to his host. He reasoned rumor, this once at least, was accurate. "You had more to return to than you knew," the king said.
"Yea, sire,"
Conan said proudly.
"Much more than I knew."
Richard looked at the boy again, and he could see promise. He would be as strong and powerful as his father. For the first time since returning to England, the king felt some pride in his subjects. With only a few, he would hold together his realm, if those few had the skill and honor of Sir Conan.
"Come into my hall, sire, and let us make you welcome."
The king gave a sigh of genuine appreciation and offered Conan's wife his arm. She lightly laid her hand atop his.
"If my eye does not deceive me, I may be in residence for another grand event," he said, looking down at her swollen middle.
"It is indeed possible, sire," she replied quietly.
"Chandra?"
he queried.
"The name is neither French nor English."
"Nay, sire," she answered.
"I have heard the name in my travels. Do you know what it means?"
"I know the meaning, sire," she replied somewhat shyly.
"It fits you well," he said. "Your beauty does shine brighter than the stars."
He stopped and looked down at her for a moment.
"If your loyalty to your lord is as bright as your eyes, he is a lucky man."
Chandra looked at her husband and then returned her gaze to her king. "If my eyes are bright, sire, 'tis for his loyalty to me." The end. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Blue Falcon by Robin Carr. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.